The end of the world has come, and 80% of humanity and cities have been destroyed. But after the destruction, the dawn of new life gradually emerged. In this world, everyone awakens an extraordinary ability at the age of 16, manipulating elements, teleporting, and even controlling other people's minds. People are frantically pursuing more powerful power, but I, Changan, am an exception. I have nothing. While others are flying and roaming freely, I can only endure ridicule and bullying, living a miserable life like humble dust. However, later on, they started to be afraid of me. No one understands why, in this world that relies on superpowers, an incompetent person like me can easily defeat those powerful superpowers one by one. I don't have any special powers, but they don't understand that what is truly scary is not the special powers, but the darkness hidden deep in the human heart that no one can detect. The grassland was endless. The grass swayed in the wind. The heights were uneven. The tallest one was even taller than me. After staring for a long time, the world in front of me seemed to become a green ocean. In addition to the sound of the wind, there is also the sound of a stream flowing in my ears. In such an environment, no one can guess how wide the river is. The sun was already halfway down, and the sunset glow in the sky was slightly red. I hid deep in the grass, my whole body immersed in the cold mud. The river water flowed past me, and the cold gradually set in. The temperature was dropping, and I didn't know how long I could hold on, but fortunately the target appeared on time. I saw the strong man push aside the grass, stand still for a moment, and after making sure there was no danger around, he squatted down by the river and washed the blood off his body with clean water. Just as the sturdy man splashed water on my face, I suddenly opened my eyes, stood up, and stabbed him in the waist with the bone knife in my hand. The sturdy man reacted quickly and stood up and stepped back. However, I moved faster, and the bone knife finally pierced into the sturdy man's waist. As the sturdy man reached out to grab me, I gritted my teeth and pushed the knife hard, cutting a deep gash on the side of his waist. The burly man roared, grabbed my left shoulder, and his other hand went straight to my temple. I knew I had to get out, so without hesitation I dislocated my left shoulder and slipped out of his hands like a fish. I only had one chance. I swung out the bone knife, aimed at the strong man's eyes, and my right fist hit the wound on his waist directly. The burly man dodged the bone knife, but my fist hit the target accurately, shattering his internal organs. At the same time, the sturdy man's punch hit my chest hard. I felt myself being blown away by the huge impact force and fell heavily into the grass. What superpowers do you have? The sturdy man knelt on the ground, covering his wounds, his eyes gradually blurred. I knew that he had no chance to kill me anymore. I lay on the ground, and the system's voice rang in my ears. This trial is over. 2 people have been detected to be alive. Points are being calculated to determine the winner. You are not the winner. You are being teleported away. Please do not move. The teleportation countdown has begun. There was a flash of white light, and I opened my eyes, finding myself standing in the transporter room. I reattached my dislocated arm, collected the 10,000 yuan pension, took a quick shower, changed my clothes, and left the trial center. The sun was shining brightly, but I felt as if the light was separated by a layer of plastic and out of reach. The trial hall is a holy place for those with superpowers. I tried my best to win here and get the baptism of superpowers. Although my name, Changan, sounds very domineering, I am just a person without superpowers. I can only disguise myself as a person with superpowers in this world and barely survive. When I got back to my door, I straightened my collar, endured the severe pain in my chest, smiled, and knocked on the door. My mother quickly opened the door. She was relieved to see me, but immediately started scolding me. You haven't been home for half a year, and you haven't called me. Are you going to the trial again? No, I went to repair the road and mobile phones can't be used there. I explained quickly. My mother opened the door and urged me to go in, but she still asked for household expenses. I took out 2,000 yuan and handed it to her. She immediately raised her voice and blamed me. I could only smile bitterly and walk to my room. My mother shouted behind me, "You haven't seen me for half a year, and you only brought back 2,000 yuan. You might as well not come back." I closed the door helplessly, lay on the bed, and closed my eyes. I will definitely be able to awaken my superpowers, and I will win next time. I muttered to myself and gradually fell asleep. I didn't notice that the fatal wound on my chest had begun to heal without me noticing. I woke up from my dream, and the feeling of the punch hitting my chest seemed to still be there. I sat up and wiped the sweat from my forehead. The night outside the window was like a hazy black veil, with the stars faintly visible. The night outside was still quiet, but in the distance I could hear the roar of drunks and occasional family quarrels. In the rooms on the left and right, my mother and sister were breathing softly and peacefully. I tiptoed out of the house and hailed an unmanned taxi downstairs. It has been 30 years since the end of the world. Society has changed a lot, and driverless cars can be seen everywhere. There are also special lanes suspended in the air for flying cars to drive on. But all this makes no sense to me. I can neither fly nor afford those cars. I had some savings, but that couldn't change the life of my family. What's more, I had something I had to get, so I didn't tell my family. I firmly believe that as long as I can obtain superpowers, my fate will change. I have had enough of the suffering of not having superpowers. This society is too unfriendly to the weak. The car stopped outside the black market, and I got out and walked into the residential building next to it. The corridor was dark and old. I knocked on the door at the end, and the door opened automatically. Again? A middle-aged man in a white coat walked out from the corner of the room. When he saw me, he put out the cigarette in his mouth, frowned and said unhappily, "You went to Wuxuan?" I nodded, and without further ado, I took off my shirt, revealing a body covered in scars. There was a creepy patch of flesh on my chest, which was a new wound left by a piercing through the chest. Wow, that's amazing. The trial will end in the evening, right? How dare you wait until the evening to come to me with this kind of injury? If you don't want to live, why don't you die in the trial center? The middle-aged man frowned, and although he was displeased, he still motioned for me to lie on the simple operating table. I lay down, and the middle-aged man came over with a medical kit to treat my wounds. I gritted my teeth to endure the pain, and he continued, "Is that enough? Including this time, you have already been to 7 trials. Do you really want to go to all 9? Betting once is gambling with your life, and betting 9 times is seeking death." I didn't say anything. The pain from the disembowelment almost made me faint. Fortunately, I had the help of the middle-aged man's special ability, otherwise I would have died here just from the bleeding. We have known each other for more than 10 years. I only call him Brother Lin and never ask about his abilities or level. According to the Empire's classification, I guess he is an A-level ability user, but A-level ability users have privileges, and running to the black market to open a shabby clinic is really not in line with his status. Brother Lin never asked about my special abilities. I pretended to casually mention that I was a D-level, strength enhancement, and he didn't delve into it. After a while, the wound on my chest was bandaged. According to past experience, it would heal in about 2 days. My self-healing ability is much better than that of ordinary people, and my physical fitness is much stronger than that of people before the end of the world. I'll give you the medical expenses later. I have to rush to the next trial, and I'm afraid I don't have enough money. I put on my clothes and planned to slip away before Brother Lin got angry. "Why are you running? Did I tell you I took your money? I'm in a good mood. Can't I give it to you for free?" Brother Lin packed up his things in a bad mood and spit out the toothpick. "Next time? How many next times are there in life? The next time you go, it might be the last time," Brother Lin said with some concern. I took a deep breath and said seriously, "Brother Lin, there are tens of millions of people in this city. How many are strong and how many are weak? I'm not just talking about low-level psychics, but also producers. Producers are not classified because their abilities are too weak, not even as good as those of D-level psychics. My mother is a producer, and I remember the hardships she went through, so I hope to have powerful superpowers. As a person without special powers, the best outcome for me would be to be studied in a laboratory." Brother Lin frowned and said, "Producers account for more than half. There are less than 5,000 S-level people, about 100,000 A-level people, and the remaining C-level and D-level people account for tens of millions. My talent is limited. If nothing unexpected happens, I will probably always be a D-level mutant in the future. If there are other ways to change my talent, I will not choose this most dangerous path. As a weak person, if I don't even dare to fight, I might as well die early." I said in a firm tone, "Stop being so annoying all day long." Brother Lin slapped me in annoyance. I smiled. The world has been very bad to me, but at least some people are very nice to me. I can tell the difference between good and bad. Actually, it doesn't matter. We are all flesh and blood, and I won't fight them head-on. I'm still very strong when it comes to sneak attacks," I said solemnly. Brother Lin was silent. He was of course aware of my fighting ability. If a person practices for 10 years and integrates the skills of killing into daily life, then if this person gets close to him, he is basically dead. That's who I am. To me, killing is as common as eating and drinking. Get out of here if you have nothing to do. If you keep talking nonsense, don't expect me to treat your injuries next time." Brother Lin lit a cigarette. Okay, you're the boss. Can't I just leave? I stood up and opened the door. Before I stepped out, I suddenly turned around and smiled brightly. Brother Lin, thank you. Get out. Brother Lin roared. I turned around and closed the door, my smile instantly disappearing. Even though Brother Lin was one of my only two friends, I couldn't tell him the secret that I didn't have superpowers. This secret has been weighing on my heart for more than 10 years, and I have been suffering every day. Only by getting superpowers can I let it go. Starting as a kid without any special powers, I have survived many near-death experiences and have come to where I am today. For me, killing is just a means of survival. Every scar is my medal, recording every battle I have fought. The 8th trial. I shook my head helplessly and left the building. Before I do anything, I have to eat a full meal. No one remembers when the trial center appeared. Some say it was created by God, and it suddenly appeared before the eyes of the world after a pillar of light fell from the sky and destroyed most of the area. Some people also speculated that it was a masterpiece of the Empire, but those who had actually entered the trial would not think so. Every time we participate in a trial, I and others will be teleported to the trial space, which is the real world. In the 7 trials, I have experienced wilderness and cities. The venues are different each time, but the only thing in common is that these venues are extremely vast, giving us enough space to perform. But all this did not change the nature of the trial. It was purgatory, where the cruelest side of human nature was fully revealed. Being able to die cleanly was actually a kind of luck. If you are unlucky enough to meet an opponent with special hobbies, no one knows what kind of torture you will encounter. It's hell for weak people no matter where they are. The only difference is that at least there's wine to drink here. Jiang Shuibu wiped the cup, pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and glanced at me coldly. I smiled bitterly. Jiang Shuibu was one of my few friends, but his mouth was really unpleasant. But in the black market, a pleasing mouth was not that important. Jiang Shuibu put down the shiny cup and picked up another glass. As a person with severe mysophobia, his hands could never stop. The winner must serve in the military. Although he eats the emperor's salary, he will be under the control of the state. Are you sure that's what you want? Of course. Isn't it good to eat the emperor's food? Just take care of it. I answered with a smile. Tisk, things are different now. After the apocalypse, the whole society has changed. It's not like you don't know what those people with superpowers are doing now. Jiang Shuibu sneered. The apocalypse brought not only the evolution of humans, but also the evolution of wild beasts that far outnumbered humans. After evolution, they were called monsters, and there were many of them. Led by those highly intelligent monsters, the disasters they bring are no less than the end of the world. The Pillar of Light 30 years ago killed 1/3 of the world's population. The subsequent diseases, famines, and monster attacks caused the death toll within a year to almost catch up with the number when the Pillar of Light descended. After the founding of the Empire, the Hunters Guild emerged and was later taken over by the Empire. By hunting monsters, hunters can earn points, which can be exchanged for weapons and the most important genetic potions. Genetic drugs can slightly increase the power of supernatural powers and greatly improve physical fitness. After all, except for enhanced mutants, most mutants are physically weak. With genetic drugs, their physical fitness gradually improves. However, there is an upper limit to the consumption of genetic drugs, which makes low-level enhancement-type psychics even more unpopular. Some powerful hunters will be recruited by the Empire, but if they refuse, they will live under surveillance. Jiang Shuibu suddenly slammed the cup heavily on the table, bringing me back to reality from my trance. I looked around with a wry smile, thinking about how to answer his question. I certainly understood my friend's concern. To put it nicely, it was serving the country, but to put it bluntly, it was a lackey. What are you doing over there? There are so many people. I pretended to be innocent and changed the subject, glad that the noise on the street corner provided me with the opportunity. Jiang Shuibu glanced at him coldly. If you don't pay back the money, you can use your wife and daughter to pay off the debt. That woman was also cruel. She committed suicide and left behind a teenage daughter. She is over 10 years old and has not awakened her superpowers. Her life is wasted. Her physical fitness is not good either. The sooner she dies, the sooner she will be free. Don't be so cold. Putting aside self-esteem and face, the weak can also live well. I responded with a smile, which earned me an undisguised roll of the eyes from Jiang Shuibu. The later you awaken, the worse your talent. Those who awaken when they are almost adults are mostly producers. For example, 99% of humans born before the end of the world are producers. Therefore, in this society, the elderly live the worst. What's the difference between abandoning your self-esteem and face and dying? Jiang Shuibu threw away the rag, took out a new white towel, and started wiping his glass from the beginning. If you want to go and see it. Don't hesitate. I walked towards the center of the crowd with a wry smile, pushed through the crowd without hesitation, and squeezed into the middle. In the center of the crowd were several tall men, one of whom was holding an iron chain, the other end of which was tied to the neck of a little girl who was kneeling on the ground. The girl was extremely thin. Her dirty and torn clothes barely covered her body, and her drooping hair made it difficult to see her face. Skinny dog, you dare to ask 10,000 for this kind of stuff? Even if she's a virgin, she's not worth that much. 3,000. I'll take her back and have fun even if I cover my face. A man in the crowd was bargaining with the man who was holding the girl. The man called Skinny Dog was a little giant, but he ignored the man who wanted to lower the price. He focused all his attention on me. The more I looked at him, the more familiar I looked. It seemed like I had seen me somewhere before. Look at me. I squatted down and lifted the girl's chin so that she could look at me. A horrible brown-red birthmark covered most of her face. Her facial features might have been delicate, but under the birthmark, they looked frightening. The most unbearable thing to look at was her pair of gray and lifeless eyes, which seemed to have no life at all. But in those eyes, I saw myself. Do you need my help? I asked, and the skinny dog next to me frowned. The girl didn't answer, but just smiled. The birthmark on her face looked even more hideous with the smile. It seems that you don't want to live anymore. I nodded and said calmly, but compared to dying here in all kinds of pain, dying with me will be simpler and faster. Do you want to reconsider it? This time, the girl's smile disappeared, and there seemed to be a little more color in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, "Is it a trouble?" I finally smiled, shook my head, stood up and said to the skinny guy, "I want to take her away. Name your price." Skinny Dog gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and then said, "Brother, I think you look familiar, and you should know our rules, which are to sell, but not sell. But I'll give you a favor, 30,000 yuan, and she's yours. You can play with her however you want, and she will have nothing to do with us in the future." Okay. I nodded, untied the chain around the girl's neck, helped her up, pointed to the wine stand in Jiang Shuibu and said, "Go sit over there and let the big brother make you something to eat." Is 30,000 a lot? It's too much. I can't even afford 300. Seeing me tear open the thick iron chain on my wrist with my bare hands, the crowd automatically made way for the girl to leave, and Shogo was even more glad that he didn't offer too high a price. I have no money. How about buying on credit? I spread out my hands, looking like a rogue. The skinny dog is angry but doesn't speak. However, you're tired of living, aren't you? Playing tricks on our dog brother? His younger brother was very responsible and shouted as he threw a punch. Although this punch was not as heavy as a mountain, it was still very powerful. This punch counts as 30,000. I leaned forward slightly and took the punch with my shoulder. No one noticed that my right hand had already stretched out from the darkness, and my right palm was like a knife, stabbing into the throat of this little brother, breaking the skin and flesh, grabbing his throat and pulling it off. Seeing their companion fall to the ground, the remaining four rushed forward together, but were knocked down by me in a shorter time. They were not dead, but the lightest one had his arm twisted off, bones piercing the skin, and blood was dripping. The skinny dog was stunned for a moment, and it was too late to tell his men to stop. I grabbed the skinny dog's head and lifted him up. Third master. Just as the skinny dog uttered a word, he felt the force on his skull suddenly increase. He shouted loudly with his last breath, and then his body became lighter and fell to the ground. If I had known I would kill you first, you wouldn't have been recognized. I sighed helplessly and let go of my hand. There was no point in killing someone after being recognized. The other party shouted sincerely, "If you want to make a living on this street, you must abide by some rules." Skinny Dog was sweating coldly, thinking that he had saved his life. The man in front of him was not an ordinary character, but the most ruthless person in the Black Street who should not be provoked, Sanyi. 2 years ago, Sanyi and his two friends wiped out the largest gang on this street overnight. It was such a big gang with hundreds of people, but not a single one was spared. At dawn, someone saw Sanyi sitting at the door smoking. His scars were chilling. From then on, his reputation in the underworld was unmatched. I waved casually and walked out of the crowd, secretly thanking my lucky starveling for not going any further. Otherwise today probably wouldn't have been so smooth. Sitting back at the wine stall, Jiang Shuibu smiled mischievously. "Hey, third master, when will you pay me the money I owe you for the wine?" I curled my lips and ignored Jiang Shuibu's ridicule. In fact, all this is Jiang Shuibu's fault. If he hadn't killed the other party's boss and caused the other party to gather troops for revenge, I wouldn't have taken the risk and sneaked into the other party's headquarters. That night, I almost killed myself to the point of exhaustion, until finally Brother Lin and Jiang Shuibu came and helped me deal with the remaining remnants. That battle made me completely famous. I won't talk to you anymore. I have something to do. I'll leave the girl with you first. Please take care of her for a few days. I stood up and was about to leave, but I was met with those gray eyes. I don't know when I will die. Maybe in the next trial. I want to leave some explanations, but it's just a sudden thought. Maybe it won't be useful. I gently rubbed the girl's head and said with a smile, just follow this uncle first and help me do something later. It's easy to want to die, but living may be interesting. By the way, what's your name? Wu Liuyan. The girl answered expressionlessly. Surname Wu? I was a little surprised. My name is Li Changan. You can call me whatever you want. After a pause, I said, if you want to give up this name, do you want to take my surname? My surname is Li. The girl was slightly startled, then shook her head firmly. I had no choice but to give up and leave quickly. The word uncle just now had already made Jiang Shuibu's forehead bulge with veins. If I didn't leave, I really didn't know what would happen. Staring at my back as I left, this girl with a strange name suddenly wanted to say something to me. Actually, life is not that bad. Chapter 4. The old man sat at the table with gray hair, wearing a neat military uniform, holding an unusual resume in his hand. The young man opposite was tall and straight, and although he looked like a teenager, his height that almost touched the ceiling made him look particularly powerful. Your name is Mansion? Asked the old man. Yes. The boy's answer was concise and powerful, as if he had already known everything. The old man frowned slightly and continued, are you sure you want to use this name instead of your real name? You should know that what is most lacking here is genius. The word God may be seen as a provocation. The boy showed a sharp smile, like a beast ready to attack, and his answer was still simple and clear, yes. I just want to provoke. The old man chuckled and waved his hand to signal the boy to leave. Go ahead. If anything is broken, it will be deducted from your allowance. The young man didn't care and walked towards the door with a burning gaze. Behind the door was a group of top warriors of the Federation, representing the highest combat power. After the young man left, the middle-aged man who had been silent beside the old man handed him a cup of tea and said with a smile, another troublemaker? The old man took the tea and nodded. Who here is not a troublemaker? But this kid does have the capital. Take a look at this information. As he said that, he handed the boy's resume to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man only took a glance and couldn't help but exclaimed, he killed 103 people alone in the trial? This is not just a thorn, this is a time bomb. The old man smiled deeply. Time bomb? That's true. But this kind of person is more suitable. Times have changed. As long as he is a bomb, we want him. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, flipped through his resume, and suddenly widened his eyes. He is not the only winner. There is a survivor. Wait, the barbarian god was injured when he was teleported out. Is that the survivor also a monster? The old man nodded slowly. I checked, and there is indeed one person who survived. His body was not found in the trial field, which means that he did not survive by force. We cannot arbitrarily judge whether he fought with the savage god. The middle-aged man suggested, I'll go and test the barbarian god's opinion. Besides, there seems to be a survivor every time in the trials in the past few years. Do you think it could be the same person? The old man stood up suddenly, his face solemn. It is very likely that we have overlooked this point. Maybe he is not weak, but he has met a stronger genius. Since he can survive every time, this kid is at least a talent. Send someone to investigate immediately, or keep an eye on the next trial. Since he is not dead, he will definitely go again. What if he dies in the next trial? Asked the middle-aged man. Dead? Then let him die. A dead genius is no longer a genius. A dead genius is not a genius? Then is a dead pig still a pig? A hunchbacked old man muttered. Li Changan smiled apologetically, not daring to express the slightest dissatisfaction. Please calm down, that's not what I meant. We have known each other for 6 years, and you know that I really can't come up with more money. These geniuses didn't bring any money in either. Li Changan explained with a wry smile. The old man looked at him coldly. Whether this thing is valuable depends on who you sell it to. Maybe it's not worth much if you sell it to others, but I know it can be sold to you at a higher price. Li Changan said hurriedly, Brother, please be kind. I really need it. Besides, if I don't use it this time, it will be useless to me next time. The old man stared at it for a moment, then took out two small bird sculptures from his tattered clothes and handed them to him. Remember, principles are meant to be broken. Li Changan took the sculpture and was shocked by the change in the old man's attitude. The old man said seriously, "It's not a gift. If you can survive, live a good life. Remember, a dead genius is no longer a genius." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man pulled out a thin dagger from his arms and stabbed it into his heart in front of Li Changan. Only the dead can keep secrets in this world. Li Changan watched silently, knowing that the old man would commit suicide after every transaction. This was his rule and his belief. Li Changan stretched out his hand and broke the old man's neck to free him as soon as possible. However, seeing the old man's body turned into ashes and disappeared, Li Changan felt that he did not seem to have helped him at all. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Changan is almost ruthless. However, human nature is enough. Too much of it becomes a burden. When they returned to the wine stall, the little girl was picking up the remaining rice in the bowl. Li Changan smiled and threw the object in his hand to her. "Jiang, take it." Jiang Shuibu raised his hand and took it. It was an exquisite bronze bird. He was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is this the thing you spent 6 years buying?" "This is not a toy. This is sending love, a very powerful thing." Li Changan played with the bronze sparrow in his hand lovingly, sighing at its value. Jiang Shuibu smiled disdainfully and continued to wash the dishes. "You're betting everything you own on something like this. What if you lose?" Li Changan shrugged. "If you lose, you lose. When that happens, what's the use of having more money?" Li Changan picked up the little girl next to him and gently wiped the rice grains from the corners of her mouth. "As for me, I'm not very promising. I may have some talent, but I discovered it too late. So now I'm trying hard to get it back. I'm leaving soon, so you stay with your uncle." Jiang Shuibu interrupted unhappily. "I didn't agree to take her in." Li Changan continued, "I will give you 1 year to learn skills. If I don't come back after 1 year, you will go to participate in the trial. You are not allowed to win the first 8 times. You can only try your best to survive. The last time, it is up to you to win or survive." After saying that, Li Changan stood up and left. He knew that the little girl needed time to digest these words, but he had no time to wait any longer. Jiang Shuibu looked at Li Changan's back as he left, and suddenly said, "He gave you to me, but I don't need trash." The little girl nodded silently. "It's very tiring to learn how to do things from me. It's not something your body can endure." Jiang Shuibu continued, "I will eat more." The little girl replied silently, "You will die if you work with me. Are you afraid of death?" Jiang Shuibu continued to ask. The little girl glanced at the direction where Li Changan disappeared and nodded firmly. "I'm afraid." "Then you stay and go upstairs to take a shower. Wear my clothes first," Jiang Shuibu said, and then gently wiped the cups, tables, and chairs. Only by being afraid of death can you avoid death. Only by turning fear into motivation can you have a chance. Jiang Shuibu laughed at himself. No one in this world can catch up with Changan. I worry too much. Chapter 5. The initial pillar of light killed billions of people, caused some small countries to disappear from the map, and large areas of land sank into the ocean. With the emergence of superpowers and the invasion of monsters, social order has long collapsed and mankind has fallen into an unprecedented crisis. After this catastrophe, the world's remaining political powers put aside their past grudges and united into a new empire. The North City where Li Changan lives is located in East Continent, and the next trial will be held in one of the 12 cities in West Continent. Before the end of the world, that area was called Europe. The end of the world 30 years ago seems to be a distant history, but in these short 30 years, people's identification with the empire is as if this regime has existed for hundreds of years. Today, people all over the world speak the same language and write the same characters. Although life has not changed much, technological progress is amazing. In this world, flying has become a luxury. Due to the threat of bird monsters, only the rich and high-ranking officials can afford such travel. However, although the new electromagnetically driven train is not as luxurious as an airplane, it can travel at a speed of 900 kilometers per hour. Its safety is guaranteed by 6 A-level psychics and 1 S-level psychic to ensure a smooth journey. Li Changan leaned against the window, with a sensor earphone clipped on his earlobe, and noticed that someone was quietly moving on the roof. Although there were people with special abilities accompanying them, there were still people who tried to create chaos by destroying the train. These extremists were more difficult to deal with than the monsters outside. Li Changan whispered to himself, I wonder what kind of supernatural power the explorer on this train has. The young man next to him heard it and interrupted with a smile. It's a precognitive, psychic. a newcomer, but very reliable. Li Changan nodded to indicate that he was not worried. His precognition ability could sense danger in advance and ensure the safety of the journey. The train finally arrived in Luoqing. Li Changan got off the train with his bag on his back and stood on the crowded street. The spire of the trial tower soared into the clouds in the distance, becoming the most conspicuous landmark of the city. Li Changan was about to go to the trial tower when he suddenly realized that he was almost penniless. Just as he was worried, he suddenly heard a cry for help. A few dozen meters away, a group of strong men were dragging a girl into the alley, and passers-by turned a blind eye. Li Changan's eyes lit up and he hurried over. This was a chance for him to get rewarded by rescuing her. However, when Li Changan was about to rush into the alley, a girl with short pink hair had already rushed in first. Li Changan was stunned for a moment. Someone was stealing his business? He quickly looked around the alley, ready to act accordingly. Chapter 6. Li Changan sighed. The old saying is true. The pinker the hair, the more ruthless the blow. The pink-haired woman didn't say a word and quickly started to act. Among the three strong men, two are enhanced psychics and one is an elemental psychic, but the small flame that can only wrap his fist seems to have no deterrent effect. Almost in the blink of an eye, the three were knocked to the ground by the pink-haired woman, and she didn't even use her own supernatural powers, but resolved the battle with just a nunchaku. The pink-haired woman put away her nunchakus gracefully and helped the frightened young woman up. When she walked out of the alley, she took another look at Li Changan, who was squatting on the side of the road smoking. Li Changan stood up with a wry smile and stamped out his cigarette. He was impressed by the pink-haired woman's keen perception, but he did not stop his plan. Li Changan walked into the alley and looked at the three strong men lying on the ground. Although the pink-haired woman had hit them hard, she only caused them superficial injuries. Only the fire mutant was wailing while holding his shin, which seemed to be broken. Li Changan stood in front of the three men, speaking calmly. "Brothers, I'm out and about, and I'm short of money. Can you please support me?" Although he was not a big man, he seemed to block the light in the alley, and his aura was full of oppression. When the hardened mutant saw that it was not the pink-haired woman, he immediately cursed, "Fuck you! You are blackmailing me!" Before he could finish his words, Li Changan kicked him, breaking half of his teeth, and he fell to the ground. "Are you in cahoots with that beep, just now?" The power-enhanced psychic took 2 steps back vigilantly, realizing that Li Changan's power level was much higher than his own. But he understood that the power of power enhancement was not of high status nowadays and could not be feared. Li Changan smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't get me wrong, she and I are not in the same group. She only wants people, I only want money, otherwise I will have to fight with her, and that will be troublesome." After saying that, Li Changan grabbed the elbow of the power-enhanced mutant with one hand and easily twisted it into a dough twist. The other party howled in pain, but could not make a sound because his jaw was crushed. "I have left you a hand for transferring money, do you understand?" Li Changan said grimly. The man trembled as he took out his ID card and handed it to Li Changan. To transfer money, just put the 2 ID cards together and it would be done in a few seconds, no matter how large the amount was. In less than a minute, all the money in the 3 people's accounts was transferred to Li Changan's name. But the total amount was less than 100,000, which made Li Changan quite disappointed. Looking at the 3 people huddled together, Li Changan put away his ID card and said with a smile, "Okay, I got the money. I won't kill you, as long as you don't cause trouble for me in the future." The 3 of them were relieved but did not dare to agree, for fear of retaliation in the future. However, Li Changan did not stop. In extreme pain, they all fainted. Li Changan took the white vest stripped from one of the men and wiped the blood off his hands patiently. Although his vest was stained red, blood still remained between his fingers. He said self-deprecatingly, "If I awaken my water power in the future, it will be convenient to wash my hands." Throwing the vest into the trash can, Li Changan walked into the restaurant on the street as if nothing had happened. "Boss, 5 servings of fried noodles, 2 bowls of pork soup, and a pork elbow, dine in," he said casually. The boss who was cutting meat leaned out and asked, "Fat consumption or fat swallowing?" "No, it's a strengthening of strength," Li Changan replied with a smile. The boss nodded and said with a smile, "Give me a bigger portion and I'll charge you for your small portion. Eat more so you have the strength to work." Although he looked fierce, he was surprisingly gentle. Li Changan felt a little uncomfortable and thanked him awkwardly. But he was thinking that if the boss drove him away coldly as he expected, he would feel more at ease. After the food was served, Li Changan ate the fried noodles and pork soup. Although the taste was ordinary, the large quantity made him feel extremely happy. In his heart, This sense of satisfaction was an incomparable sense of security. After eating, Li Changan stood up and prepared to leave, but was stopped by the boss. Are you going to participate in the trial? The boss said slowly, holding a cigarette in his mouth. If you don't mind, sit down for a while. I'll tell you about the opponents you might meet. Li Changan turned around, smiled and asked, why? The boss patted the table next to him and explained, you just taught those 3 evil guys a lesson, right? I hope people like you can survive. Li Changan remained calm, but his thoughts raced in his mind. He thought, did he see it? Should I silence him? Chapter 7. I'll tell you in detail about the people who are most likely to win in the 12 cities. The boss began to explain. First is the genius from the City of Law. He has red hair and blue eyes, and is a lightning-type mutant. His strength is above A level and below S level. When the black market opens, his chance of winning is the highest. The second place is a girl from Sakura City in Dongzhou. She carries a knife with her, which makes her very conspicuous. She came here by boat alone across the ocean. You know how dangerous the ocean is. Her special ability is still unknown, but her winning rate ranks second. The third one is a guy from your Dongzhou. He awakened his combat ability at the age of 13. He was born in a slum. His methods are extremely cruel, and he has never left anyone alive. Li Changan listened silently. He knew the third person's information clearly, as he was also from Dongzhou. Since the emergence of superpowers, humans have classified them into various systems, and the combat system is recognized as the most suitable category for combat due to its powerful combat capabilities. What Li Changan was curious about was not the information about these geniuses, but why this boss, whom he had never met before, would tell him this. As if seeing Li Changan's confusion, the boss smiled and said, don't look at me like this now. I used to be very powerful. You should be able to see that I was a soldier. When I was on a mission, I encountered a second evolved beast, and I was the only one in the team who survived. Since then, I can no longer fight with others. As he said this, the boss rolled up his sleeves, revealing his mechanical arm. Li Changan suddenly realized, you also strengthened your strength? The boss nodded and laughed heartily. That's right. Although I am only a C-level power enhancer now, I once killed an evolved monster with my own hands. Then, the boss patted Li Changan on the shoulder and suddenly became serious. You are a good kid. Don't die in the trial. Although I want to advise you that you still have a long future and there is no need to take this risk, I am afraid that this trial is your best way out. The boss continued, there is no such thing as a useless superpower. It's just that the era for it has not yet arrived. So survive and wait, or start an era yourself. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Even though you're as handsome as I was when I was young, how is it possible to start an era? Li Changan looked at the boss's big hand, stood up after a long while, nodded, turned around and walked out the door. After walking 2 steps, he stopped inexplicably and said in a light tone, my name is Li Changan. The boss stared at Li Changan's departing back in a daze, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Are you asking me to remember your name so that I can personally watch you usher in a new era? Are all young people nowadays so crazy? It's great to be young. After eating, Li Changan originally planned to go to the underground market. The city was a hodgepodge of people, with all kinds of people coming and going, and no one could escape the eyes and ears of the intelligence dealers. The trial does not require participants to enter naked, and families with the means will certainly provide better equipment, but the trial also has its own rules. Crushing and borrowing too much external force will affect the intensity of the final baptism. However, today Li Changan decided to go to the trial center to see those terrible opponents. Facing the terrible opponents and understanding them from the information are 2 completely different things. The gate of the trial center was open, and it was 5 meters high. The carved beams and painted buildings exuded a rough beauty, like a giant beast with its mouth open waiting for its prey to enter. People came in an endless stream, all hoping to become dragon-slaying warriors. From a distance, Li Changan saw the spy planted by the black market, an unprofessional fruit stall. Even if it was far enough away from the trial, it still looked out of place. In the apocalypse, food was not in short supply, and fruit was no longer a bestseller. Setting up a stall to sell fruit was simply telling others, I have a problem. Li Changan didn't want to become the target of betting for the time being, so he walked towards the fruit stall. Boss, how much are these apples? Li Changan asked with a smile. The boss with a face full of flesh smiled charmingly and said, 270 each, handsome guys. Do you want to come and have a few? Giving apples to girls is a great way to express your love. I heard that it was like this before the end of the world. 1 apple for 1 room, 1 night until dawn. It sounds good, but I just want to eat it myself. Li Changan picked up an apple, wiped it, and took a bite. It's quite sweet. The boss frowned and reached under the stall. Brother, you haven't paid yet. This is not good. Li Changan smiled and said, don't get excited. I didn't say I wouldn't pay. How about this? You give me the information of the top 3, and I'll pay for it together. The boss's brows relaxed and he said with a smile, Brother, you should have told me earlier. An apple is nothing. Just treat it as a treat to quench your thirst. I have the information, but I can't trade here. Brother, come with me? Okay, what about your stall? Li Changan asked, looking at the oranges on the stall. This stall is not mine. It's ours, and someone will be watching over it. The boss followed Li Changan's gaze, grabbed 2 oranges, and handed them to him. Li Changan smiled and nodded, thinking that this boss knows how to do business. The black market in the city seems to be developing well, and there is probably a monopoly behind it, which means that outsiders must abide by the law. However, Li Changan was a little distressed because there was too little money left in his ID card. It was all because of the restaurant owner, who had talked to him and said a lot of inexplicable things, delaying his time to make money. At this moment, the bronze bell on top of the trial room struck 4 times. Chapter 8. Li Changan didn't expect that this so-called safe trading place was so close to the trial center. After the apocalypse, the Federation was troubled by what laws to adopt, and finally voted to integrate the laws of various countries, removing the dross and retaining the essence. Information protection becomes the focus, because personal force is enough to influence the political situation, and everyone has learned to hide their strength, especially the bigwigs. The buying and selling of information is expressly prohibited, and once discovered, the perpetrators can be arrested directly without a search warrant. However, these people were actually trading openly next to the most heavily guarded trial center, which made people wonder what the trick was. Li Changan was taken into a secluded room. After the boss, who called himself Longda, closed the door, the noise outside suddenly disappeared. There were 2 other people in the room, wearing glasses, looking down at the table, and copying something. Longda picked up a few pieces of paper from the table, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and said with a smile, Brother, the information of the top 3 is all here. We only provide paper documents, and there is a risk of leakage when sharing through identity cards. Everyone's fighting style and characteristics are recorded in detail. The preferential price for new customers is 70,000. If you want more detailed information, you can, but you need to pay extra. Li Changan smiled slightly and said, This is not a new customer discount at all. It's clearly a rip-off. Longda also smiled, Brother, you are a wise man. Everyone knows that entering the trial field means death. The people in these materials will soon become dead. There will be no chance to sell them a second time. You can only make money once, so the price can't be low. But for those guys who are going to die, this information can save their lives. Brother, do you want it or not? Li Changan smiled helplessly. If you want, but I don't like your price, 30,000, including their weaknesses, habits, and hobbies. Long laughed in anger and pointed at the door. I don't want to do this business anymore. It's not good to make enemies when you go out. Please leave by yourself and don't cause any trouble. As he was talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Li Changan was looking at the ceiling when he was suddenly pushed aside and hit against the wall. The dark-skinned man, nearly 2 meters tall, threw him aside like swatting a fly and asked in a muffled voice, Where is the information I want? Longda immediately put on a flattering face and handed over a thick stack of documents. All the information of the top 3, including their birthdays, hobbies, combat habits, and weaknesses are all listed. The total is 1 million. After deducting the advance payment, you still need to give me 300,000. The big man flipped through the documents, nodded, and threw an inconspicuous black bag over. Longda opened it and saw that it was exactly 300,000 paper banknotes with complete anti-counterfeiting measures, so it couldn't be faked. Take care. Longda grinned, thinking that it was easier to do business with people like this, as they paid him promptly. The big man was about to leave, but when he looked down, he saw Li Changan, who had just been pushed away, standing in front of him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Li Changan moved his shoulders. You bumped into me just now. Why don't you apologize and give me some compensation? The big man sneered, attacked quickly, and smashed his fist down. Li Changan took a half step forward, his fingers like swords, letting the fist hit his right shoulder. The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. He took the opportunity to get close to the big man, stabbed his left hand into the big man's ribs, grabbed a rib, and pulled it out violently. There was a sound of breaking bones, and Li Changan found a broken rib in his hand, holding it like a dagger. The big man had a ferocious look on his face and slapped Li Changan's head with both hands, but a layer of earth-colored armor slowly condensed outside his body. Earth armor. It's a pity that it's too slow. Li Changan dodged and squatted, stabbing his ribs into the big man's armpit, accurately piercing the artery, and blood spurted out. He jumped up again, and his ribs went straight into the big man's brain along his jaw. The Earth-type mutant didn't protect his head and heart immediately. He's too weak. The battle ended in an instant. Li Changan rubbed his aching shoulder and watched coldly as the big man fell down. His blood dyed half of the wall red. Li Changan bent down and snatched the information from the big man, wiped the blood stains on it with his sleeve, and after confirming that it would not affect reading, he turned and left, taking off his coat as he walked. Long Da watched all this with endless fear in his heart. Li Changan, who killed like a machine, didn't even use his superpowers. He killed an A-level superpower user, who was of the Earth type with the strongest defense, with his physical fitness alone. Check it for me. This guy is definitely the dark horse this year. Long Da seemed to see the god of wealth waving at him. He frowned and looked at the body on the ground and ordered, "We can't stay here. Set it on fire and move to another place. By the way, bring the Undertaker's ID card and find a way to transfer the money out." While his men were busy, Long Da took out his cell phone and carefully dialed the number. "Boss, I found a dark horse. We can make a lot of money." On the other side, Li Changan threw his coat into a roadside trash can, which was connected to the city's garbage decomposition channel, and ordinary garbage would be directly decomposed. The information in his hand was worth millions, but he had memorized all the content in his mind and in his mobile phone album. Carrying a small backpack, Li Changan walked into the trial center and stopped at the registration desk. "Are you here to sign up for the trial?" The girl at the registration desk looked up at him, then quickly lowered her head. This man looked so fierce. "Yes." Li Changan nodded in response. "The registration process is the same every time." "Name?" the little girl asked. "Li Changan, the Changan of long-term stability." Li Changan replied. "Age?" the little girl continued to ask. 29, 1-year-old. Li Changan continued to reply. The girl paused and asked, "Do you want to announce the type and level?" Li Changan thought for a moment and replied, "Enhancement abilities. Nothing else is necessary." "Okay. Do you need accommodation and food?" the little girl continued to ask. "Yes, but I don't want a non-smoking room. The windows shouldn't face the street. I also need to avoid spicy food and don't eat coriander, celery, or carrots." Li Changan continued to answer. "Okay." The little girl secretly complained in her heart. "Do you think this is a hotel?" But she didn't dare to say more. She just wanted to finish the formalities as soon as possible and let him leave. Chapter 9. A genius boy gives a way to live. Whistling as he walked to the backyard, Li Changan felt at ease as if he were home. This was a disease. The huge trial center is mainly divided into 3 areas: the cathedral-like facade, the living area hidden in the northwest corner, and the main body in the northeast corner, which is the real trial center. After going in and out many times, Li Changan's biggest feeling is that the facade and living area were probably really built by humans, built around the main body of the trial center. After all, apart from the external appearance, the internal style is not the same. The living area and the storefront were built to imitate a trial house. There was nothing humane in the trial house, not even a chair. Everyone had to stand or sit on the ground. Moreover, at the entrance registration desk, one fills in one's name instead of entering one's ID card, and what is used to enter one's ID card is not a computer but a stone slab. When the trial begins, there will be a stone screen at the entrance to the trial room. There are numbers on the screen, but no names can be seen. Only when the person with this number dies will the number become a name. Li Changan was not worried about his information being retrieved because he was sure that the Empire could not control the trial center. He had tried to use a pseudonym at the registration office and was not discovered. This was enough to explain the problem. The trial center might really be the creation of some kind of existence. The so-called some kind of existence is not limited to gods but includes gods. Anyway, no one can clearly explain what gods are. Wow, this room is nice. Li Changan fell onto the bed with satisfaction. The soft mattress accommodated him. Although the living areas of each trial center are basically the same, the details are full of their own style. Luocheng is one of the oldest cities in the world, and scholars are very fortunate that the city was preserved during the Doomsday. Luocheng has not changed much today and is still full of the charm of its former ancient capital, which is also reflected in this room. Li Changan lit a cigarette and stared at the ceiling blankly. It was not his habit to think too far into the future, but whenever he felt at ease, he could not help but fantasize about it. The ninth trial. Federal hawk dog. What exactly do I want? Is it possible to buy a house here and then survive like an ordinary person, be a hunter, earn some living expenses, marry a gentle wife, and have 2 children? Forget it. This is bullshit. The bell will continue to ring, and the trial will begin tomorrow morning. No one can predict whether they can survive, not even Changan, who has participated in it 7 times. Every time I participate in a trial, I can clearly feel that the strength of my opponents is increasing. This is not an illusion. People in the Empire have confirmed that the babies born every year are slightly stronger than in the past, both in terms of the strength of their superpowers and the baby's own talents. The upper limit of human beings is rising, and I am afraid that it will not be long before a new level will be born above the S level. The participants are getting stronger every year, which is not good news for Changan. Life has no tolerance for mistakes, and a failure is a permanent failure. After applying medicine to his injured shoulder first, Changan took out the bronze sparrow from his backpack and carried it with him, leaving the rest in the room. They were not valuable anyway. You have to eat well and sleep well before the trial, because after the trial begins, there will probably never be such a good time again. Endless hunting and being hunted is the main theme of the trial. He once had the experience of not closing his eyes for 7 days, so he is very familiar with it. The cafeteria was large enough to accommodate 500 people dining at the same time, but there were only a few dozen people there at the moment, and they were all separated by several tables, looking very alert. Changan ignored the atmosphere, chose his food at the ordering counter, and found a place to sit down. Someone would bring him the food in a while. It was obvious that the Empire valued talents, even if only one person would be left in the end. Not long after he sat down, Changan felt a burning gaze falling on him. He looked up and met a pair of sharp eyes not far away. "You smell of blood." Changan could tell what the other party was saying just by the shape of his mouth, but what concerned him was the other party's sharp teeth like a beast. Changan frowned. Is it the strengthening system or the beast system? A few years ago, the Empire announced a major research result. By extracting genes from monsters outside the city and making medicines, the human body can be improved, allowing humans to awaken special animal powers and inherit some abilities that only wild beasts have. The eyesight of an eagle, the strength of a bear, and the agility of a leopard can all be gathered in one person. This is equivalent to changing the pattern of the world. Even the weakest psychic has the hope of becoming stronger. However, this method still has flaws, so it has not been popularized and is only used in the military. In other words, if this guy is a beast man, it means that he is actually a soldier. It is rare for military personnel to participate in the trial. Moreover, not everyone has the opportunity to use such a precious potion. Only the elites are eligible. So, would the military allow such a precious elite to take part in the trial? As expected, the difficulty has increased again. Changan sighed and took the rice bucket brought by the waiter. While eating, Changan couldn't help feeling heartbroken. He had originally wanted to save the bronze sparrow until the 9th trial, but now it seems that he has to use it this time. It's all money. I made 80,000 today. Should I lose face and go robbing? In 10 days, I will make 800,000. In 100 days, I will make 8 million. Changan was eating his meal with his mind wandering. He didn't notice anyone approaching him until the other person sat down next to him. He then instinctively stabbed the other person's throat with his chopsticks. Wait. The person who came narrowly avoided the attack and quickly raised his hands to indicate that he was harmless. What's the matter? Changan frowned. Even though he was distracted, not everyone could get close to him. This guy was very dangerous. Changan glanced at the other person's face and understood that he was indeed a dangerous person, a young man from Dongzhou who ranked 3rd in winning rate. It's too lonely to eat alone. Let's find a companion. The young man sat down and moved the roasted whole lamb next to him to Changan. Try it. I roasted it myself. Changan looked around and sneered. Of so many people, why did you choose me? Because you look murderous when you eat, and we are from the same hometown. I can't eat the same thing as those guys with colorful hair. The young man tore off a leg of lamb and handed it to Changan. Changan didn't take it. The canteen allowed him to cook his own food, but who knows what was added to the food. He didn't dare to eat it. Seeing that Changan did not accept his kindness, the young man was not angry. He grabbed the lamb leg with both hands and ate it, laughing and said, Changan, right? Changan of long-term stability. I heard it behind you yesterday. When you came, you still smelled of blood, so I turned around to take a look. There's a room on fire in the alley behind. I know that's where information is bought and sold on the black market. There's a body in there. It's an A-level Earth elementalist, nicknamed Undertaker. Did you kill him? I watched the body burn before it was burned. The technique was clean and sharp, and each blow was aimed at killing. This is inconsistent with the C-rank enhancement ability you pretended to have. Besides, you should have guessed who I am. After all, you bought the information, and it may have been stolen information, but you still look wary. If I were you, I would probably add a little fear. Changan put down his chopsticks. The guy you can't beat is indeed the most troublesome. Chapter 10 Trial begins. Hey, hey, hey. I don't have any ill will towards you. Don't think about killing me. While saying innocent words, the boy actually moved closer to Changan. Changan frowned and said, when Anren, 19 years old, born? Before Changan could finish, when Anren introduced himself, I was born in Jiuqing, the northern end of Dongzhou. I am 1.71 meters tall and weigh 53 kilograms. My hobbies are barbecue and shopping. I have a very strong physique. I once single-handedly killed a team of hunters who coveted my spoils. The information they gave you is unreliable. For example, there is no information about my special ability, right? My special ability is avoid danger and seek good fortune in the mystical department. Although I cannot know what the upcoming danger is, it is the most suitable for forming an alliance. Changan used chopsticks to deal with the food that was almost getting cold, as if the conversation just now did not exist at all. How cold? When Anren looked regretful as he gnawed on the leg of lamb. You mean that I am the safest among these people? It's not a pleasant thing to hear. Changan tilted his head slightly and sneered. When Anren was stunned for a moment, then continued with a smile. It's very strange. Your performance doesn't match your disguise. You are just a low-level psychic, but when facing me, you repeatedly show your strength and undisguised murderous intent. Your personality will collapse. Isn't the character meant to collapse? Changan put down his chopsticks. The food on the table had already been eaten, and there was no reason to stay here any longer. But before you leave, Changan walked towards a tall and thin young man in the corner and lowered his voice. Friend, do you want the information of the top 3? This is the complete version. I'm the only one on the market. See that young man over there? He's Anren, who ranks 3rd in the winning rate. I'm the only one who knows his special abilities. You saw me chatting with him just now. A few minutes later, after the ID card was touched, 500,000 yuan was deposited into Changan's account. He was quite satisfied. After all, he had no talent for business, and it was already good enough that he could sell it at the price he had expected at the beginning. Returning to the table, Changan put down several stacks of cash and said, I sold your information for 100,000. We'll split it 50 to 50. This is your share. Then we formed an alliance. When Anren took the money impatiently, watched Changan leave without saying a word, then spat out the bone in his mouth in displeasure. He sold my information right in front of me. This guy is so bad. Rather than saying that his character has collapsed, it's better to say that the conversation with me was just a disguise. He did it on purpose so that I would look at him squarely. But my information was only sold for 100,000? That's unscientific. Back in the room, Changan transferred the cash in the card to Jiang Shuibu's account. Within a few minutes, Jiang Shuibu called as expected. Hey, you're not going to kill someone again, are you? Changan, half lying on the bed, smiled and said, I don't have any. This is the money I earned from selling things. Bullshit. You couldn't even sell a glass of wine when you were helping me here. Luoqing is too far away, and I can't get there in a while. Please don't kill anyone anymore, or I'm afraid I won't be able to get there in time. Already accustomed to Jiang Shuibu's nagging, Changan nodded repeatedly. Okay, don't worry. I'm very well behaved, and even if I kill someone, I will clean up the mess. I clearly heard Jiang Shuibu sighing on the other end of the phone. You really want to kill someone? Never mind. How long will it take you to get out this time? I'll pick you up in advance. After calculating in his mind, Changan continued, there are a lot more masters. Since I came in, I have seen 4 A-level masters. Unless the trial venue is too large, they will probably be able to come out in more than a month, and the longest will not exceed 2 months. That's not bad. I'll take the girl you left here to see the world. Jiang Shuibu never doubted Changan's judgment. He said that it would take at most 2 months and not even a day more. Right. Changan sat up straighter. Xiaowu or Xiaolu? Is she okay? Leave her to me. At least remember her name. But she's not bad. Maybe she really has talent. She picked up what I taught her very quickly. In just one day, she already knew how to make omelette rice. For a moment, Changan didn't know whether to sigh or complain. Okay, if you have time, you can teach her something else, encourage her to eat more. It's not good to be too thin, that bronze sparrow. Carry it with you, don't worry. Jiang Shuibu replied tacitly. After chatting for a few words, Li Changan hung up the phone, sat cross-legged on the ground, and let the sunlight outside the window shine on his body. There is no real alliance in the trial center. The so-called alliance is still to act independently. When two people meet, they can exchange information and materials, but they will not join forces. Even if one party is on the verge of death, the best result is to kill him. Has anyone ever thought of gathering a large group of subordinates to seriously injure other participants and then finish them off to get points? However, the baptism obtained in the end of such a victory is equivalent to taking a bath, which is of no use except to make the body cleaner. Secondly, it will attract spontaneous siege from all participants. Once someone finds out that the participants are in a group, they will immediately spread the news and unite everyone to attack them. Participants injured in this battle will not be killed by others and will have a short recovery period. This was the rule agreed upon by the first few winners of the trial, and it was even made public. A certain big shot who walked out of the trial and is now at the top of the empire also made it known. Is the power behind you stronger than my fist? Therefore, the alliance formed in the Trial Institute is just a formality. There will only be one winner, and who is really willing to make wedding dresses for others? Li Changan is willing. I wish there was an invincible genius who could sweep the trial center, as long as I could survive. After the points reach half of the total score, most people will stop killing unless they are bloodthirsty. When Aaron's ability is even more perverted than it sounds. Simply put, he is the emperor of luck. Outside of combat, he could choose the best path to victory, and in combat, he could easily see through the opponent's offensive and find a way to survive. If he followed Aaron, he might be able to easily survive this trial. What a pleasant surprise. Keeping sitting cross-legged, Li Changan fell into a deep sleep while thinking. It was already past midnight, and the clock struck 11. Li Changan opened his eyes, picked up the backpack beside him, and walked towards the cafeteria. There is nothing to do all day, so you might as well eat well and rest. The reason why the three people with the highest winning rate are considered to have a high winning rate is because they have the most information available for query. Others know too little information, so they are considered weak. Therefore, there is no need to spend time investigating the rest of the people. Besides, there are hundreds of participants, and it is impossible for Li Changan to investigate them one by one. The true understanding is the speculation and confirmation between life and death struggles, and the rest of the understanding is just paper talk. There are still 4 hours until the next bell rings. When the bell rings, the trial will begin. The entire trial center is shrouded in murderous aura, and the pressure will truly explode at the last moment. Some people will go crazy, and some will go mad. Chapter 11. I'm home. The cafeteria was full of people. Perhaps there were only 1 or 2 people like Li Changan. The rest were attending for the first time, but they all knew what the 11 bells represented, so they gathered in the cafeteria. They need to prepare some food. The battlefield is usually called the trial field. It is not an empty space with nothing in it. Just like the real world, different fields have different things, perhaps mountains or rivers. This is also why Li Changan is basically certain that the trial center was not built by the empire, and the current manpower is not capable of achieving this level. Everything that exists in the human world can be found in the trial field, and everything that does not exist in the human world can also be found in the trial field. Unfortunately, no matter how precious something is, only the winner can take it out, and the item cannot be too large. The surviving participants will be sent away by a beam of light. The items they carry cannot exceed the beam of light. Anything beyond the range of the beam of light will be forcibly intercepted, such as your head. All objects carried in and out must comply with this rule, which is a lesson learned from the blood of our predecessors. Therefore, excess food could not be brought in, and most people chose the military rations sold by the empire. They were the latest research results, and a tooth-sized meatball could meet an adult's daily physical needs, but the price was too expensive. For those with special abilities whose appetite exceeds that of ordinary people, every purchase of military rations is a nightmare. A small meatball costs up to 3,000 yuan, and someone like Li Changan would have to eat 30,000 yuan a day. In order to survive, ordinary hunters would also buy a few to carry with them, not to mention those who participate in the trial. Military rations are sold in the cafeteria. The evil capitalism takes care of everyone. At this time, you can see each other's financial strength. For example, a teenager asked for 3 large bottles, a total of 300 pills. I should have known I shouldn't have given him 50,000. 10,000 would have been enough. Li Changan secretly curled his lips and bought 20 pills at the window. In fact, there was no need to buy even these 20 pills. After all, he still had a large bottle of military rations in his small backpack. However, if he didn't buy a few, it would easily attract attention. There were a few guys sitting in the corner who had no intention of buying military rations. They did not try to hide their arrogance at all. They glanced at every participant and licked their lips from time to time, like perverts eyeing their prey. When Anren was targeted, and anyone would target him. He was young, looked thin, and had money, so wasn't he a fat sheep? Li Changan shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't compete with this kid in brainpower. He was deliberately showing off to attract attention. With his ability of seeking good fortune and avoiding danger, these guys would be hunted down by him one by one. The game hasn't even started yet, but someone is already preparing to start with a 10-kill game. The second floor of the trial center was like a waiting hall at a train station, with chairs about half a meter apart. It was empty, and there was nothing else except a large slate screen on the front wall. Li Changan roughly calculated that there were about 500 seats on the upper and lower floors, which means that only 500 people at most could participate at a time. This time, the first floor was not full. Li Changan randomly chose a chair and sat down, leaning against the back, ready to take a nap. Before closing his eyes, something flashed before his eyes. He blinked and looked at it. Then Li Changan smiled. The pink-haired girl I saw yesterday is also here. I guess she doesn't live in the trial center, so I didn't notice her until now. What does it have to do with me? Li Changan smiled and closed his eyes, waiting for the bell to wake him up. Many people closed their eyes and took a nap like Li Changan, while others looked around and took this opportunity to pay more attention to their opponents. When the bell rang, Li Changan slowly opened his eyes, and a familiar beam of light fell on him. There was no light above his head, and he didn't know where the beam of light came from. The Taie trial is open. Participants are requested not to step out of the light column range. 5, 4, 3. The same familiar feeling of weightlessness came over him, and Li Changan stretched lazily. Time to go home. The door of the trial center was pushed open, and the girl in charge of registration at the front desk walked in with a tablet computer as thick as a fingernail, followed by a middle-aged man in a dark green uniform. From today until the end, everyone's name must be included. We can't access the Empire's network here, so we're relying on you to register one by one. The middle-aged man looked up at the screen. The originally dim slate screen was now filled with densely packed names. These were the names given to each person when they registered. They might be aliases or real names, but as long as they died in the trial field, the originally green names would turn into red real names. The only thing a loser can leave behind is his or her name. The little girl nodded repeatedly, not daring to slack off at all. The middle-aged man's eyes swept over the names one by one, then suddenly stopped and said with a smile, Li Changan? Is he the one you were talking about? Yes, the girl answered hastily. She was so nervous that she almost hiccuped. She swallowed it back with great difficulty and said hastily, he looks very similar to the photo you brought, but the photo is a little blurry, so I'm not sure. It's okay. I guess this is just a pseudonym. We won't be able to find anything about it. If he's not dead when there are only 10 people left, remember to notify me first. The middle-aged man turned and left. The little girl bowed deeply and watched the middle-aged man leave. She turned around and her face suddenly changed. She hurriedly started to register on the tablet. 197 green names. More than 10 people turned red in an instant. Li Changan opened his eyes when he felt the ground touching his feet. He instinctively rolled on the ground and then chose a concrete pillar within the nearest distance to hide behind. He waited for a few seconds before looking around. All participants are randomly assigned to a designated range. The size of the range is related to the total size of the trial field, which means that it is possible that several people will land in the same place. He was lucky this time. There was no one around. At least he couldn't see anyone within the range of his naked eyes. However, he had to be careful to avoid the perception ability, and he couldn't stay in the same place for long. Is the location this time a city? After looking around for a while, Li Changan was sure that he was not in a pile of ruins, but the ruins of an entire city. A little further away, there were still some buildings that had not completely collapsed, like a metropolis after a war, but the vegetation covering the buildings told him that this place had been destroyed a long time ago. The city is great. Li Changan walked into the shadow happily. The city means there is water and food. Of course, most of the food is bound to be expired, but at least it is easy to find food. At worst, you can eat leaves. His footsteps made no sound, and every muscle in his body was as nimble and strange as a cat. All the people were gathered in an area, so he didn't need to think about escaping. As long as he could avoid the first wave of battle, the others would naturally leave the area. This is what is meant by the darkest place under the lamp. After just a few steps, Li Changan stopped with a strange look on his face, looking at the corner ahead and talking to himself. There should be a deli on the right ahead. After taking 2 steps, there is a stone tablet left before the end of the world. There's a road on the left and a residential area on the other side of the road. After muttering to himself with a serious expression, Changan looked around the corner and suddenly froze in place. It was not that he could predict the future, but to be more precise, he had been here before. Not only have I been here, but I have lived here for 20 years. This is Dongzhou North City. Chapter 12. Crisis Everywhere. How could it be North City? Looking around, Changan couldn't deceive himself. Even though most places had become ruins, the sense of familiarity could not be concealed. That should be a stationery store, a welfare store under the jurisdiction of the empire, providing free stationery. Changan stood in front of the collapsed store, raised his hand to brush away the dust on the sign, and frowned. The sign said grocery store, which was a little different from what I remembered. Looking more closely, I saw many subtle differences around it. I understand. This is... With a sense of alarm suddenly emerging, Changan jumped up without any delay. An arrow pierced his calf. The enemy is far away, and the arrows are coming from the south. He made a quick judgment and rushed into the half-collapsed shop without stopping. He lifted a huge stone slab with both hands to support the door and shrank into the corner. While thinking about a way out, Changan pulled out a bundle of bandages from the side of his backpack, tore off a long strip, and tied it tightly near the knee to stop the bleeding. He grabbed both sides of the arrow shaft that was sticking out of his calf with both hands, and with a little force broke the arrow shaft, leaving only half of the arrow shaft still buried in the calf. Only in this way can the movement not be hindered, and the pain can be completely bearable. A long-range sniping type ability that uses bows and arrows instead of firearms, which means it is most likely bow/crossbow mastery, within weapon mastery, and it is most likely not a perception-related ability. Changan immediately made a judgment. He pushed open the small door of the store, left from the back, and entered the dark alley behind the store. After taking 2 more steps, he found a sewer entrance based on his memory and confirmed that there was no blood dripping on the road before opening the manhole cover. After entering the sewer, I still didn't forget to close the lid. 700 meters away, a young girl waited for a moment, but still did not see the target coming out of the ruins, so she could only helplessly put the arrow back into the quiver. The first target is so difficult to deal with. Could it be that the others are the same as him? I really didn't bring enough arrows. Changan stuck to the wall of the sewer, moving forward silently and at high speed, and only stopped after turning 7 corners. Based on past experience, the other party would lose him after 4 forks in the road, so he was safe for the time being. What bad luck. He's another guy who has plenty of money, and it's not a perception-related ability to detect distances of several hundred meters. It can only be a single soldier auxiliary aiming device. The cheapest one costs at least 600,000 yuan. Changan sighed enviously. After resting for only 2 minutes, Changan took out a palm-sized dagger, burned it with a lighter for a while as a disinfectant, then cut open his calf and pulled out the arrow shaft with 2 fingers. His skill in suturing and applying medicine is no less than that of a surgeon. A long illness makes a good doctor, and a long injury makes a good shoemaker. Well, let's not do too much this time and just hide down there. This injury will still affect our movements. Changan leaned against the wall to take a short rest and suddenly realized that there was no stench of sewer around him. Then he remembered his reasoning that was interrupted when he was on the ground. By the way, this should still be North City, but it was destroyed in the disaster. When Changan was sure that the ground was different from his memory, he had this idea. The current North City was rebuilt after the apocalypse, and some changes were made based on the original Old City, which made Changan feel both familiar and unfamiliar. Parallel space. Changan, who had received some education, thought of these 4 words. The real space that the trial sent them to might be the long-discussed parallel space, where the apocalypse destroyed the entire world instead of leaving only some humans behind. This is why we can see the grocery store that should have been destroyed long ago. As a result, the sewer no longer has the original stench, and some facilities are still in operation. Now there is no sewage or filth in the sewer, but clean water instead. Changan's heart was burning with excitement, as if he had discovered some big secret, but a few seconds later a basin of cold water was poured on him. Why think about those things? I'm here to take part in the trial. We can't stay here for long. It's time to change places. Changan stood up. His calves were numb and itchy, which was proof that the wound was healing. In fact, he was right to call himself an enhancement superpower, but it was not a strength enhancement, but a full-body enhancement. It also includes self-healing ability, and this injury can be recovered in about half a day. As a human being born after the apocalypse, Changan didn't know much about the world before the apocalypse. All he knew came from new textbooks. However, in one trial, a dying participant said a few words to him. Everything you know is false. Okay, no matter whether it is true or false, no matter what the past was like, at least I know that the thing in front of me that is more than 2 meters long is a rat. A pointed-headed rat over 2 meters long strode over from the corner, as leisurely as a duck. It was nearly as tall as an adult's chest, with extremely sturdy limbs and sharp claws that shone with a cold light. Definitely bad luck. Shaking his head, Changan took the initiative to attack. He took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to punch the rat's eyes. When their bodies are equal in size, most creatures are stronger than humans, not to mention the terrifying rats. At the critical moment, the mouse calmly dodged, and even a hint of human disdain could be seen in its eyes. Its tail, which was as long as its body, pierced towards it like a steel whip, with a sharp sound that cut through the air. Although the tail was attacking from behind, Changan seemed to be able to see it. He lowered his shoulders and raised his knees as the tail brushed past his shoulders. The place was small and cramped, and the rat's sharp claws pierced through the concrete wall and moved upwards to avoid it. This was where biological instinct and human intelligence diverged. It should have been a knee strike, but Changan twisted his waist and turned the knee strike into a spring kick, like a battle axe. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and a large part of the mouse's skull was dented. Despite this, it still had the strength to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late to think about escaping at this moment, not to mention that a place like the sewer was not suitable for turning around. If it wanted to leave, it could only rush forward, but Changan kept pace with it and cut the mouse's cervical vertebrae with a palm before it could jump out a few meters. The mouse's body twitched and it fell down limply, but the spirituality in its eyes had not yet faded. It's really troublesome. If you didn't resist, I could have let you die more easily, and there wouldn't be blood everywhere now. Changan sighed. Blood means evaporation, and the smell will spread everywhere. Someone will always smell something wrong. What's more, it is difficult to remain silent as long as there is a fight. The hearing of people with special abilities is stronger than that of ordinary people, just to different degrees. The originally safe sewers have become dangerous. God knows how many such rats are in the dark. After rubbing it on the mouse's fur to pick up some of the scent, Changan took out a dagger and cut open the mouse's back hair, took out the tenderloin, washed it in the clean water beside, and ate it all in big mouthfuls. Making a fire and grilling meat is the stupidest thing to do. The smoke and the smell will be his fatal omissions. It's a pity that he forgot to bring salt this time. The blood-stained fur in my hand cannot be thrown away. I have to carry it all the way. After walking a few hundred meters, I find a fork in the road and throw it into the water to confuse people. Then I have to return to the ground. May the God, who I don't know whether he exists or not, protect me and prevent me from being ambushed. After praying casually for a few words, Changan pushed open the manhole cover above his head. Chapter 13. Everyone is prey. The wind blew past, bringing up a handful of yellow sand. The woman walking among the steel ruins was like a flower born after destruction, brilliant and dazzling in this deserted and broken city, yet also out of place. Strolling elegantly and calmly in the street, the woman held her sword in one hand and brushed the ruins around her with the other. In her eyes, everything here was the sediment of history, and the world should be like this. The woman stopped, and there was a sign one step in front of her. The dust on the sign had been wiped off by someone's hand, and the lines of the palm could still be vaguely seen. Taking a step forward, the woman noticed a few drops of relatively fresh red blood and turned to look to the south. He was hit in the calf by an arrow, and then he entered the store. The woman muttered to herself, pushing away the large rock blocking the store entrance and standing where Changan had originally hidden. He bandaged the wound and broke the arrow here. He treated the injury very calmly and analyzed the opponent's position and possible capabilities. The woman looked at the small door on the other side. If Changan were here, he would be able to see that every step the woman took was in the same place he had walked before. Standing next to the manhole cover, the woman hesitated. After a moment, the woman shook her head and said, "No, it's too dirty down there. Let's just let this guy go." The woman turned and left without any reluctance, her steps light, as if she was hunting, or more like picking flowers. Wow, maybe God really exists. Changan shrugged. He had just left the sewer, and there was a supermarket in front of him. If it is just expired food, it usually won't harm a person with superpowers, let alone a person without superpowers like Changan who has excellent physical conditions. But what made Changan happiest was not food and water, but time. The time on the food packaging can be used to infer the time of destruction, and by the way, you can also... No, I'm here for a trial. Control your curiosity. Grab some water and leave. Li Changan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and walked into the supermarket carefully. First, take some water. Distilled water? What is this? Isn't it sterile water? Forget it. Take some kin food. Braised pork. Kin food. Was the food of humans before the apocalypse so good? Even during the shopping process, Li Changan was not careless and still did not make any sound. The small backpack could not hold too many things, so he tried his best to select the usable ones. But many things here had become extinct in the current world, so he needed some time to select. Holding my beloved little donkey. Gently peel off its skin. It's white, tender, and has a slight fragrance. Someone walked into the supermarket humming a song and seemed to be dragging something heavy. The sound of cloth rubbing against the ground could be heard. Li Changan lay down on the ground like a spider, crawling silently on the ground, listening to the changing direction of the sound. He climbed up the wall from a place out of the other party's sight and hid in the crisscrossing iron pipes on the ceiling. The voice sounded like that of a young boy, but it was not Wenanren. Li Changan couldn't look directly at the person for fear of being noticed by the other party, so he could only glance at him out of the corner of his eye. Strange, it seems like someone looked at me. The innocent boy's voice came from the mouth of a hideous-looking dwarf, about 1.3 meters tall, with crisscrossing scars on his face, and only the positions of his facial features could be barely seen. The dwarf was dragging an unconscious girl in his hands. He looked around but didn't notice anyone, so he thought it was an illusion. This had happened more than once or twice. The perception is very sharp, but it can be ruled out that it is a perception-related ability. Li Changan turned sideways and completely hid behind the steel pipe. The other party happened to be a dwarf, so it was even more difficult for him to be seen. I saw these two people in the hall at that time. The dwarf was wearing a mask and the girl was reading a book. She looked quite quiet. I really don't know why such people would come to participate in the trial. Are you playing house here? The dwarf hummed a song and dragged the girl to the side of the kitchen cabinet. The kitchen utensils on it were made of stainless steel and were in a nearly sealed condition. There was no rust, and they were still completely new. Wake up. The dwarf woke the girl up with a smile. The girl who had just woken up twisted her body in panic, but unfortunately her hands, feet, and mouth were tied up. The dwarf grinned, and this time you could tell he was laughing. I wanted to untie you, but I was afraid you would scream too loudly and attract others, so I have to put up with it. You don't have to think about asking for help. This is a trial. If I kill you, I'll give you 1 point. Who do you think will let you go? Just be patient. At least I will leave you a clean body. I don't know if you are still clean. I will see for myself later. After saying that, the dwarf chose among the kitchen utensils and finally picked out a boning knife. He opened the package, weighed it in his hand, and grinned with a satisfied smile. Okay, let's start now. Life is painful. I will help you shorten this pain. You don't have to thank me, but you have to feel it well. The knife came down and cut into the girl's knee. She didn't even have time to think before she felt extreme pain. Her screams of pain were blocked by the rag in her mouth. All she could hear was her rapid breathing and a rolling pain in her throat. The knife was stuck in the bone. The dwarf stepped on the girl's calf with 1 foot and tried to pry the knife apart. Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as he pulled out the knife, it fell heavily again, and the girl's calf was separated from her body. At this moment, the girl still hadn't given up hope of survival. Perhaps she wanted to die quickly, so she struggled to move her body and crawl forward. The dwarf held a knife and followed the girl on his short legs. He was enjoying everything, the warm blood on his face and his fellow creatures crawling and fleeing in front of him. The only pity was that he couldn't hear the wailing. A long bloodstain was left on the ground. The thick blood quickly coagulated after coming into contact with the air, and a layer of substance like milk skin appeared on the surface. The dwarf raised his deformed fingers, 5, 4, 3, and when the last number fell, he raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand again. The girl's face was pale. The sudden pain made her arch her body. The next moment she crawled forward even faster, but she had lost her legs. No matter how she struggled, it was in vain. When you die, I will wash your body with clean water. Don't worry, there won't be any blood left. I know you hate me, so I will take your eyeballs. You can look at me forever, just like now. The dwarf took out a sharp knife and stabbed it into the girl's back. The sharp knife cut through the skin, revealing the spine underneath. Right now, Li Changan flipped over and jumped down, twisting his waist and hips in the air. Unfortunately, the dwarf was too short, so his kick deviated slightly and finally only hit the dwarf's shoulder. Despite this, the short body still flew out like a cannonball, knocking down 7 or 8 shelves, and only a muffled groan was heard until it landed on the ground. What a pity, I didn't kick the head. Li Changan shook his head helplessly. This kick only broke the dwarf's shoulder. If you miss the first strike, start wandering away. Hee hee hee. A joyful laugh came from the shelf. The dwarf pushed away the messy groceries on his body and stood up with difficulty, with one arm hanging by his side. Do you know why this woman didn't resist? Even the lowest level of psychics should have some ability to resist, right? Because I am the protagonist of this world, I can control all supernatural powers. Restraining all supernatural powers? Li Changan was shocked. You are the protagonist of the world, then what am I? Chapter 14. Survive. The dwarf coughed and spat out some blood, but he swallowed it back before he could spit out the blood in his throat. He then walked towards Li Changan step by step. No matter how gifted you are, if you touch me, you will lose everything you have. You're going to start feeling weak now. The supernatural power that I am so proud of can no longer be used. Soon you'll be like the pigs on the ground. Save the damsel in distress for your next life. Li Changan clapped his hands and said with a smile, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. He lowered his head and their eyes met. The girl hid behind Li Changan, clinging to his heels, tears streaming down her cheeks, hope shining in her eyes. She was expecting that Li Changan would be her savior, but she was also afraid that Li Changan would become like her in the end. Don't cry, don't cry. It's okay. You won't be in pain anymore. Li Changan squatted down, held the girl's cheeks with both hands, and gently twisted her neck. The dwarf stopped and looked at all this in surprise. Not only did Li Changan not show the panic he expected, he even had the energy to snatch away the points. Wasn't this guy here to save the damsel in distress? Thank you for giving me 1 point. No, it should be 2 points. Li Changan bent down, stomped his feet on the ground, and shot forward like a bullet. The dwarf wanted to dodge sideways, but he was not prepared for the attack and was too slow. He was hit hard in the abdomen and flew more than half a meter into the air. Not only did his internal organs become shattered, but even his lumbar spine was cracking under the heavy weight. How is it possible? Shouldn't your superpowers be sealed? The blood could no longer be swallowed back. The dwarf vomited blood, staring at Li Changan's face with a pale face. He wanted to see panic. He wanted to see the weakness behind the show of strength, and he wanted to see his own hope of survival. Li Changan tilted his head, grabbed the dwarf's calf, and slammed the 1.3-meter tall body to the ground. With a loud bang, the floor tiles shattered and flew everywhere, and the dwarf's body was also shattered. After making sure that the dwarf could not die anymore, Li Changan smiled and said, I'm sorry, I don't have any special powers. However, what a scary guy. No matter whether it is temporary or permanent, the dwarf's supernatural power is at the strategic weapon level. What a pity. Li Changan smiled and bent down to search the dwarf's body for his spoils. It took 10 seconds to search one person. Half a minute later, Li Changan's figure flashed at the door of the supermarket and then disappeared again. As long as they are not aware of the dwarf's special abilities, most people probably cannot avoid contact with him. After all, Li Changan's attack was also through clothes, but the dwarf still thought it would be effective, which shows that contact means literally, and it does not necessarily require a collision of flesh and flesh. If the weapon is long enough, it might be useful. Half a minute after Li Changan left, 3 psychics appeared at the entrance of the supermarket and entered the supermarket from 3 different directions. After a moment, one of them launched a sneak attack, and 2 of them fought together, while the remaining one continued to track Li Changan in the direction he left. No wonder some people say it's a new world. There are so many weird superpowers. The red-haired, blue-eyed boy stood beside the dwarf's body, with electricity running through his fingertips. As he flicked his finger, the silver-white electricity fell on the dwarf's body. He even didn't let go of the girl's body. What a scumbag. The young man walked out with his hands behind his back, as if the melee outside the door, where more and more people were participating, had nothing to do with him, leaving only 2 charred corpses behind him. Li Changan was like a monkey, nimbly climbing through the forest of steel and concrete. In just a few minutes, he had moved several kilometers away from the crime scene and landed without a breath. What a pity. They are all unarmed guys. Li Changan shook his head. In this era, a good weapon is more important than anything else, but not everyone can afford it. The girl was probably a pauper, but the dwarf was ruthless and a bit perverted. Theoretically, he shouldn't be poor. He probably saved all his money, otherwise he shouldn't be unarmed. Li Changan himself has no special abilities, and his fighting style is close combat. If he encounters some opponents who use long-range sniping, he will be at a real disadvantage. He should be thankful that this time the battlefield is in the city, where there are many places to hide. However, most psychics will choose to be killed by long-range sniping. A high-quality sniper rifle plus long-term training is enough to deal with most psychics. After all, except for the enhanced system, the bodies of most psychics still cannot withstand a single bullet. Either 2 shots, caliber can determine justice. Especially those with perception abilities, there is nowhere to hide under their guns. There are many ways to deal with bullets. For example, after reaching Class A, Elemental System, psychics can temporarily transform their bodies into elements they control. Bullets cannot kill flames. This method consumes a lot of energy and cannot be fully activated. Therefore, the strength of an A-class Elemental System depends on his application of this method. A level, hardened, psychic, able to withstand 20mm anti-material sniper rifles at a certain distance. Seek good fortune and avoid disaster. It is basically impossible to hit the psychic, but a shotgun blast at the face may be enough to hit it. Changan was unable to resist. He could only dodge the slingshot less than 10mm from 2 meters away. A loud noise was heard in the distance. Changan's hair stood on end, and he quickly ran in the opposite direction. The noise came from an anti-material sniper rifle, about 1,200 meters away. His position should also be within the opponent's killing range. No wonder there was no sound in that area just now. This is a restricted area. Shaking his head, Changan began to descend and pass through the tall buildings. Only narrow places are his battlefields. In other situations, he only has to consider how to escape. The sky gradually darkened, the sun had set, the city had long lost electricity, night fell, and there was only endless darkness all around. Under the bright moonlight, you can still vaguely see the direction of the road. In a completely collapsed building, Changan huddled in the ruins, his body covered with rubble, steel bars, and concrete. Even his heartbeat slowed down. Even if someone stepped over him, they would not notice his existence. Except for those with perception abilities, those with perception abilities are the nightmare of all assassins. I see you, come out. Someone approached with a teasing smile. Changan didn't move. After pausing for a moment and not getting the expected picture, the man said again, I really saw you. Don't hide. Changan still didn't move. All right, if you don't come out, I'm going to drag you out. The man pretended to take action, but after a while there was still no movement. After waiting for a long time, I heard someone squatting in front of Changan and muttering to himself, that's not right. He clearly came here. How could he disappear? Take action? No, the atmosphere is wrong. Changan, who had just opened his eyes, closed them again. There seemed to be a flash of cold light, followed by the sound of a body falling. Blood seeped into the ground through the cracks, dripped onto Changan's face bit by bit, and then slid down his cheek. There was a sound of clothes rubbing against each other overhead, and soon someone was walking away on the gravel above Changan's head. Changan kept his eyes closed. Chapter 15. Make a prompt decision, wrong. Although Changan always jokingly called Jiang Shuibu's shop a stall, it was actually a fairly large pub. Despite the high prices of the drinks, there was never a shortage of generous customers. After all, this was considered the safest place in North City. There was a sign on the wall of the pub saying no shouting, no fighting, and no one dared to disobey it. After all, this was once the largest gang in North City, but overnight, it was wiped out because of those 3 people. Now one of the 3 has gone to the trial, and the remaining 2 are sitting face to face. They don't look like friends, but rather enemies. How dare you come here to drink free wine? Jiang Shuibu rolled his eyes, leaned lazily on the back of the chair, and swayed with his legs crossed. Brother Lin opposite was still that decadent old man. He shook the bottle of wine in his hand and looked at Wu Luyin, who was busy behind the counter. Jiang Shuibu knocked on the table unhappily. The little girl picked up in Changan? If you don't know how to teach her, just give it to me. As soon as Brother Lin opened his mouth, Jiang Shuibu couldn't help but get angry. You said I can't teach? Jiang Shuibu leaned on the table with a cold look. Brother Lin nodded calmly. With your temper, I'm afraid you'll mislead the young people. It was you who taught Changan how to get along with others. What was the result? When this matter was mentioned, Jiang Shuibu's arrogance suddenly disappeared. He lowered his head and was unable to speak. He still muttered unconvincedly, You always use this to criticize me. You are such a boring guy. If you hadn't killed the other gang's leader, would Changan have sneaked into the other gang and killed everyone? It's also my fault that I believed too much that you could really teach him how to get along with others. That's why now, apart from you and me, when he sees other strangers, He will only choose to kill or leave them alone. He doesn't know how to make friends at all. Brother Lin was still talking relentlessly. He was also very angry. Stop scolding me. Stop scolding me. I know I was wrong. Am I not trying to make up for it now? Besides, there is no problem with this. You know that people's hearts are treacherous. Jiang Shuibu's defense was pale and powerless. After a long time, Brother Lin sighed. When the three of us met, he had just finished the third trial. Now it's the 8th time. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Don't reminisce about the past all of a sudden. This is not a good sign. It's already unlucky that I opened my shop in a place where so many people died. You'd better stop being such a pessimist. After pouring a glass of wine into Brother Lin's mouth, Jiang Shuibu pretended to get up and leave. Brother Lin stood up first, pushed Jiang Shuibu back, and shook his head, saying, I'm not kidding you. I plan to go back. I don't agree. Jiang Shuibu interrupted bluntly, Don't say anything. Let's wait until Changan comes back. He's not here, and I won't agree to anything you say. You little brat, am I asking for your opinion? No matter what, I want to go back and take another look. Just consider today as my farewell. Patting Jiang Shuibu's shoulder, Brother Lin lit a cigarette and walked out the door. Brother Lin didn't even turn his head. At least leave the cup to me. When the daylight slightly brightened, Li Changan pushed aside the rubble and climbed out. Next to him was a headless corpse. The head was 10 steps away, with a face full of shock and a footprint. You dare to talk in the middle of the night. You are really not afraid of death. Li Changan shook his head and searched the corpse, only to find an empty water bottle. He estimated that the murderer had already searched it. After eating a few military pills, Li Changan was about to leave. But suddenly he stopped and took out a bronze sparrow from his arms. The sparrow's tail was trembling slightly. He flicked the sparrow's tail gently, and the sound of Jiang Shuibu came out from the sparrow's beak. Calling Changan, can you hear me? I can hear it. Li Changan lowered his voice and smiled slightly. This thing is really useful. The trial center is isolated from the outside world, and no message can be transmitted by any means. This bronze sparrow is the only effective means known to Li Changan. Of course, this bronze sparrow, which cost him all his savings, has more than just the function of transmitting sound. I'm glad to hear that. Brother Lin is planning to go home. You should know about his situation, right? I can't stop him now. How long will it take for you to get out? Can you hurry up a bit? Brother Lin wants to go home? Crazy again. Li Changan frowned. I'll do it as soon as possible. There are nearly 200 people this time, and there are a few tough guys. You should find a way to delay them first. Okay, then hurry up. Li Changan put away the bronze sparrow, stretched his body to stretch his muscles, and his whole body made a sound like frying beans. There was no other way but to speed up. This time, he had to take the initiative. This was the first time that Li Changan was so anxious to get out. Walking through the concrete jungle, Li Changan concentrated on listening for any suspicious sounds. Li Changan twisted his waist and rushed towards the north without any pause. Just now, a sound of breaking through the air was heard over there, which sounded like the sound of an arrowhead. If there were no other people holding bows in this trial center, then we would be in trouble. Li Changan inserted his hands into the concrete wall and climbed up. He lay on the roof like a dog or a mouse, slightly raising his head and wrinkling his nose to sniff the air. Perhaps there is really no other psychic who is more sensitive to the smell of blood than him. Jiang Shuibu once joked that Li Changan is a psychic with blood mastery. Li Changan shook his head. There was no smell of blood nearby, at least not within 500 meters. The smell of blood became extremely weak beyond 500 meters and was easily mixed with other smells. Just as he was about to get up, Li Changan suddenly rolled on the ground, and the place where he was lying was smashed to pieces by the huge force. We found a little mouse. A rough male voice came from under our feet. Li Changan swept his leg and kicked the rubble around him into the hole in the ground. Then he fell backwards to the ground and punched the ground twice in a row. The already broken ground was supported by the solid cement and steel bars, and after his 2 punches, the ground was completely cracked. A burning sensation of flames, a sea level or higher, flame control, psychic. In just a short moment, Li Changan made a judgment that only sea level or higher flame psychics could compress and explode flames. As long as the above 2 words are present, common sense would indicate that one level should be raised, which means that the opponent this time is probably an A-level psychic. Wanna run? The man below opened his mouth, accompanied by surging red flames. Li Changan raised his foot and stomped hard. The ground collapsed, and all the rocks fell down, suppressing the flames. Letting the stones hit him, Li Changan lowered his body and rushed towards the source of the sound. There was a raging flame in front of him, and the violent heat pushed away the small stones, but he could only rely on himself to avoid the big stones. Hee hee. A man sneered in the chaos, trying to sneak attack me. As he was avoiding the boulder, Changan saw a fist wrapped in flames coming towards him. He bent his knees and knelt down quickly. The flames brushed past his scalp, bringing with it the stench of burnt hair. The man obviously did not expect Changan to avoid it by kneeling, and he let Changan get close to him before he could react. But in an instant, the orange-red flames covered his entire body. If you want to get close to me, I'll burn you to death first. As soon as the thought came to the man's mind, he saw Changan, who was kneeling, rush forward and hugged his legs, and then he lost his balance and fell backwards. Is this kid not afraid of death? With a quick glance, the man saw Changan's burning sleeves and his burned arms, which showed signs of scorching. Changan knocked the man down and raised his hand. Make a prompt decision. Chapter 16. Within 2 steps. The flames climbed up his arms, and Changan could clearly feel the drying and regeneration of his muscles. The man in front of him was in his early 30s. At this moment, he had his hands covered, and his expression was distorted with pain. The scream of pain just now should have attracted other people's attention, not to mention that there were already people fighting here, and there were only 2 minutes left at most. Thinking would not stop Changan. Shaking off the blurred blood and flesh on his hands, which came from the important parts of the man's body, Changan leaned over and rushed forward again, almost sticking to the ground, using his hands and feet like a wild beast. I'm going to kill you. The man roared and waved his hand in front of him. The flames formed a wall of flames 2 steps in front of him, and he quickly retreated and stuck to the wall. Those who dare to enter the trial either have enough confidence in their own strength or are ready to fight to the death. Few people regard this place as a good place to commit suicide. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw Changan approaching from the left. The man quickly moved to hide in the flames. Then he clenched his fist, and his left shoulder and upper body were wrapped in flames. Elementalization is the strongest means of self-preservation for elemental ability users after they reach A level. By transforming the body into the element that they control, they can offset all tangible attacks. Although he couldn't tell what abilities his opponent had, the man knew that an opponent who preferred to trade injuries for injuries probably had abilities that were not suitable for the current battle. However, after a few seconds, Changan did not appear as the man expected, and the flames were still burning. If this continued, he might be the first to lose his combat effectiveness. The extraordinary defensive power of elementization also represented a huge consumption. Where is the person? Did he escape? The man kept turning his head to look around, but unfortunately, because of the flame wall, his vision was blocked and he couldn't keep an eye on Changan all the time. When the man finally realized that something was wrong, a strong wind was already blowing above his head. He didn't have time to look up and instinctively shifted the elementalization area to the top of his head. There was a crisp sound. That was the sound of the elbow hitting the skull. In such a hurry, the skull's elementalization was only half completed, and the elbow only needed to slightly change direction. There were stars flashing in front of his eyes. The screen was spinning. He couldn't see anything clearly, and even his body's reactions became sluggish. But he was an A-level psychic after all, and he instinctively poured all his strength into the explosion, and flames exploded outward from his chest. In this walled space, the power of the explosion was released to the maximum. With a loud boom, endless flames filled the entire space. The huge impact force destroyed the surrounding walls, and the already precarious building began to collapse, with rubble flying and dust filling the sky. The man curled up into a ball with his hands on his head, closed his eyes and felt himself buried by various heavy objects. Until the vibration stopped, he waved his hand and used the thrust of flames to push away all the heavy objects on his body. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth and forehead, the seriously injured man managed to stand up and said, "That guy should be dead. It's a big loss. We have to hurry. I've been waiting for you." The voice ringing in my ears was like a life-threatening alarm clock. Crack. The neck was twisted 180 degrees, and he saw the young man behind him. His smile was extremely hateful. Changan took off the man's coat and wrapped it around himself. Without any hesitation, he jumped down from the ruins of more than 10 meters and landed on the roof of the building next to him. He rolled on the spot to relieve the force, and then moved several times and completely disappeared from this place. In a different location of the same sewer, Changan squatted in the corner and washed the wounds on his body. Both hands were severely burned from the fingertips to half of the upper arms. The original skin had long turned to charcoal, which he tore off and threw aside, and sprayed with skin-like foam. This is a new product put into civilian use after the advancement of imperial medical technology. It is suitable for all skin symptoms. It solidifies within a few seconds after being sprayed on, and is used to replace the skin and prevent muscles and blood vessels from being exposed to the air. The ingredients contained in it will stimulate the growth of new skin. The trouble was that the left side of his jaw was also burned, so much so that water would spill when he drank it. It's a bit of a loss. That guy hid all the supplies somewhere else. We got nothing after killing him. Sighing, Li Changan felt the air flowing out from his broken cheek and couldn't help but smile again. Tap, 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 tap. In the darkness, the sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer. Li Changan stood up. Even though he knew who the visitor was, he still couldn't let his guard down. There were very few people he could trust. Don't be so wary of me. It took me a lot of effort to find you. An oil lamp lit up in the darkness, illuminating Wen Anren's young face. Li Changan responded with a cold smile. Wen Anren may not mind Li Changan's indifference, but she cannot ignore his vigilance. Wen Anren, who grew up in the lower class, knows better that every wild beast has its own safe range. Once you step into it, it will probably be a fight to the death. Stopping 2 meters away from Li Changan, this was the best distance chosen for him by Wen Anren's supernatural power. What are you doing here? Li Changan finally spoke. I thought you had broken your vocal cords just now. Wen Anren smiled slightly, took out a bottle of spray from his pocket and threw it over. This is the military's skin-like foam, which is more useful than the one in your hand. The spray was brand new and in a sealed package. Li Changan took a look at it, but did not pick it up immediately. Please, there's no need for me to lie to you. Wen Anren took 2 steps back and raised his hands to indicate that he had no intention of launching a sneak attack. After a slight hesitation, Li Changan bent down to pick up the spray, frowned and said, Don't come within 2 steps of me. Thank you. I will always remember this advice. Wen Anren nodded, very satisfied that he finally gained a little trust. It was not until Li Changan finished spraying the foam that Wen Anren spoke again. How many points did you get? 3 points. I met a person with the ability of fire control, which delayed me a lot of time. Li Changan did not lie, nor was there any need to. 3 points could gain the other party's trust and would not cause any hostility. Wen Anren nodded and said, I saw it. That A-level, flame control. I didn't expect you to be able to kill him. I'm really curious about what kind of supernatural power you have. How many points did you get? Not wanting to waste time on this topic, Li Changan changed the subject. 17 points. Wen Anren shrugged. You also know my special abilities. I can defeat everyone I meet, but starting from today, the routes I can choose will become much fewer. A lot less? Li Changan frowned imperceptibly, and then quickly returned to his indifference as if nothing had happened. You don't have to pretend. You must have thought of it, right? Wen Anren moved a little closer and lowered his voice. I checked the previous data. The speed at which the participants died this time was too fast. It was a bit abnormal. I'm afraid that both you and I have become someone's prey. Chapter 17 I split. Hunter? Prey? Everyone here has these 2 identities, but if one person's strength is too outstanding, Li Changan shook his head and said, Not necessarily. The first day is nothing. The city is only so big, and many people will be cleared out on the first day. Those who are weak, have little combat experience, or have not positioned themselves clearly and plan to grab points on the first day will all die in a very short time, just like you have already scored 17 points. If I remember correctly, there are 197 participants this time. You and I together account for 1/10 of the score. Wen Anren suddenly showed a strange smile and looked Li Changan up and down. You can't tell so many things? Don't be angry. I'm serious. Do you remember the guy with the highest winning rate in the information? The one named Charles. Just entered the scene yesterday, and one of his thunderstorms claimed at least 20 lives, covering an area of at least 500 meters. Huh. Li Changan exhaled and looked down at the ground. Do you feel a little numb? I feel it, but it doesn't matter. Wen Anren spread his hands. My ability tells me that I'm safe now, so I shouldn't move. Okay, but I want to go up and take a look. I hope that in the end it will be just you and me. Li Changan stood up, turned around and left with his small backpack. What a pity. Wen Anren shook his head, and his expression suddenly changed. No, it's not that this place is safe. The safe place is moving with him? Is it safe around him? Could it be that his special ability is rubber, which can be used for insulation? There is an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. In order to avoid the danger above his head, Li Changan took a few more steps and went out from another street. When he was bandaging the wound just now, he had already discovered that there were signs of people passing through the sewer. Now even the sewer is no longer safe. The supernatural power can be enhanced by the environment, such as mastery of water element, by rivers and lakes, and the sewer will also be the home ground for some people. There was still no sign of life around. Li Changan put away the manhole cover and walked carefully along the gap between the tall buildings. This time, you don't have to climb high to see the silver-white lightning in the sky not far away, which is still shining brightly in the blue sky. The young man floating in the air was like the god of thunder, standing under the sky bathed in lightning, with nothingness beneath his feet. Is it magnetism? This guy seems to have some magic. Li Changan frowned and stepped back. It was heard that when the ability of mastery of thunder element is improved to a certain level, one can sense the magnetic field. But it's a bit unscientific to make yourself fly. Metal clothes and shoes? Li Changan had no intention of taking action, as that would mean committing suicide. He just wanted to witness this level of battle with his own eyes so as to prepare for possible pursuit in the future. After taking a few glances, Li Changan had a rough idea of the opponent's fighting power in his mind. He multiplied this number by 3 before turning around and leaving. I don't know who Charles's opponent is, but I guess he has no chance of survival. The buildings are Li Changan's best hunting grounds. The intricate places make it convenient for him to get close to his opponents. Now he just hopes that Charles can attract more guys who don't know how to live or die. There must be a lot of guys who want to launch a sneak attack. Perhaps this trial would end quickly without him having to think of a solution. The collapse of a 3-story building in front of him caused Li Changan to stop. Seeing the dust filling the sky, Li Changan quickly retreated and hid himself behind the collapsed wall. He used the gap to check the situation ahead, hoping there might be a chance to pick up someone's head. A woman fell out of the dust, rolled twice on the ground, and landed on the street not far from Li Changan. She had pink hair, and her tight sportswear was torn in many places and stained with blood. Pink hair? I've seen her. Li Changan smiled. She's a cute girl and a little fierce. If she died in my hands, would she scold me? I'm really curious. Following closely behind the woman, a green figure rushed out. It was obviously a man. He was wearing a green tights and had a slender body, like an aloe vera spirit. Don't run. The man was obviously not in a hurry to kill, and he approached step by step with a dagger in hand. My special ability is poison. As long as you are injured, you can't escape. Give up. Really don't know how to live or die. Don't you see the Thunder King showing off his power over there? Li Changan shook his head. He also planned to leave. If he delayed any longer, it would attract Charles's attention. Maybe there would be another thunderstorm. But before leaving, Li Changan took a quick glance and decided to stay for the time being. It was not that he had any intention of being a hero and saving the beauty, but he just noticed that the pink-haired girl secretly grasped a handful of sand with her right hand while supporting herself on the ground. Just as Li Changan expected, when the aloe man took 2 steps closer, the pink-haired woman suddenly threw out the sand in her hand, and then rushed towards the building where Li Changan was without hesitation. Caught off guard, the aloe vera man was hit in the face by the sand, and his eyes were immediately blinded. Even though he rubbed his eyes quickly and chased after the woman, he was still a few steps slower than the woman. Watching the woman rush into the building, he cursed angrily, jumped several meters high and rushed upstairs. The pink-haired woman was injured and had difficulty moving. There were obstacles when she went downstairs, but the rooftop was empty. As long as she was not afraid of heights, this arc would be faster. While he was thinking about how to torture this woman later, the aloe man suddenly paused and looked down at the arms sticking out of his chest. Fearing that the aloe vera man would not die quickly enough, Li Changan punched him again, piercing his chest with both fists and then tearing it outwards with force. The force was a little insufficient, and it didn't tear the body in half, but it still tore a big hole in the chest, and the internal organs fell to the ground. I was planning to leave. Li Changan squatted down helplessly, first picked up the aloe man's dagger, then put on a conspicuous small bag on his waist, turned over and jumped down the stairs. There is still one point that will move, so we can't fall behind. As soon as he stood still, Li Changan bumped into the pink-haired woman downstairs and was about to fight. It's you. The pink-haired woman recognized Li Changan's identity, looked up again, and immediately understood. She said softly, "Thank you." Li Changan smiled and shook his head. "You're welcome. I know, you were just passing by. You didn't come here to save me." The pink-haired woman smiled. "My name is Lin Yubai. If it weren't for you, I would have died today. But I'm poisoned now, so I can only give up." No. Actually, you don't have to give up. Li Changan took a step forward holding the dagger, his body relaxed like swaying willow catkins. But if he took another half step, he would be like a spring that was stretched and released, and killing someone would only take a moment. Lin Yubai opened his arms, took a half step forward and hugged Li Changan, smiling but choking slightly. Thank you for encouraging me, but I was wrong. I actually have no qualifications to come here. You have to stay alive. I'll wait for you outside. It's too dangerous here. I shouldn't let you protect me or hold you back. Actually, you wanted to save that sister that day, right? I'm sorry I glared at you. You really are a good person. Come on. Li Changan watched Lin Yubai dissipate into a rain of light in his arms, knowing that she had chosen to give up. He then looked at the dagger in his hand, puzzled. The judgment of the trial center is very strict. You can only choose to abstain when it is absolutely safe. You cannot abstain even if someone shows murderous intent next to you. So, why didn't I kill her? Chapter 18. Not good at fighting. Could it be that this woman's special ability is to eliminate murderous intent? The momentary confusion made Li Changan not consider moving for the time being. He squatted beside the aloe man and studied the wounds on his body. Could contact be the medium for activation? From the moment she touched me, I unconsciously forgot to kill her. It might not be that the murderous intent has been eliminated, but that I have relaxed. Li Changan stood up while muttering to himself and turned his head to look behind him. When Anren walked out from the corner and shrugged, I still feel safer staying with you. I don't know why, but I promise to leave soon. Okay, this psychic system has a special ability that can help treat mental illness and make patients let down their guard. Do you know what it's called? After estimating the distance between the two, Li Changan agreed. There is such a thing called soul soothing, which is quite rare. When Anren hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't hold back his youthful nature, and said, I don't think her ability has anything to do with soul soothing. By the way, have you ever been in contact with a girl before? Li Changan frowned and nodded. Of course I have come into contact with him. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. When Anren stopped talking, took 2 steps back and hid in the ruins. After this casual chat, Li Changan stopped worrying about it. The person had already run away, and what Anren said made sense. The thunder on the other side had not stopped yet, and the strong smell of blood had drifted through Li Changan's nostrils. He could imagine how many people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but ended up dying. That was not a battle that an ordinary psychic could intervene in. Charles was too strong, and the thunder turned the sky and the earth into a sea of thunder. But Charles's opponents are not weak either. The 100-meter-long dragon spread its wings and swooped down, its sharp claws sweeping over Charles's head again and again. But each time it was blocked by the lightning barrier. Fantasy materialization, Li Changan exclaimed. This power is known as the power with the highest upper limit, and it is also the power with the most restrictions on its use among all the current powers. To materialize imagination into reality is simply a divine ability, but the combat power of the materialized things is related to the details. Looking at the combat power of the dragon, its owner should be a guy with a rich imagination. It's a pity that he can only materialize one thing at a time, otherwise the whole world would belong to him. Well, it's none of my business. Li Changan chose to leave. When gods were fighting, anyone who dared to stop them would be defeated. From time to time, one could see someone being blown into the sky by thunder. There are too many people who don't know what's good for them. Li Changan shook his head and stopped. A woman with a sword was walking towards them from the opposite side of the street. Trouble. Li Changan turned his head and said helplessly, Do you still feel safe staying with me now? No one responded. This unreliable guy actually ran away at this time. Li Changan frowned, turned around and ran away. Can't fight. The opponent is Sansheng, a woman from Sakura City who has the second highest winning rate. She is a terrifying human being who can travel long distances in a small boat. Li Changan is even more afraid of her than the godlike Charles. Li Changan doesn't like guys who carry knives. He is good at close combat, and so is Sanjinghe. Li Changan would not waste time looking back. As long as the other party was still chasing him, the murderous intent was like a leech in his bones, and even an ordinary person could detect it. Sometimes he crawled under tall buildings like a reptile, and sometimes he climbed over the ruins of stone pillars like a monkey. Li Changan tried his best, but this time he did not step into the sewer, as it would be difficult to hide in such an open place. In most cases, the intricate sewers can easily escape pursuers, but now it is the opposite. It is so empty that any sound leakage will become clear, and the moss everywhere makes it easier to leave traces. It took a full half hour, and he had to avoid other psychics on the way. With Li Chang'an's physical strength, he was out of breath when he stopped, and a feeling of fatigue that he hadn't felt for a long time also surged into his heart. In half an hour, he had crossed 3 urban areas and it was time to leave the city. Of course you can't get out. There is a black line surrounding the city. If you step out of it, it will be considered a foul. No one knows what the consequences will be. After all, people who step out of the line will disappear forever. Huh. After exhaling the foul air in his lungs, Li Chang'an walked into a nearby convenience store that had long collapsed. He rummaged through the ruins, found 2 intact bottles of mineral water, and drank them all in one gulp. The chill of the maggot in the tarsal bone had dissipated, and Li Chang'an finally felt relieved. After all, this is North City. I don't believe anyone knows this city better than me. It's not far from the border, so I'll probably rest here today. Even though it's several kilometers away, Li Chang'an can still see the battle that hasn't stopped over there. The thunder did not dissipate, but became more intense. I wonder what the physical limits of those geniuses are. Just as he closed his eyes, Li Chang'an opened them suddenly. 200 meters away, San Zhenghe was walking slowly towards him. Are you familiar with this place? San Zhenghe's pace was not fast, neither hurried nor slow, just the same as usual. Li Chang'an stood up and did not choose to escape this time. If he could not get rid of the enemy even after crossing half the city, it meant that the enemy must have a way to pursue him. Then, we can only fight to the death. Watching Li Chang'an take 2 steps back and hide in the shadows, San Zhenghe could feel a cold murderous intent sweeping through his body, like thousands of ants flying past, making his whole body numb. I won't kill you immediately. You seem to be so familiar with this place as if you have been here before. No, it should be said that you seem to have lived here before. I am very curious about you. San Zhenghe drew his knife. There was originally a distance of less than 50 meters between the two of them. With the disappearance of Li Chang'an, the distance was rapidly closing and then rapidly receding, back and forth over and over again. A piece of rubble from the ruins shot towards Sanzheng like an arrow, but was smashed into pieces by Sanzheng the next moment. She was less than 1.7 meters tall, with an arm length of more than 65 centimeters and a blade length of about 80 centimeters, which meant that her attack range was about 150 centimeters. Li Chang'an silently estimated the distance while constantly changing his position. Just like a demon in the shadows, any hiding corner is where he can strike. Pieces of rubble came from every direction, but no stone could touch Sanzheng's body. Just as Li Chang'an estimated, every piece of gravel would be smashed into pieces when it approached Sanzheng within a distance of about 150 centimeters. Not relying on the blade, but only the tip of the blade, Sanzheng's special ability has not yet been tested, but Li Chang'an has already had a rough estimate of her swordsmanship. Are you testing my abilities? San Zhenghe suddenly spoke, his tone gentle but without any emotion. Your testing is in vain. Come out and answer a few questions for me, and I can tell you directly. Very strong. This is Li Chang'an's evaluation of Sanzheng. Very naive. This is still Li Chang'an's evaluation of San Zhenghe. This trick of deceiving people is really not very clever. The temptation is almost over. Chapter 19. But good at gambling. The number of pieces of rubble flying towards Sanzheng suddenly increased from 1 to dozens, and there were more than 10 pieces of rubble the size of a human head. Li Chang'an followed the thrown rubble and jumped down from a high place, hiding his body completely behind the rubble, like a ball with limbs, and he rarely held the dagger in his hand. This dagger, which I bought at a roadside stall for 15 yuan, is just a kitchen utensil most of the time. Now it plays the role of a murder weapon. The rubble was the same as before, and still could not get close to Sanzheng before it was shattered, and then Li Chang'an was revealed behind the rubble. Before he even handed over the dagger in his hand, Li Chang'an felt cold sweat wet his back. A premonition of death that he hadn't felt for a long time weighed on his heart. He didn't bother to attack anymore and twisted his waist at the risk of breaking his lumbar vertebrae, changing his footing. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Li Chang'an rolled on the ground without hesitation, and his ankle made a hair-raising tearing sound. San Zhenghe did not chase immediately, just as she said she did not intend to kill Li Chang'an immediately. She just casually held the knife and frowned, saying, "You are just like a beast, without any grace of a warrior, only pure hunting instinct." Li Chang'an stood up slowly. Since the other party didn't attack him immediately, there was no need for him to destroy his body any further. He should take advantage of the time when the other party was talking nonsense to recover a little. Before the blood flowed out, he knew what he had suffered at that moment, just like being scratched by a thin A4 paper. When he stood up, the wounds all over his body opened up, and the blood instantly wet his tattered clothes. The pain in his ankle was rising, and Li Changan slowly stepped back. Maybe it was not very accurate, but he had already made a judgment. It wasn't a knife. No matter how fast a knife was, it would have left traces of being swung. But at that moment just now, it was as if he had hit the blade himself. So, your special ability is to leave a sword aura when you swing the sword? Li Changan finally spoke, but his guarded posture never changed. San Zhenghe was a little surprised. You are indeed not like a human being. You can guess part of it just by being injured once. Guessed part of it? That means I haven't guessed it completely yet. Li Changan gently twisted his ankle to make sure the action was correct, and then quickly jumped back. San Zhenghe's knife arrived first after he came later, and it slashed across Li Changan's chest, completely destroying his already tattered clothes. The wind from the knife brushed across Li Changan's chest, and his heart felt slightly cold. After escaping from San Zhenghe's attack range, Li Changan rushed into the ruins nearby. After a few leaps, he climbed in through the window that had long lost its glass and stood against the wall waiting. He was sure that his route of action was to cut in from the opponent's blind spot, and it was impossible for him to be caught up directly. A few seconds later, San Zhenghe's figure jumped in from the window. Looking at Li Changan standing in the room, she was obviously a little surprised, but soon smiled again. Are you testing me? Yes. Li Changan slammed his elbow on the wall behind him and took 2 steps back. You can see the traces I left when I left, right? You found me by following my footsteps. Including the injuries I suffered, they were also the marks left when you swung the knife. Not only can you see the marks, but you can also turn the marks you left into damage, so no matter how I escape, you can find me. San Zhenghe nodded, his eyes showing more and more admiration, and said seriously, You can see my ability in such a short time. You are better than I thought. I will not hold back. The strong deserve a decent death. Bending her body slightly, San Zhenghe shot out like an arrow compressed to the limit and stabbed straight forward with the knife. The concrete wall was easily pierced like tofu. Only until the tip of the knife passed through the wall did the strong wind catch up with her footsteps, causing the dust to fly. But Li Changan was no longer behind the wall. He actually crawled away along the wall. San Zhenghe frowned. There were marks on the wall that only she could see. Li Changan climbed along the outer wall towards the roof. There was no way to fight this battle. In the narrow space, the traces left by the knife would limit his range of movement, but San Zhenghe didn't need to move at all. The traces alone would be enough to force Li Changan to death little by little. As for long-range attacks, there is no need to talk about it. Unless there is a decisive weapon, such as the 20mm anti-material sniper rifle, it may be able to kill San Zhenghe. Is all you can do is run away? San Zhenghe's voice came from behind. Li Changan didn't even look back. That's right, he only knew how to run away. A battle without any chance of winning was a joke. Bang! Although he felt the danger coming, Li Changan tried his best to tilt his body, but a bullet still passed through his shoulder. San Zhenghe held a knife in one hand and a large caliber pistol in the other, and looked coldly at Li Changan in front of him. You forced me to do this. Li Changan cursed. He never expected that San Zhenghe could take out a gun. Except for long-range, large-caliber sniper rifles, other firearms would hardly have any effect on him. Moreover, firearms are still under the control of the Empire. Purchasing firearms requires very complicated procedures, and the use of each bullet needs to be registered. The price of firearms on the black market is terribly high, and not everyone can afford it. However, the trial itself is a life-or-death situation, and some people are willing to gamble everything, so it is not surprising that guns appear. Even with so many years of fighting experience, Li Changan never thought that San Zhenghe would pull out a gun. As long as you don't run away, I can promise not to use a gun. This is an external force, which I don't actually like. To show his sincerity, San Zhenghe put away his gun. I have received 7 years of firearms training. You can't escape from this distance now. Li Changan covered his wound and smiled coldly. In fact, I have always been curious whether talented people like you are so naive. No, it's because we are talented and capable that we are allowed to be naive. San Zhenghe held the knife with both hands and raised it to the level of his head. It should be the starting posture of some school of martial arts. Ahem. Li Changan curled his lips and suddenly rushed towards San Zhenghe, sticking close to the ground, and threw the dagger in his hand with his backhand. San Zhenghe blocked the dagger with one knife and slashed it diagonally with the backhand. Li Changan, who was originally close to the ground, jumped up to avoid the knife, caught the bounced dagger in midair, and held it in his right hand. San Zhenghe's sword moves without pause, each strike being faster than the last. This is a real close combat to the death. With his special abilities, Sansheng retreats half a step after each strike. Every mark left by the strike will block his opponent's retreat. Whether moving forward or backward, no one can avoid her knife. This is her domain. Li Changan swung his dagger down, and it collided with Sanjinghe's upward swing. A large gap immediately appeared on the dagger, but he also used the recoil force to stay in the air for half a breath. Hit. Li Changan suddenly said this without thinking, kicked Sanjinghe's knife, and retreated quickly. Sanjinghe took a step back and then stabilized herself, then rushed forward again with the knife in her hand. Behind Li Changan were the knife marks she left. Li Changan had no way to retreat. Either he would hit the knife marks or face her knife head-on. What? Sanjinghe was shocked. Li Changan actually chose to hit the knife mark behind him, and the flesh on his shoulder was instantly separated. Are you planning to escape even if you were seriously injured? No. Sanjinghe's eyes were red, and she turned around and chopped down hard behind her. A fast-coming arrow was split in half and passed through her cheek, but a second arrow followed closely behind this arrow. She could no longer swing the knife and could only tilt her head to avoid the arrow. The arrowhead pierced her earlobe, tore off half of her ear, and flew away. Is this cooperation? No. Is it using myself as bait, gambling my life that the other party will attack me first? Who has the second highest chance of winning? You beast, I will kill you. Chapter 20. The temperature has dropped. There was no time to worry about the blood exposing his whereabouts. Li Changan ran wildly all the way. In order not to slow down, he could only hastily bend the needle into a hook shape, so as to pull the wound together and rely on the self-healing power to catch his breath. He was sure that the boy playing with the bow must be up high and would definitely notice the fight here, so he moved the battlefield to the roof, thinking that he could foresee the danger and avoid it in advance. But Sanjinghe pulling out a gun became the first variable. He was not sure whether he could escape from the gun, so he was forced to fight. When the two are engaged in a tangled fight, it is unknown who the distant enemy will choose as the first target to kill. We can only hope that this despicable long-range attacker will prioritize Sanjinghe. After all, Sanjinghe is the person with the second highest winning rate in this trial, and he is just a nobody. Anyone who has bought information from the black market will have the same choice. It is also possible that the other party is an idiot who wants to harvest points first, and then you, who are weaker, will become the target. Before the archer makes his move, whether he can survive Sansheng's hands is also a variable. In short, this was a huge gamble, and the life on the line was Li Changan's. There have been times in past battles when we had to fight desperately, but it was different from this time. This time we were gambling our own lives with the IQ of others. But I won the bet. Li Changan's mouth curled up slightly, and he kept stuffing military ration pills into his mouth. He had lost too much blood. Ordinary people would have lost their ability to move long ago, and he was relying on his physical fitness to hold on. There is no hospital for blood transfusions in the trial center, so he can only rely on his body's own blood-forming ability. Fortunately, his blood-forming ability is good. It is no longer possible to go to the sewer because the strong smell of blood will attract rats and guys hiding in the dark. Relying on his memory, Li Changan flashed into the building next to him. This used to be a hotel, but now most of it has collapsed, with only 3 floors left. This is not important. Li Changan randomly found a room, pushed the door open, rushed to the bathroom, turned on the faucet of the bathtub, and after a few seconds, turbid water rushed out. Fortunately, it still works. Li Changan turned and went out. He could guess from the food packaging in the supermarket that this place was probably destroyed 3 years ago, so some facilities might still be useful. There was water in the bathtub, and Li Changan gathered all the flammable objects nearby, then lit them and spread the flames. Combined with grease and dry wood, the raging fire engulfed the road they came from. Li Changan returned to the room he had just been in. His backpack was also damaged in the battle. Fortunately, he was quick to collect some things, such as the sterilizing water purification stone. Entering the bathtub with the water purification stone, Li Changan closed his eyes. A large fire would not attract attention, for now the city was ablaze with fires everywhere, and Charles's battle was not yet over, but the battlefield was constantly shifting. The giant green dragon was covered in charred black, and most of its shiny dragon scales had fallen off, but it was like a fighter that became more and more courageous. Its dragon blood dyed the sky red, and then disappeared after a few seconds. Charles was bathed in thunder, not only wanting to kill his opponent, but also wanting to destroy the world. The already dilapidated city was even more precarious. No grass grew wherever he passed, and the vitality of the city was being annihilated by him. Charles, how about we stop fighting? The giant dragon spoke in a human voice. I admit that I am not your opponent, But if you continue like this, you will not have an easy time. Rather than letting others take advantage of you, why don't we stop first? Charles, standing in the void, although his clothes were torn in many places, could not conceal his calmness and nobility. He smiled slightly. You want to tell me that when it's just you and me left in the end, we'll fight it out, right? The giant dragon hurriedly said, yes, we are qualified, aren't we? It's only the second day of the trial. There is no need to decide life and death between us. Please allow me to refuse. This goes against the spirit of nobility. Charles shook his head. I have royal blood flowing in my veins. This does not allow me to make any compromise. I should die standing, rather than live in disgrace. Seeing the thunder coming again, the dragon could only curse inwardly and face it. This was not the trial he wanted. With his strength, he should be the center of attention. He had been enduring for so many years just for the outburst now. Why? 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 Li Changan sat up from the bathtub and looked at himself. The recovery speed of the injury was far beyond his imagination. Even though the shoulder was pierced by a bullet, new pink flesh had grown out at this moment, which was different from usual. Li Changan struggled to stand up and looked at the new flesh growing all over his body. He frowned and muttered, did I do something to cause it? Or did I come into contact with something? Is it water? No, no, no. This isn't the first time the wound has come into contact with water. Or maybe this is actually my ability, but it's too weak to be identified at all? Impossible, impossible. There is no reason why I can't sense my own ability. This is pure recovery ability. Or, I've become stronger? In disbelief, Li Changan threw a punch naked, and the wound on his shoulder suddenly broke open and blood flowed out again. Well, I haven't become stronger. Li Changan sat back in the bathtub with his hands on his chest. He felt the healing speed of his shoulder. It seemed that only his self-healing ability had become stronger. Sure enough, the initial guess was correct. Li Changan tilted his head in distress. He had guessed in the previous trials that the reason for his strength increase was probably related to his constant fighting, in addition to the trials. It's just that the degree of strengthening is not very obvious. Only after surviving the near-death experience can one clearly feel the changes in oneself. This time, it can be considered an escape from death, not a life-and-death battle. So the self-healing ability is just a little stronger. Damn it, everyone can become stronger after a fatal battle. But can you give me some useful superpowers? Li Changan stood up. The fire outside was about to go out, and he couldn't stay here any longer. If I awaken a superpower, what kind of superpower will it be? Should I choose elemental or combat? Mysticism is actually not bad either. Li Changan took off his already tattered pants, wrung them out, and wiped off the water stains on his body. He was about to change his clothes. Where are my clothes? Oh, and the backpack has been destroyed. Grass. What should I do? This was the first time Li Changan felt overwhelmed since entering the trial center. Hee. A head much larger than that of an ordinary person poked in from outside the door and licked the corner of his mouth. There really is someone hiding there. I see you've been seriously injured. Don't resist. Big Head pushed open the door and walked in. His head was as wide as his shoulders, and he had a weird body of muscular muscles that looked like they were glued on. He exuded an evil aura. In addition to the head, the man also held a huge kitchen knife in his hand. I'll take good care of it. Big Head hadn't finished his words when he saw his prey rushing towards him and quickly swung the kitchen knife in front of himself. Li Changan dodged the knife by leaning sideways, threw a heavy punch, and watched the big head disappear from in front of him. Teleport? So it's behind. Feeling the coolness on his back, Li Changan leaned over, twisted his body, and swept his leg. Shin bone hit shin bone, and two crisp fracture sounds were heard almost simultaneously. Big Head couldn't help howling in pain, and watched the man who had a broken leg like him rushing up again. No, don't you feel pain? The punch missed again, and Li Changan rolled to the side without hesitation, and the knife from the big head behind him missed again. Big Head staggered back with the knife in his hand, staring at Li Changan's every move. He couldn't understand why a guy who looked seriously injured could be so strong, and why he didn't use his superpowers. Is he looking down on me? Or is his ability to be naked increases his combat power? Li Changan gritted his teeth. The pain in his shin was not worth mentioning. It was just a little cold without any clothes on. Chapter 21, No Time to Rest. There are many superpowers that have encountered dangers, but there are not many troublesome superpowers like teleportation. The degree of danger of teleportation depends on the user. This is why such a powerful ability as teleport is classified into the auxiliary system, also known as the non-direct combat system. Those who have no lethality but have the ability to overturn a battle will be classified into this category. There is no doubt that a teleporter qualifies as the decapitator in any battle. However, this big-headed guy is very ordinary. His method of using teleportation is still to transfer and dodge, and he has not brought out its true offensive power. If it were normal, he would have died at the hands of Changan more than once. But today is different. In the eyes of outsiders, Changan just awakened his superpowers late. When he was a child, his classmates had already shown their talents, but he was still an ordinary human child. As a result, he suffered a lot of bullying. One winter, he was stopped by his classmates after school and his clothes were snatched away, forcing him to flee home naked in the snow. When he got home, he was severely beaten by his mother because of the loss of his clothes. Finally, he knelt on the cold balcony until midnight. From then on, Changan could not stand the cold. It would have been fine even if he had wrapped himself in a towel, but he had taken out everything in the hotel that could be used to start a fire. Big Head was holding a knife and was somewhat curious as to why the guy in front of him suddenly stopped attacking. After a brief contact, he was already afraid and did not intend to continue fighting. Your fighting spirit is gone. Changan raised the corner of his mouth, picked up a piece of tile fragment and held it in his hand, and rushed forward while suppressing the coldness. If the fear in their hearts is revealed, most people might give up or completely lose the will to fight. Big Head is the second type of person. Possessing the ability of teleportation, he is even better at launching a fatal sneak attack. However, he didn't expect that the guy he met this time was a fearless idiot. Even though the wounds on his body were bursting and bleeding, he still rushed forward without knowing whether to live or die. This made Big Head want to retreat, and he disappeared into the house in a flash. We should have left long ago. The big head outside the house ran downstairs. There were still many places on the road where the fire had not been completely extinguished. The teleportation would be saved for when he crossed the flames. A strong wind pressed down from the top of his head, and the big head's hair stood on end. At the critical moment, he teleported backward to avoid it, but before he could stand still, he felt a chill in the center of his eyebrows and a sharp touch came straight at him. Having such a good ability, but using it so poorly is really enviable. Changan gritted his teeth. The tile fragments were not strong enough after all. They pierced through the big head's eyebrows, but broke into two pieces in front of the skull. Ah! It was not until this moment that Big Head cried out in panic and raised his knife to chop. You can dodge, but if you dodge again, you might not be able to catch up with this guy. Changan resisted the urge to dodge instinctively and pierced the neck of the big head fiercely with his palm like a knife, grabbing the cervical vertebra in the flesh before the kitchen knife reached him. A few seconds later, Changan squatted beside the corpse, panting, and stripped off Big Head's clothes. The kitchen knife was embedded in his thigh, half an inch into the bone. After wrapping himself in clothes and feeling the chill on his body lessen a little, Changan gritted his teeth and pulled out the kitchen knife. I'm so jealous that my scalp is numb. Even a trash like you can have superpowers. After bandaging it casually, Changan left without looking back. The medicine on him was not enough, and a large number of military ration pills were consumed and lost in several battles. The most urgent task was to find enough supplies, and above that, medicine. No matter how strong his self-healing ability was, it couldn't withstand a fight like his. Although the tibia of his right leg was not completely broken, it was covered with fine cracks. His left thigh was cut by the knife and urgently needed medical treatment. The hospital in his memory was still a little far away. He could no longer avoid all dangers. His injuries would reduce his flexibility. Rushing onwards would be tantamount to seeking death. He could only hope that he could hold on to make it to the hospital. I also hope that the hospital's medicines can still be used. The battle between Thunder and the Dragon has not yet ended. Large sections of high-rise buildings have collapsed, and the ruins are covered with fresh dust. No matter what kind of genius there is, he will be eclipsed by this power. But compared to Charles, Changan didn't want to face Sanjinghe even more. Oh no. Changan's legs went weak and the world in front of him began to shake. He staggered a few steps and barely hid in a corner on the side of the road. His body temperature was rising and the wound on his thigh was feeling scorching hot. The rusty kitchen knife was contaminated with countless bacteria, and in less than an hour, his body had already shown signs of inflammation. Do I have a fever? Feeling the cold sweat starting to overflow from his forehead, Changan smiled helplessly. Severe injuries and fever, this was probably the real desperate situation. If there was enough food, he might be able to rely on metabolism to speed up recovery, but there were only a few military ration pills left. It's all that damn woman's fault. All the food and medicine were left there. As far as I can remember, there is no supermarket or grocery store nearby. Li Changan threw several military ration pills into his mouth, drank the remaining clean water in big gulps, propped himself up, and continued walking towards the hospital. Maybe it was an illusion, or maybe it was a last burst of energy, but in any case, my body seemed to have more strength. The alarm bell foreshadowing danger rang again, but Li Changan no longer had the strength to dodge and could only fall to the side as his body swayed. The strong wind blew past his arm, tearing off a piece of flesh from Li Changan's shoulder. "Oh, it's you." A tall figure stood not far from Li Changan. The arms and heads exposed under the clothes were covered with light yellow fluff, and the palms had completely turned into the sharp claws of a cat. Beast transformation? Li Changan stood up and took out the big kitchen knife from his waist. The scene in front of him was still shaking a little. The visitor was startled, and a smile appeared on the face that looked more like a beast than a human. "You actually know how to transform into a beast, so you also know where I came from?" Li Changan did not answer, but just gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands. The military's animal transformation potion had indeed been used on humans. Judging from the speed displayed in the sneak attack just now, as well as the sharp claws on its hands and feet and its face, it was not difficult to tell that it was a cat, but it was impossible to tell whether it was a leopard or a tiger. It is obvious that military lives are more valuable than gold, and some special departments even have the right to execute first and report later. Why would they come to the trial center to die? I can see that you are very confused. It's okay for me to tell you. Some people think that the medicine extracted from monsters is too dangerous, but some people think that this is the key to human evolution, so I became their test subject. The weirdo shrugged. "You can call me number 11. Number 11? That means there are still 10 more. Could they also be in this trial?" Li Changan took a deep breath. The other party was stalling for time, waiting for his condition to get worse. But he can't wait. Chapter 22. Death is not alone. He stabbed 7 times in a row. Each one was at his fastest speed at the moment, but each one was just a hair's breadth away, and it seemed that number 11 had narrowly avoided it, but Li Changan knew it was a joke. It was like a game of cat and mouse, and he was now the mouse being played. Number 11 was standing not far from Li Changan, but just one step out of Li Changan's attack range. He smiled mockingly and said, "You must be having a fever? You are still bleeding from wounds all over your body. Don't die before I take action." Hee. Li Changan carried the knife and slowly turned around, his face full of confusion. "You transformed into a cat, and you look like a male. I have a question to ask you. You are delaying time by yourself, so go ahead and ask. I don't mind wasting more time on you." Number 11 crossed his arms across his chest, looking completely defenseless. Li Changan smiled slightly. "I'm just very curious. Will you go in heat when you see a female cat now? Or have those guys who created you already been sterilized?" The smile gradually faded from number 11's face and was followed by a bone-chilling sneer. "I originally wanted to save some energy by exhausting you to death and attract some prey here, but since you are in such a hurry to go, I will give you a ride." His eyes blurred, and Li Changan felt his body floating in the air. The severe pain in his chest began to spread. Puff. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The pain told Li Changan that he had broken several bones. Fortunately, his lungs and heart were still intact. Before Li Changan fell, another huge force hit him. He was already prepared, but with the opponent's speed, he could only barely bend his elbows to block it under his ribs. Boom. His back hit the broken wall hard. Li Changan ignored the pain all over his body. He coughed up blood and used his hands and feet to crawl to the side. The next second, his claws penetrated the broken wall. If he had been a little slower, the sharp claws would have pierced his heart. What a strong combat awareness. "You may have experienced more battles than me." Number 11 pulled his claws out of the wall and looked at Li Changan, who stood up again. He couldn't help but praise him. Although it is weak, this awareness is rare. "However, I am curious about what your special ability is and why you have not used it until now. Is it because the burden is too great and your seriously injured body can no longer use it?" Li Changan spat and sneered. "You are not qualified to see my special abilities. When you see them, that will be your death." "I understand. Your superpowers are activated through your mouth, right?" Number 11 disappeared in front of Li Changan again. "As long as your mouth is torn apart, you won't be able to use your superpowers." "Left? No, right?" Li Changan leaned forward, twisted his waist, and slashed horizontally with the knife in both hands. The figure of number 11 appeared in the empty air in front of him, but the knife went through number 11's body. Sorry, that's the afterimage left in your vision. The voice came from my ear, followed by the pain of sharp claws piercing my body. Number 11 stood behind Li Changan. Based on the touch of his claws, he was sure that he had pierced Li Changan's lung. Even if he didn't take any action next, Li Changan would die little by little in pain. I know it's an afterimage. Number 11 looked at Li Changan in shock, only to find that his claws had been pinched by Li Changan. The dying guy ignored his injuries and twisted his waist, allowing the sharp claws to tear the flesh on his waist. A half-meter-long kitchen knife was coming down on his head. Number 11 wanted to pull out his claws, but Li Changan's 5 fingers were like iron clamps and he couldn't pull them out for a while, and he didn't have time to waste any more effort. The other claw stabbed towards Li Changan's temple. He wanted to bet that Li Changan would not dare to die with him. His head would be chopped open by the kitchen knife, but the less than a second before death was enough for him to split open Li Changan's temple. The kitchen knife was getting closer and closer. Number 11 stared at Li Changan's eyes. The cat gene made his reaction several times stronger than that of ordinary people. He was sure that there was no fear in those eyes, only madness in the face of death. Shit. Number 11 cursed inwardly, and his claws finally grazed Li Changan's scalp. Then he grabbed Li Changan's wrist holding the knife. The sharp claws were like knives, cutting through Li Changan's flesh and touching his wrist bone. At this moment, Li Changan loosened his hand, and the huge kitchen knife fell from high up, aiming at Number 11's shoulder bone. Could this guy have been prepared for this from the beginning? But the knife falling like this can't hurt me. Number 11 sneered, and just slightly turned his head to avoid it. Everything happened in less than 2 seconds, and neither of them knew how many thoughts went through their minds during those 2 seconds. But the next moment, Li Changan suddenly opened his arms and leaned close to Number 11's arms in a hugging posture. Number 11 never thought that Li Changan would do such a thing, and he couldn't understand what the meaning of it was, so he was approached by Li Changan before he had time to resist. It was not until this time that Number 11 noticed that Li Changan's speed and reaction were not much worse than his. There was a sharp pain in the neck. The strong reaction nerves allowed Number 11 to distinguish the source of the pain. It was squeezing, then tearing, and then gnawing. Whoa! Number 11 roared miserably and swung his body to throw Li Changan away, but when his wrist was pulled, he realized that Li Changan had not let go of his hand yet. After swallowing the blood and flesh in his mouth, Li Changan pulled Number 11, steadied his body, and pounced on Number 11 again. Madman, beast, brute. Unprecedented fear surged into Number 11's heart. He used his free left claw to grab Li Changan's wrist again. As long as he cut off Li Changan's wrist, he could avoid the attack. As long as he kept some distance, he would not be the first to die. This guy is about to die. There is no need for me to exchange injuries with him. I just need to get rid of him. When Number 11 had this thought, it could never be dismissed. The idea of escaping from Li Changan filled his heart. You are afraid of me. Li Changan's voice sounded in Number 11's ears, his voice revealing a sense of weakness and hunger. Before letting go of Number 11's wrist, Li Changan used the force of pulling to close the distance between him and Number 11 again. Then he let go of his wrist, but climbed up, put his arm around Number 11's shoulder, and then wrapped his arms around his neck. The two hugged each other like lovers, but with boundless murderous intent. Number 11 felt that his claws had pierced Li Changan's chest, but the pain in his neck intensified again. Li Changan held Number 11 tightly, not allowing him to pull his claws out. The blood spurting from Number 11's neck had splashed all over his body and face. He seemed to be tireless in biting Number 11's flesh and blood. I didn't expect that I would die together with you, without even seeing your special power. Number 11 gave up struggling. The life force was fading from his body. He knew that he could not survive. The heavy bleeding could not be stopped. He would die from excessive blood loss in 2 minutes at most. Actually, I don't have any special powers at all. Li Changan's voice was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing Number 11's nerves. I can't accept this. Why should I die together with a piece of trash like you? Chapter 23. Live together. Changan, you are the eldest son in the family. If Dad is gone one day, you will take care of the family. Remember? Dad, why are you gone? Everyone has that day. Maybe my day will come sooner. You are my only son and the hope of our whole family. I probably can't do it. You have to do it even if you can't. I have been fighting all my life. If I fall, I stand up and keep fighting. Even if my bones are broken, I have to crawl forward. If one day you want to die, you have to die standing up. Looking at the blue sky, Li Changan smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Dad. I can't stand up anymore. I tried hard to open my eyes, but darkness still fell. My heart was no longer strong, it was too weak, but I tried hard to beat a little longer. Xiao, I'm really sorry that I can't say goodbye to you in person. I'm sorry I couldn't stop Brother Lin from going home. Xiao, I'm really looking forward to seeing how far you can go, and whether you can complete the 9 trials that I haven't been able to do. Mom, I'm sorry. I can rent out my room now. I hope the insurance money can be used as a dowry for my sister. I forgot what my sister looked like. I am such a damn brother. No more fighting. The moment he closed his eyes, the last thing that came to Li Changan's mind was a somewhat unfamiliar face. Oh, yes, it was the restaurant owner who said some immature words like a fool, which made it completely incomprehensible. I also don't know why I had to tell him my name in the end. I've always done weird things in my life. Since she came to Jiang Shuibu's shop, Wu Luyan has had no free time except for sleeping and eating. However, in just a few days, she has become accustomed to life in the shop. While washing the cups, she was talking, Uncle Jiang, when will Changan be able to come back? It will probably take a few days. What do you call me? Jiang Shuibu, who was drinking, turned around and said, You call me uncle, but you can just call him by his name? Wu Luyan nodded, no longer as immature as before. As for cowardice, she had never had that before. She folded the cups carefully and continued, I'm going to marry him in the future, so it's okay to call him by his name now. What? Jiang Shuibu stood up, shock, disdain, jealousy, and other emotions flowing across his face. I am a woman and Changan is a man. Is it strange to marry him? I know I don't look good, even a little scary, but I just want this status. Anyway, there is no monogamy now, and I don't mind if he marries another wife. Wu Luyan said these earth-shattering words calmly. Jiang Shuibu opened his mouth, but couldn't think of any words to refute. It seemed that there was really nothing to say about such a humble request, but he just felt unhappy. Uncle Jiang, you also like my Changan, right? The kind of love that wants to be a lover. Wu Luyan said something shocking. A breeze blew by, and Jiang Shuibu left a residual shadow on the spot. His real body had already grabbed Wu Luyan's throat and lifted him up, with a ferocious look on his face. What did you say? Did I say something wrong? I have been able to see the likes and dislikes in other people's eyes since I was a child. Uncle Jiang, please be gentle. My neck is going to break. Wu Luyan grabbed Jiang Shuibu's wrist, without any urgency as if his life was threatened. Jiang Shuibu put Wu Luyan down hesitantly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although this was not a secret to him, it was uncomfortable to hear it coming out of Wu Luyan's mouth. Rubbing his neck, Wu Luyan picked up the unwashed cup and continued, If Uncle Jiang teaches me well, not just letting me cook and wash dishes, maybe I can help you in the future. Don't say such weird things. Don't mention such things in the future. I don't have such thoughts about Changan. Don't wash the cup. I will teach you some self-defense skills. I heard that people go to the underworld after they die, but why does the underworld smell like disinfectant? Li Changan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was dark, his body was soft, and his nostrils were filled with a strange smell mixed with various drugs. It turns out that there is no smell of disinfectant in the underworld. Muttering to himself with a smile, Li Changan could already feel the gazes of the people around him. When Anren yawned and took off the wet towel from Li Changan's head, You are quite heavy. You are 1.76 meters tall, so you must weigh more than 80 kilograms, right? You have a body fat percentage that is really monstrous. Thank you. Li Changan looked at Wen Anren. His thanks lacked his usual sharpness, nor the coldness that kept people at a distance. Wen Anren was obviously not used to Li Changan's tone of voice. Her hands trembled and the towel she had just wrung out fell back into the basin. Ahem, don't thank me. I saved you and saved myself. It was decided by my supernatural power. I didn't want to do that. Li Changan didn't know why, but he wanted to laugh at this moment. He raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I thought I was dead this time, but I recalled the past. I owe you a big favor. You can ask me to do something for you. Would it be okay for me to ask you to work for me? When Anren made a joke. Of course he knew that Li Changan would not agree, but he just wanted to express that he did not ask Li Changan to repay him. To Wen Anren's surprise, Li Changan nodded and said, Okay, as long as it's not a 100% sure thing, even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I can help you, but only once. By intuition, Wen Anren knew that Li Changan was not lying. The weight of this answer was as heavy as a mountain. As long as Wen Anren opened his mouth, Li Changan would not refuse. After a long time, Wen Anren didn't know what he was thinking about. Finally, he raised his head and said seriously, I want to win, not just to survive. With my abilities, I can shine in the military, and I may become a legend. But the prerequisite is that I have to win. Okay. Li Changan agreed straightforwardly. Do you think there is hope for this? When Anren became uneasy, Li Changan nodded. Charles will clean up that fantasy manifestation. Most of the strong men will be found and eliminated one by him. With your special ability, we will definitely survive to the end. We have reduced our competitors to only a few strong ones. We still have hope. But before that, we still need some weapons. When Anren looked at Li Changan blankly and asked woodenly, what about you? Don't you want to win? Without you, I can't win, so I'll give you the chance to win. I will give up in the end. You go to fulfill your dream, and I will find mine. Li Changan raised his hand and clenched his fist towards Wen Anren. Want to bump fists? After bumping fists with Li Changan, Wen Anren lowered his head and asked in a low voice, why did you choose to trust me? In fact, just now I was thinking of killing you when it was only you and me, in order to prevent you from stabbing me in the end. It's normal. Li Changan struggled to stand up. I also thought about recovering quickly and then twisting your head off while thanking you, but I can't always do this. Is it always the same? When Anren blurted out instinctively, looking at the night sky, Li Changan smiled. I always die. Do you know what the first thing you do when you wake up after dying? It's about thinking about what I thought before I died. Only then will I know what I want. I took a gamble a few years ago, and then I made 2 friends. Before them, the only meaning of my life was to survive. After meeting them, I knew that living could also be a meaningful thing. When Anren thought about it and stretched out her hand towards Li Changan, do you know how to make a pinky promise? The boy who had lived alone since he witnessed his family being murdered at the age of 11, and the young man who lived like a zombie until he turned into a beast at the age of 16, hooked their fingers. He also put his thumbs together to stamp a seal. Chapter 24. Easier than expected. In recent years, Li Changan has rarely been so talkative. Perhaps it has something to do with his resurrection from the dead. He had narrowly escaped death more than once, but this time was the only time he could truly be considered to have come back from the dead. When Anren found him, his heartbeat was barely audible. It was because when Anren had injected a large dose of adrenaline into his heart. He ran all the way and carried Li Changan to the hospital and used an electric shotgun instead of a defibrillator. After a series of operations, at least Li Changan's heartbeat was restored. Then he took medicine and bandaged it. You are lucky enough to survive even though you lost so much blood. I don't have any blood to give you. When Anren boiled some hot water, soaked the military ration pills in it, and crushed them. By the way, what kind of superpower do you have? I have never seen you use it. I don't know either. Li Changan shrugged and took the porridge made with military ration pills. I haven't awakened my superpowers yet. When Anren's hands trembled, and she looked at Li Changan in disbelief, are you serious? You are in your 20s, right? I haven't heard of anyone who hasn't awakened at this age. Could it be that you have actually awakened, but you don't know it? I have gone for an appraisal, and it is true that I don't have any superpowers. Li Changan drank the porridge in small sips while enjoying the hot air. He felt numb and itchy all over his body, and his wounds were healing at a terrifying speed. As if seeing a monster, when Anren was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he swallowed his saliva and asked, if you don't have any superpowers, how did you kill your previous opponents? Or are you from a wealthy family and bought a lot of genetic drugs? If the injection of the drug can produce resistance, it can make your physical fitness reach a level close to sea level. After finishing the porridge, Li Changan responded, my family is very poor. My father has been missing for many years. He must have died. My mother is left. She is a producer, but she can't make any money. With the support of the empire and the money my mother earned, I managed to study for a few years. Later, my sister awakened, plant growth, and the Imperial University happened to recruit students with this kind of professional ability. In order to reduce the burden on my family, I dropped out of school and went to work. When Anren frowned and said, how come you, a family man, seem to be even worse off than me? But you shouldn't be able to find a job without special powers, right? Yeah. Li Changan nodded. In a society with superpowers, it's really hard to find someone like me, but as long as you're willing to work hard, you can at least make a living. As he was speaking, Li Changan glanced in the direction of the door and got off the bed. Someone is coming. His footsteps are very rhythmic, which means he knows where he is going. He is probably a perception-type psychic coming for us. Or I'll go. Your injuries haven't healed yet. When Anren looked embarrassed, to be honest, I think it's amazing that you can live until now, but I'm a little worried. Poochie, then just follow me. Li Changan put on his clothes with a smile. Since we are cooperating, I also need you to have an estimate of my strength. How do you think that guy with beastly superpowers died? Of course I thought you killed him at first, but after I knew you didn't have superpowers, I thought he was eaten by a mutant monster. When Anren didn't say this out loud, and followed Li Changan out the door. The footsteps stopped at the corner, obviously having discovered Li Changan at the other end of the corridor. There is another guy hiding in the dark. Are you guys forming a team illegally? The guy who spoke at the corner had a teenager's voice, but after experiencing the dwarf, Li Changan could no longer identify people by their voices. Li Changan moved his neck and wrists and said with a smile, "You are not a perception system, or more than just a perception system." "Oh? Why do you say that?" the guy at the corner asked. When Anren, who was hiding in the back, curled her lips. This guy was too easily diverted. Li Changan continued with a smile. The advantage of the perception system is not close combat. It's either long-range sniping or outsmarting. You came all the way towards me without even worrying about exposing yourself, so close combat is your strength. So, either you rely on expensive thermal sensing equipment, or you have two powers, one of which is a perception-related power, and the other is a power suitable for close combat. There was silence in the corner for a moment, and then applause broke out. A 7-foot-tall man walked out, clicked his tongue a few times, and exclaimed in a teenager's voice, "Great! I'm curious about the basis of your speculation. Experience. You're not the first person with dual abilities that I've met." As soon as Li Changan finished speaking, he rushed forward first, going straight in the narrow corridor. A man's romance is to punch his opponent hard, and to beat his opponent to death with this pair of fists that he was born with. The big man might have thought the same thing as Li Changan. He was stunned for less than half a second, and then his face showed a bit more fanaticism. He strode forward, turned sideways, and used his big arm to block Li Changan's punch. What a strong force. The big man groaned and felt a slight numbness in his arm. He turned around and slapped him with a palm as big as a palm fan. Li Changan leaned back to avoid it, then flipped backwards and entangled his legs around the big man's arms. His 1.76-meter tall figure hung on the big man's arms like a pendant, and then he exerted force on his waist and flipped over to sit on him. When Anren, who was observing secretly, was dumbfounded. Li Changan, who obviously had no special powers, relied on his physical fitness to not only not be knocked down in the first encounter, but was gradually gaining the upper hand. But the big man's second superpower has not yet been used, and the outcome is unpredictable. Li Changan bent his elbow and hit it. He only felt that his elbow hit steel, which did not feel like human muscles at all. In an instant, countless information flowed before his eyes, and all the supernatural powers he knew in the past came to his mind. As long as the supernatural powers are identified in the trial, they will be recorded on a stone slab and can be easily found in any trial center. Every time a new supernatural power appears, it will be registered by a dedicated person and then sent to Jiang Shuibu's wine stall. Therefore, Li Changan is familiar with all the supernatural powers in the world and can deduce the other party's specific supernatural powers based on the characteristics displayed by the other party. Avoiding the big man's grab, Li Changan flipped backwards, put his hands and feet on the ground, passed under the big man's crotch, grabbed the big man's right leg and lifted it up, causing the loss of balance that even a god could not avoid. The big man leaned forward with his face on the ground. Li Changan stepped forward and stepped on his waist. He put his hands around the big man's chest to lock his throat, and then he pressed his knee against his waist, using all his strength to pull him back. After a full 2 minutes, the big man let go of his hands weakly, rolled his eyes and fainted. After holding on for another half a minute, Li Changan finally let go of his hand and sat down aside, breathing heavily. When Anren walked out of the room, staring blankly at everything that was beyond his cognition. A person without superpowers defeated a person with double superpowers in less than 10 minutes. Phew, luckily this guy is not strong. His fiber reinforcement can only block bullets at most. Li Changan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not bad performance, right? When Anren was stunned. Is this human language? Chapter 25, Who is the Prey? First, we have to fight. Except for some special abilities, you can't know the specific data of other abilities just by looking. After judging the opponent's ability, we can kill him based on the weakness of this ability. That's it, very simple. Li Changan said truthfully. When Anren was like a puppet, dazed for a moment before shaking his head and saying with a wry smile, "It's not simple at all, especially for such a power without a gorgeous appearance. How can you guess it in such a short time? Everyone knows that we should target the opponent's weaknesses, but just guessing what the opponent's abilities are is troublesome enough, let alone immediately remembering his weaknesses. Are you a genius? Or do you have a photographic memory?" Li Changan frowned and said doubtfully, "If you can't remember, just fight. As long as you fight enough, you will definitely remember, such as fiber reinforcement. The hardened fiber is comparable to steel and cannot be penetrated by bullets. The blunt impact effect is significant and will also affect the flexibility of the joints. Softening the fiber will make the body immune to the impact of blunt weapons. Sharp weapons have extremely poor chopping effects. It increases muscle activity and can stop bleeding and recovery, but it has no defense against strangulation. So when I lock his throat and push his waist, he has to soften the muscles in his waist and chest to avoid compressing his internal organs, and harden the muscles near his neck to avoid being strangled by me." When Anren sighed and continued Li Chang'an's words, so his waist couldn't be strengthened and he couldn't break free, but his muscles became hardened and fatigued quickly under strong pressure, and the end result was that he was strangled by you. Li Chang'an nodded and said, "Isn't it simple?" "Not really." When Anren could no longer refute. It was indeed simple when Li Chang'an said it, but it was extremely difficult to apply it in actual combat. This battle was a victory of willpower and experience. Li Chang'an proved with his strength that he is not a waste even if he does not have superpowers. However, the inherent thinking of today's society respects superpowers, and those without superpowers are equivalent to waste. But there is a limit. Relying solely on a human body, no, this is not a human body either. At least the strength is comparable to that of a C-level strength enhancement in normal conditions. Depending on the level, psychics have special abilities even when not activating their powers. For example, mastery of fire element makes them immune to certain high temperatures once awakened. As the level increases, the immune temperature gradually increases. It is said that with S-level fire mastery, one can walk on lava even without activating supernatural powers. Li Chang'an's strength has reached the C-level strength enhancement state, and his strong physical fitness is also the key to his execution of the plan. When Anren drank water with a myriad of thoughts in his mind, it has been nearly 30 years since the birth of superpowers, and more than 3,000 kinds of superpowers have been born. Even the producers have physical fitness that exceeds that of humans before the end of the world. This is also a kind of evolution. But no one has ever cared about physical fitness and regarded it as one of the benefits of improving superpowers. Thinking is also Li Chang'an's weapon, and no one has ever thought about what would happen if physical fitness was pushed to the limit. Perhaps the appearance of Li Chang'an will be a subversion. However, he was destined to never be able to truly stand in front of the stage. If people knew his peculiarities, he would probably be taken away for study or ridiculed immediately. When Anren was startled, then realized that he had become one of the insiders. As long as he spread the news that Li Chang'an was not a superpower, "It's just a pinky promise. Do you trust me so much? You're almost full. We have to go. With this guy's points, you should still be ahead. When the death toll exceeds half, a counter will appear in the sky. It hasn't appeared yet, which means the death toll is less than half." Li Chang'an finished his share. "Oh, okay." When Anren nodded, a little absent-minded. In his not-so-long life, it seemed that he had never gained trust so easily. The fighting in the city never stopped. When all the participants first entered the trial, most people wanted to survive first. If they could not separate the battles in a short period of time, they would evacuate quickly. The battle between Charles and the fantasy manifestation psychic was like a burning tanker truck crashing into a gas station, causing the entire trial field to start burning. The huge thunderstorm area became a restricted area, forcing other psychics to meet. Therefore, when Li Chang'an and the other person left the hospital, it didn't take long before they saw the counter that Li Chang'an had mentioned. The sky seemed to have become a screen, on which was projected the words, "Survivors, 88." The number was slowly decreasing, with one person dropping approximately every half an hour. There are 197 participants. When half of the number is left, the remaining number will be displayed. When 1/4 of the number is left, the 3 people with the highest points will be displayed. Li Chang'an was explaining to Anren in a low voice. When Anren nodded, this was information that could be found outside, and almost every participant knew about it. What Li Chang'an wanted to say was certainly not nonsense. He continued, "Most people know this, but there is one thing that not everyone knows. When your name appears in the top 3, you can spend 1 point to find out the position of a random opponent." "What?" When Anren frowned. He really didn't know this, but how did Li Chang'an know it? Had he participated in it more than once? The first guess given by instinct is most of the time the guess closest to the truth. Not noticing the change in Anren's expression, Li Chang'an continued, "So we have to make sure you're in the top 3 first, and then when there are 1/4 of the people left, we can start taking action. Charles will definitely be one of the top 3. His superpowers are not bad, but his mental strength is too strong. So far, the battle has lasted for more than 4 hours, and he still hasn't shown any signs of decline. And I fight in close combat. Even if he doesn't attack, his flying alone will make me helpless. So we have to find a weapon first. I know you have a pistol, but that's useless. Seek good fortune and avoid evil is both a passive and an active ability. When Anran can actively activate this ability to know whether he has judged the good or bad fortune of things. This is not a strike, this is a plugin. No matter what when Anran wants, he can judge the direction through the good and bad luck given by his supernatural power. As long as he looks in the direction representing good luck, he will always find it. What Li Changan was looking for was the 20mm anti-material sniper rifle. The owner of this gun has not shown up yet, and the gun has only been fired a few times. He is a qualified sniper, and will be the biggest variable in this trial. Why not get rid of this guy first? Not only can we get weapons, but we can also resolve uncertain factors. Of course, if it weren't for Wen Anran, Li Changan would not have targeted this guy, and he would have been moving between buildings to avoid him, but now everything is different. This is the first time that Li Changan wants to become a hunter. Chapter 26. The human heart is unpredictable. Releasing the trigger, Zhao Yi moved his eyes away from the scope, rubbed his sore eyes, picked up a stone and scratched a mark on the floor beside him, completing the last stroke of the word Zheng. It's time to leave here. In the past 3 days, 5 people have died under his gun. 4 of these 5 people were troublesome, and the remaining one was just a bonus. After all, bullets are precious, and his ability is only penetration, not the legendary, guaranteed hit. Among long-range abilities, penetrating is not as good as sure hit and can hit any target in the field of vision, but the advantage of penetrating is its applicability. No matter what ability the opponent has, no matter how strong the defense is, his attack will definitely penetrate the defense. Charles was standing in midair, with lightning flowing outside his body to form a protective shield. But as long as Zhao Yi was willing, it would only take one shot. No invisible or visible defense could stop him. But Charles cannot die yet. Charles is still needed to clean up the other participants. When only he and Charles are left, the gun will be pointed at Charles. When that time comes, he will be the final winner. Zhao Yi skillfully disassembled the sniper rifle and put it into the box. Every move he made was cautious. He spent all his savings to get this gun. The gun itself cost a huge amount of 50 million, and each bullet cost 150,000. A lot of money was spent on building relationships. He came from an ordinary family, but fortunately he found a wife from a wealthy family, and it took a lot of effort to make that family die without any warning. Before leaving, Zhao Yi took another look at the place where he was lying. A layer of the building was cut off, but the broken end was too smooth. It felt like it was cut off by a sharp knife. It was indescribable weird. The 34-year-old Zhao Yi witnessed the end of the world with his own eyes. He knew the importance of strength. Years of training had made him a qualified sniper and had also cost him every penny. Whether it was genetic drugs or training, he would not miss out on anything that could make himself stronger. Walking down a 60-story building step by step is as easy as walking on flat ground. He believes that physical strength is the foundation, guns are dead, and the human body is the real weapon. Therefore, when he reached the 4th floor, Zhao Yi stopped, quickly dropped the box, drew 2 guns from his waist, and the door in front of him exploded with a bang. Someone used the door panel as a shield and rushed towards him. Zhao Yi remained calm and fired continuously with both guns, trying to aim each shot at the same point. Based on the opponent's height, which allowed him to hide behind the door panel, as long as he could penetrate the door panel, the bullet would hit the opponent's chest. In front of his supernatural power, there is nothing that cannot be penetrated. The man came very fast and was within 1 meter before he had finished firing 2 bullets. Zhao Yi quickly rolled sideways to avoid him and turned the gun to shoot again. But the person who came seemed to have the ability of perspective. Although his vision was clearly blocked by the door panel, he turned around first and still faced Zhao Yi with the door panel. Through the bullet holes on the door panel, Zhao Yi could faintly see a trace of bright red blood. The man was shot at least 3 times. Although they were not vital, they were enough to temporarily slow down his actions. You never thought that the door panel could not stop my bullets. Zhao Yi smiled coldly and raised the muzzle of his gun. He had already calculated the opponent's height and was now aiming at the opponent's head. The next moment, a door panel whizzed towards him and was thrown by the man. Zhao Yi had to roll over to avoid it. At this critical moment, he did not panic and remembered the other party's position firmly. Even while rolling, he continued to shoot at the position he remembered. The sound of bullets hitting flesh rang in his ears, and Zhao Yi sneered. but he didn't know where the bullet hit the opponent's body. After he steadied himself and half knelt on the ground, he suddenly felt a figure close to him, and then he became a little panicked. He raised the muzzle of the gun and aimed it at the enemy's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the enemy pressed the muzzle of the gun with one hand, and forced the direction of the muzzle to deviate. The bullet pierced his palm, but he seemed to be nothing happened and punched down hard. Which is harder, a gun or a fist? The answer is obvious. Zhaoyi had nowhere to dodge and had to take the punch while pulling the trigger of the other gun. The fist hit his cheekbone. Zhaoyi felt as if he was hit by a truck. All he could hear was the sound of his cheekbone breaking. He did not hear the expected sound of the bullet entering the flesh. When he turned his head, the bloody fist was rapidly enlarging in the shaking world before his eyes. A punch left a dent in the gunman's skull, but Changan still did not stop. He first broke the man's arms, and then smashed his head into pieces with one punch after another. Then he said into the wireless headset beside his ear, "Solved." When Anren, who was downstairs, took a deep breath and walked upstairs quickly, just in time to see Changan taking off his tattered shirt. "You are here, come and help me sew it." "I can't sew the wound on my back." Changan waved his hand. "It would be nice if I had the superpower to conjure clothes out of thin air. By the way, is it safe here?" When Anren closed her eyes and used her supernatural powers to sense something, nodded, and took the needle and thread from Changan's hand. "It's better to twist his neck than to smash his head, right? It's disgusting to look at it like that." Glancing at the headless corpse, when Anren frowned. He was not opposed to killing, but he still had some resistance to such bloodiness. Turning his head to take a look, Changan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I will pay attention next time." When Anren's hand trembled, and the needle in his hand almost pierced Changan's back muscle. "Damn it, this guy doesn't really think of me as a friend, does he? Does he have any brains?" After sewing up the wound, Changan put on the clothes he picked up on the roadside and handed the box containing the sniper rifle to one Anren. "Your ability is too good." Even though it was not the first day he thought of it, Changan could not help but admire it. Just aim at the target, and then use your ability to feel the timing to shoot. When you win, you will definitely be a very powerful person in the future. When Anren took the wooden box in a daze, he didn't feel any malice, jealousy, or sarcasm in Changan's admiration. He just felt genuinely happy for him. Changan embraced when Anren and said, "Let's go. It's up to you from now on. In addition to shooting, you have to point me in a safe direction. Unfortunately, this walkie-talkie is only effective within 100 meters, so you will be in danger. Be content. It's good enough that we found the battery." When Anren rolled his eyes and hesitated for a moment before saying, "You can't rely on my instructions. They are not 100% accurate. Sometimes, even though I think it is dangerous, maybe your experience is more useful." Don't worry. I know. You were very accurate in asking me to lower my head just now, otherwise the bullet would have hit my head." Changan grinned, revealing his shiny white teeth. This is a completely different person. When Anren sighed secretly, compared with the vigilance when he first met him, it was as if the soldier sitting in the armored vehicle walked out of the car and took off his bulletproof vest. "Maybe you are acting?" Chapter 27. Early Decisive Battle. He was shot 3 times in the body and once in the palm. But less than 2 hours later, the wound on the palm was left with only a pink scar, and he could not feel anything abnormal at all. Changan knew that after saving his life, he became much stronger. His reaction speed and hearing improved significantly. He was able to evade the gunman as much as possible, and none of the bullets hit his vital points. There is not much change in strength. It is still about the same as before, and the speed has also increased slightly, but it is not obvious. The biggest change is the self-healing ability. Now you can see that the wound is healing just with the naked eye. Maybe I need to die a few more times to become stronger? Once the thought came to him, he could no longer extricate himself. Changan recalled every battle he had fought in the past, and always felt that his guess seemed to be correct. The closer he was to death, the greater his growth would be. Why not give it a try? What a dangerous idea, but why can't I stop myself? Give it a try, just one try. If I fail, there will be no next time. But what if I succeed? What are you thinking about? When Anren's voice interrupted Changan's thoughts, he smiled helplessly and said, "It's okay. Charles is about to win. You stay focused and see if his level of danger has decreased." 90 meters away, when Anren huddled in a metal box, looking at Charles in the distance through the scope of a sniper rifle, the feedback from his supernatural powers told him that he was one of the most dangerous people here. With the strength Charles had shown now, There were actually 3 other people in this city who were as dangerous as Charles. The giant dragon that galloped across the sky and earth had long lost all its majesty. After a day and a night, it was already at the end of its strength, and even its wings seemed powerless. When it fell from midair to the ground, the battle was over. All that is left is a desperate resistance. Charles, let me go. I can't die here. The dragon uttered a human voice. When you get closer, you can find that there is a man standing in the dragon's mouth. He is the one with special powers who hid himself in the dragon's belly to ensure his own safety. Charles said nothing, but threw out bolts of lightning from his hands, which seemed to have no end. This monstrous boy seemed tireless, and had never shown any signs of fatigue from the beginning of the war to now. No. The giant dragon raised its broken wings to block the attack. Please let me go. I can serve you as my master. As long as you let me grow up, I will definitely be a help to you. I can't die here, please. I still have revenge to take. My parents and brothers all died at the hands of that man. At worst, I can give up and leave. Please let me go. I can't die here. Listening to the already confusing words, Charles just paused slightly. The thunder in his hand became thicker, and then he raised his hand. What does that have to do with me? The silver-white thunder burst into life, and the giant dragon roared in pain, like the background music of the fireworks. The music stopped before the fireworks faded away. The 100-meter-long dragon's body was charred as carbon, and in its mouth, which had never closed, there was a dried human corpse. One could faintly see the unwillingness and hideousness before death. Everyone has his or her own story, but what does your story have to do with me? You and I are just rivals destined to fight each other to death. Charles opened his hands like a cross, then put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. It's an honor to fight you, but that's all. At this moment, countless eyes were focused on Charles, and everyone was waiting for him to show signs of fatigue and flaws. Changan hid in a large fish tank, his whole body submerged in the water, with only half of his head exposed, and whispered, "How is it?" When Anren, who was far away, was still holding the sniper rifle and whispered, "No, the sense of danger has not only not decreased, but has increased. He is now more dangerous than at the beginning." Changan frowned, climbed out of the fish tank, landed silently, carefully hid in the windowless storage room next door, dried himself, and changed his clothes. After making sure that there was no one around, Changan replied with a gloomy face, "He is most likely a person with dual powers, or maybe even triple powers. The battle has lasted for more than 24 hours. This cannot be explained by natural talent." The information says that Charles's family was aristocratic before the apocalypse, and the apocalypse did not have much impact on his family. He had awakened his superpowers when he was born, and according to appraisal, his mental strength is extremely strong, far exceeding that of ordinary superpowers. But according to my calculations, the mental energy he consumed in this one-day and one-night battle was enough to bring down 20A-level warriors. This has nothing to do with talent. I'm afraid he has other abilities to support him. When Anren put down the sniper rifle, moved his position, and asked, "Do you have any guess?" "That's right." Changan nodded instinctively, then he remembered that they were talking remotely. "There are 2 possibilities. One is the recovery, in the auxiliary system, and the other is the god of magic, in the mythology system. I hope it's not the latter." The god of magic of the mythology department. When Anren's heart started pounding when he heard these 2 words, and he finally calmed down. The most recognized strongest system is the combat system, and every ability is extremely suitable for combat, but the one with the highest upper limit is still the mythology system. It is said that only 1 out of 100,000 people with abilities can produce one. The reason why it is called a myth is that the superpowers possessed by the superpowers in this system are all linked to mythological stories. Before the end of the world, there were no superpowers in the world, but there were still different mythological stories circulating. Stories like Manhwa mending the sky in Dongzhou, Shiha bathing the sun, the creation of the world in Shizhou, and the world serpent in Beizhou all belong to the category of mythology. After the end of the world, superpowers began to appear, but the superpowers awakened by some people began to resemble those of characters in mythology, thus giving birth to the mythology system, which is known as superpowers with no upper limit. There is a psychic named Gabriel in Shizhou. He was S-level at birth, and is said to have been secretly protected by the Empire. The god of law, mentioned by Changan, is more of an auxiliary person. The psychic will have almost endless mental power and extremely high resistance to any elemental power. There is only one known superpower of the god of law. Maybe Charles is the second one. Someone is taking action. Changan, who was about to leave, turned back. A figure jumped high from the top of the building, with wings of ice and fire spread out behind him. With a raise of his hand, the air turned into a hell of fire. The red and almost black flames surged towards Charles, and the man covered his body with armor made of ice. Another dual system power, and it is a dual system power that is extremely suitable for combat. Li Changan swallowed his saliva. He had a hunch that even though there were still 1/3 of the people left, the decisive battle might have already begun. Chapter 28. Come with me. The sky covered by flames actually illuminated the entire city. The man who made the move had blonde hair and blue eyes, like a god from heaven. No one had ever paid attention to him. From the time he entered the trial field until now, he had been trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. Although he was a nearly S-level psychic, he tried his best to avoid any fight until this moment when he took action, and his power was overwhelming. Charles, do you still remember me? 3 years ago, I was defeated by you, and you also took away my Elsa. Today I am here to seek revenge. Hearing this roar, Charles frowned and said, Are you Salman? I didn't take your woman away. She got involved with me, and I didn't accept her. She tried to drug me, but I broke her hands and feet. Enough. Salman roared with orange flames on his head. My Aisha is so pure and kind, and you dare to frame her. She is an angel sent down from heaven, and it is people like you who have defiled her. Charles said unhappily, I didn't lie. If I remember correctly, she told me that her skills were very good and could give me a wonderful evening. My guard told me that she usually charges $3,000. Enough, you still say. Salman was furious and threw ice spears behind him. Li Changan listened to everything in amazement. He shifted his attention and pressed the headset and said, The plan may change. This Charles can also use words to provoke his opponents. He is not a reckless man. When Anran, who also heard everything, was speechless. Why do I feel that he is just an idiot? No one united, but some people reached a tacit understanding. After Salman took the lead, those hiding in the dark also began to prepare to take action. Charles was too strong, so strong that it unbalanced the trial, so strong that most people would fear him first. This was because Charles did not try to hide his strength at all. He was just like his supernatural powers, open and mighty. From the beginning to the end, Charles had no intention of concealing his strength. All he had to do was to push forward, kill everyone, and win with his domineering and invincible attitude. For such people, if they are not straightforward, their thoughts will not be clear. The person who took action after Salman was a strange psychic. He suddenly appeared behind Charles and chopped down fiercely with a jagged scimitar in his hand. The blade chopped about a foot outside Charles's body, but was blocked by the transparent electric barrier. The electric current clung to the blade and entangled it, but it could not affect the attacker. When Charles turned around, the attacker behind him had disappeared. He came silently and left without leaving any trace. Shadow ability. Charles's body was covered in lightning, so his shadow could not be seen. He attacked from the shadow of Salman's ice spear. Li Changan stopped and said, That person attacked with his real body, so it's not an A-level ability, at most C-level. When Anran asked, Then what? Li Changan raised his lips. The range of the C-level shadow is not large. He must attack within 200 meters of the target. The position of his attack is the center of the circle. I can give him an approximate position. I understand. When Anran sighed quietly and said after a few seconds, In the south, sometimes he appears and sometimes not. He is probably changing his position. Li Changan grinned. Shadow, that was not even at A-level, was simply free points. A few minutes later, Li Changan arrived near the location when Anran mentioned and found a suitable corner to look at the sky. The battle between Charles and Salman continued. Salman was very strong, and the high temperature of the flames could be felt hundreds of meters away. Charles was also hurt for the first time. His hair was burnt. Under such high temperature, although Charles was not injured, he could not completely avoid it. Beads of sweat as big as beans had wet his clothes, and his soft blonde hair began to curl and turn yellow. Li Changan was waiting. As long as that shadow made another move, he would definitely be able to find the other party's position. Li Changan didn't have to wait too long. After the ice spear hit the shield and shattered into pieces again, the same figure appeared beside Charles and slashed with a knife, but still failed. Found you. Li Changan grinned. When the shadow ability is activated, the eyes must be in the direction of the spell, and this is an instantaneous ability, so it is difficult to change your posture in this instant. Therefore, by the direction the shadow faces when it appears, you can determine where this guy is hiding. Li Changan looked in the direction and when the air was filled with the stench of burnt hair, Li Changan knew that he had succeeded. The psychic who was changing positions not far ahead turned around and saw Li Changan following behind him. Without any panic, his figure disappeared in a flash. Li Changan twisted his waist and elbowed the enemy from behind. He heard a muffled groan and his elbow hit the enemy's ribs. Then he ran forward without any pause. When Shadow released his supernatural power and appeared in the original place, Li Changan had just arrived in front of him. After punching the opponent's chest and causing it to collapse, Li Changan said goodbye with a smile. It was too simple, so simple that it made people feel they were very powerful, but Li Changan knew that the opponent was too weak. This psychic had a good mentality, but it was a pity that he used his superpowers too singularly. After watching Shadow take action twice, Li Changan was able to determine the other party's understanding of the superpower. A qualified Shadow superpower user should move continuously in the shadow, rather than being restricted to returning to his position after each use of the superpower. Carrying the enemy who was not yet completely dead, Li Changan ran all the way, trying to stay as close to Charles and Salman's feet as possible. This was the most dangerous route, but also the safest route. Half a minute later, Li Changan found Wen Anren, who came to meet him. Hurry, hurry. He is about to die. You better act quickly. Li Changan threw the man aside and hurriedly handed the knife to Wen Anren. Under the urging, although Wen Anren was confused, he instinctively took the knife and then heard the point's reminder sound that only he could hear. Luckily we made it. Li Changan breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Anren asked blankly, You came here in such a hurry just to let me get points? Yes, you should be ahead in points now. If I can't kill all the others in the end, we can still win as long as I keep you alive. Patting Wen Anren's shoulder, Li Changan took the knife and put it on his waist. It may be ugly, but the knife is very sharp. Wen Anren was still in a daze, but Li Changan had already looted everything and ran away with Wen Anren. Let's go. We can't stay here anymore. Salman is going crazy, and I'm worried that he will kill both parties. We need to go far away. Li Changan shook his head as he ran. It's a pity that the sniper rifle has too few bullets. We have to use the remaining 3 sparingly. Charles's shield can block knives and Salman's ice spear. I don't know if the bullets from this gun can be blocked. Try not to come out and save your bullets. Wen Anren nodded, absent-mindedly not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 29. The situation is clear. The latest intelligence was submitted layer by layer, passing through the 4 major cities of Dongzhou and then to Tongtian City, the current capital of the empire, located at the junction of 3 continents. The entire city has only one building, towering into the sky, covering an area of 600,000 square kilometers, and is still expanding. It is both Tongtian City and Tongtian Tower. The military headquarters is located in the middle section of the tower. Wang Jianjun, one of the 3 marshals, is stationed here. He is also the oldest of the 3 marshals, but no one doubts his fighting ability. Common sense after the apocalypse does not apply to this old man. Marshal, there's a battle report from the northwest. The soldier with 3 flowers on his shoulders knocked on the door, his palms filled with cold sweat from nervousness. Come in. Inside the door, Wang Jianjun held the teacup in both hands and blew away the hot air. He took the battle report from his subordinates and said with a smile, The winged tiger should be the one that escaped 10 years ago. Now it has grown again and dares to attack again. Marshal, the northwest front has been breached by 30 miles. The brothers over there may not be able to hold on. The S-class psychic Captain Long, who was stationed there, was attacked and has died. The soldiers were very anxious but could not show it. Such trivial matters can be directly handed over to the Special Operations Department in the future. We allocate so much money to support them every year. I can't have to worry about such matters. Wang Jianjun threw the battle report back. Tell that brat that he is useless after coming out of the Trial Institute. I don't want anyone who kills my own people. If you have the ability, get out and kill the monsters. Give him 3 days, 2 days to go back and forth, and 1 day left to solve the problem for me. Otherwise, pack up your things and get out of the Special Operations Department. As he walked out the door, the soldier slapped himself twice. I have nothing better to do than to take on this job. Can you slow down? The intercom signal is bad. I can't hear you if you're out of range. Listening to Wen Anren's voice in the headset, Li Changan hesitated for a few seconds, then slowed down and whispered, You are too slow. I can't get too close to you. If someone finds out that we have formed an alliance, others will deal with us first. You're talking nonsense. Wen Anren was very dissatisfied. He was following behind breathlessly. Normal people have the same speed as me. I'm not a strengthening type. Me too. Li Changan said as a matter of course. When Anren was so angry that she was choked and speechless, Li Changan continued on the intercom. You are a person with special abilities, so your physical fitness will be stronger than that of ordinary people. Moreover, seek good luck and avoid evil cannot directly improve your combat effectiveness. You have to learn to make the most of your body, otherwise it will be difficult for me to protect you. Okay, what do you say we should do? Facing the experts, when Anren chose not to argue. Li Changan was the best example of a person without superpowers defeating a person with superpowers. It's a trial now, so there's no way to train you. You should stay closer to me, pretend to be following me, and then learn how I act. I'll teach you after we leave the trial, Li Changan said, and stopped, waiting for when Anren to catch up. Since the end of the world, superpowers have flourished and replaced humanity's previous way of life. At the same time, the average life expectancy of people is increasing, and the limits of the body are also rising. Through long-term training, it is easy to run 100 meters in under 7 seconds. This is an all-round evolution, but few people are willing to work hard to strengthen their bodies like Li Changan. He has no choice. If there are other options, no one would choose to suffer. 3 days had passed since he got the sniper rifle, and Salman died at the hands of Charles without any suspense. This was his own choice. Perhaps he had been thinking of dying together from the very beginning. Therefore, the final self-explosion dyed half the sky red, and the other half was a frost hell. At the time of the self-explosion, Salman actually broke through to the S level. If it had been earlier, perhaps he would have had a better chance of winning. It has to be said that fate plays tricks on people. Salman's death was like a disaster. The already dilapidated city collapsed again. Combined with the part destroyed by Charles before, more than 30% of the buildings in the city were gone. The space available for survival continued to shrink, but fortunately, many people died. Salman's self-explosion took away 20 spectators who thought they were safe as long as they hid 100 meters away. Now, the counter in the sky shows survivors, 31. And below are the top 3 rankings. First place, Charles, with 34 points. Second place, Anren, with 22 points. Third place, Li Changan, with 7 points. Cliff-like ranking. Li Changan never expected that he would be among the top 3. When the ranking first appeared, the third place was not him, but a guy named Brun, who also had 11 points. However, after encountering a dual-powered person on the road and killing him with great effort, Li Changan found that his name appeared in third place. You're called Brun? Invisibility, plus mastery of wind element, are indeed worthy of the title of third, but Li Changan does not deserve the third place. If Charles's 2 battles had not affected such a wide range of people, he would not have been ranked third with 7 points. There is nothing to be thankful for. He can only hope that Charles will not waste points to check his location. What bothers Li Changan the most is that Charles is still alive. First stand on your tiptoes, then kneel down. When you are halfway down, support yourself with your hands and push upwards. At this time, push the ground with your feet, and the jump will turn into a run. Li Changan was explaining the steps to Anren behind him. Anren did it as instructed and indeed used a little less force, but the most important thing was that it reduced the burden on the joints. But I always feel that this posture has a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this a locust? Anren stopped helplessly, holding his forehead and asked, how did you learn this method? I learned from animals that switching from plantigrade to toe walking or hoof walking can save energy if you are more flexible. Li Changan's tone was somewhat joyful. The book says that nature is the best teacher. I think that's true. Are you a wolf boy? Why would a guy who grew up in human society try to behave like a wild beast? Anren couldn't understand. He was trying hard to become a human. Li Changan thought for a moment. Shouldn't we learn from stronger monsters? Many monsters in the wild don't have special powers, but they can hunt us. This shows that their method is correct. If superpowers can be learned, then I will definitely learn them. It's because superpowers cannot be learned that I am going to learn them. There is someone in front of me. The two of them stopped at the same time. Li Changan slowed down his breathing, and the sound was almost invisible. Even the beating of his heart began to weaken. About 50 meters away, there was a woman holding a knife. There were a few corpses scattered around her, but because they were too scattered, it was impossible to tell how many there were. The points ranking in the sky remains unchanged. That was Sansheng. The last plot did not put her to death. Instead, the guy playing with the bow had not been heard from for a long time. The woman with the second highest winning rate. Anren's voice came. Yeah. Li Changan responded softly. I've met her. She's very strong. Her ability is something I've never seen before. It's related to traces. She can see traces left by anything. The knife she slashes with will also leave traces. It was the first time that when Anren heard the words very strong from Li Changan's mouth, he felt a little scared and lowered his voice again and asked, "Then should we evacuate carefully?" Li Changan did not answer. He was hesitating. Take a gamble? Chapter 30, You and Me. In the end, the two of them quietly withdrew, and Li Changan gave up on this gamble. When Anren didn't think too much about it, he just thought that since the other party was very strong, he should just leave. His supernatural powers didn't sense anything, but he still trusted Li Changan's words unconditionally. During these few days of getting along, Li Changan proved himself. Even though he didn't have any special powers, his almost beast-like instincts helped him avoid danger many times. Even though he had killed more than 10 people with his own hands, more than Li Changan, when Anren could not feel superior. Li Changan's calm and relaxed words are still recalled by him from time to time. The first one I killed was a dwarf. His ability was very powerful. He could seal other people's abilities. But it didn't work on me, so it was easy to kill him. The second one is fire mastery. He attacked me by surprise. He's pretty strong. The third one was teleportation. Not very clever, but solved fairly easily. The fourth one was the one with the beast ability. I was seriously injured and had a fever at the time, and he almost killed me. Not a word of human language. When Anren even began to doubt Li Changan's luck. Except for the first dwarf, the next three were not easy to deal with, especially for a person without superpowers. I don't know what Anren was thinking about in the back. Li Changan was thinking about Sanjinghe. There were probably 3 left hands among the bodies on the ground just now, which means at least 3 people. But with these 3 points, Sanjinghe actually had less than 7 points of the third place. In Li Changan's mind, Charles was the most threatening, followed by Sanjinghe. However, if the two were to fight within 10 meters, Li Changan felt that the latter had a greater chance of winning. This is intuition, an intuition that does not require rehearsing the battle process. Sanjinghe's strength is unquestionable. People who meet her for the first time may doubt it, but after fighting with her in person, Li Changan directly elevated Sanjinghe to the opponent he least wanted to meet. No doubt about it. No matter what she holds in her hand, the knife marks left behind are indestructible. As long as she swings the knife fast enough, the knife marks can become an indestructible shield wall. What on earth is such a powerful guy doing if he doesn't kill people? Could it be that she couldn't bear to kill someone? Impossible. The way she chopped up a corpse was enough to show her mental toughness. I can't figure it out. Li Changan. When Anren had been holding back on this question for a long time, but after these few days, she finally couldn't hold it back any longer. Have you participated in more than one trial? Li Changan paused while running. A few seconds of hesitation was equivalent to giving the answer. He responded directly, yes, more than once. No wonder you are good at guarding against people. If you were a hunter, you should be more familiar with monsters. When Anren hadn't said another word, Li Changan had no psychological burden about killing people and didn't feel any guilt. Unless they have psychological problems, most people cannot control the guilt in their hearts. But Li Changan can't do that. He doesn't hesitate or feel sorry for his actions, like a monster. Then tell me about the trial you participated in before. Anyway, we are free now, and I can assure you that there is no danger. Running all the way made when Anren too bored. So bored that he started yawning. Listening to the yawning sound in the headset, Li Changan sighed and said, the last time was the Wushuan trial. The final winner was a big guy who called himself the Barbarian God. He captured a sensory ability user and cut off his limbs to use as a pathfinder. In the end, more than 100 people died at his hands. He was a madman. If you win in the end, you will meet him when you go to the military. When Anren curled her lips and said, I don't want to meet this kind of person, but you can actually survive. You are amazing. He barely survived. His chest was almost pierced, but his heart is fine. He doesn't feel well either. I broke 2 of his ribs and broke his kidney. If you meet him, don't tell him you know me. I'm afraid he will attack you. Li Changan was a little worried and gave a few more solemn instructions. When Anren echoed, but didn't seem to take it to heart. The direction the two were heading was close to the edge of the city, and there was a black boundary on the edge. When Anren sensed that there was no danger at all, so it was the most suitable direction for action. But not long after he stopped, he saw a figure falling out of the alley, covered in blood, holding something and struggling to crawl. It seemed that a terrifying monster was chasing him. It seems that your supernatural power is also wrong. There is a battle here. Li Changan stuck to the wall, with only half of his head exposed, observing. When Anren was stunned and immediately retorted, no, my ability will not lead to such errors, otherwise I would have died long ago. Even if there was a single mistake, I would have died. Then what's going on? Come up and take a look. Li Changan looked again and found that the man was no longer moving and seemed to be dead. Died from excessive blood loss? The imagined pursuer did not appear either. Half a minute later, when Anren stood next to Li Changan, without any cover, standing naked in the middle of the road. Come, I'll prove to you that there's nothing wrong with my superpowers and there's no danger now. When Anren stood there with his hands on his hips, Li Changan reluctantly pulled him to his side and whispered, "You can't rely too much on your superpowers. Superpowers are weapons. You have to separate the weapons from yourself. I'll go over and take a look. You wait here." Without giving any time for explanation, Li Changan forced Wen Anren to stay where she was. He grabbed the wall and climbed up, lying on the top of the building which was less than 5 meters high, and crawled forward like a gecko. Looking down from above, he saw a rat about 9 meters long. It was already dead, its stomach cut open by a sharp blade, its internal organs scattered all over the floor. There were signs of corrosion on the ground around it, and if he looked closely, he could see blood in every trace. Only after making sure there was no danger did Li Changan let Wen Anren get closer and simulated a battle in his mind. First, the rat was attracted by something. Then the man fell from a high place. The first blow was on the rat's head, and the last blow was the sharp blade that cut open the rat's belly. As a result, the gushing blood had a corrosive effect, causing both to die. There was no trace of a third person at the scene. So Li Changan picked up a steel bar and walked towards the man's body. "What are you doing? This blood might be poisonous. Don't touch it." When Anren quickly stopped him, "Think about it carefully." Li Changan did not rush forward. This is a trial. Killing monsters does not add any points. If he is hungry, he can hunt small mice. Why does he want to attack this big guy? It shows that this big guy is valuable. Gently pushing Wen Anren away, Li Changan walked towards the corpse and used the steel bars to dig into the body, saying, "Sometimes there are special things in the trial, such as the Star Destroyer cannon, which is out of date, and some people have picked up flying swords. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably holding something similar. This is a treasure. As long as you take this with you, you will be taken more seriously when you win and join the military." This was the first time that Li Changan encountered a treasure in the trial center. He was so excited that he didn't pay attention to what was behind him. When Anren raised her hand and pointed at Li Changan, then trembled slightly when she said the last sentence, and finally put her hand down. Chapter 31. Young Man's Passion. Li Changan broke off the corpse's arms and fingers, and snatched away the things that the guy was holding tightly before he died. It's a glove. After flipping through it again, Li Changan helplessly discovered that there was really only one. Half a glove, with a strange circular pattern on the back of the hand and an arc in the middle that looked like a closed eye. He pulled hard, and found the gloves to be surprisingly tough. He couldn't even deform them with his strength. "It's so strange. This seems to be a treasure, but I can't see what's special about it. Although it is very sturdy, the gloves bought outside can also be of this quality." Li Changan handed the gloves to Wen Anren. Wen Anren did not take it immediately and shook his head and said, "You need the treasure more than me? No matter what effect it has, it is better than relying on your fists alone." "No." Li Changan shook his head firmly and put the money into Wen Anren's hand. "You don't know how fierce the competition in the military is. If you want better resources and greater power, you must show your absolute strength. Seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune is a good power, but you are too weak and will be easily bullied in the military. Maybe someone will trip you up. Let's study the ability of this glove." When Anren shook his head, "No need to study anymore. I even know how that guy died." Passing the glove to Li Changan, when Anren spread his hands and frowned, "As long as I hold this glove, I feel that the operation of the superpower is not smooth. Even if I take it away now, it is still the same. Wait a little longer, and let me see if I guess correctly." He didn't wait too long. After about half a minute, the strange feeling of stagnation disappeared. When Anren tried it several times and finally got the exact answer. Anyone who is touched by this glove will have temporary power problems. They will not be able to use the power as they normally would. There will be some lag, and the power of the power will also decrease. It will return to normal after half a minute. After listening, Li Changan took the glove and put it on his hand. "I understand. After I kill Charles, I will give it to you. You still have to wear it. Maybe it will become your trump card. You're a bit stubborn. I don't want it." When Anren turned around and walked away, squatting next to the giant rat, "Why do you think this person found the treasure? Was it by luck?" Squatting next to Wen Anren, Li Changan frowned and thought. After a moment, Li Changan shook his head. "I don't think it's luck. In fact, I have always suspected that the trial center is a real space, and it is a parallel space to our world. The evidence is that this place is almost exactly the same as my hometown. Recalling the bronze sparrow in his arms, Li Changan continued to add, perhaps some people knew about the existence of this place before the trial appeared. They know much more about this place than we do. He may be one of the insiders, otherwise. Li Changan didn't finish his words, but when Anren already understood. There was nothing special about the border of the trial field and a mutated rat. It seemed like there were some coincidences, but too many coincidences were inevitable. Next, Li Changan told when Anren his own guesses about the similarities between this place and North City, as well as what he had seen and heard in other trial centers. The killing that should have been tense and terrifying became a little more leisurely after the two met. Li Changan even had some time to teach when Anren his own way of survival. He's really like a wild beast. When Anren could only complain helplessly, Li Changan's ability to survive all came from the wild. Without any superpowers, it was much more difficult for him to hunt monsters than for other superpower users. Li Changan squatted beside a bonfire and heated canned food on the fire. Not far away, when Anren was lying on the ground, trying to climb on all fours as he got used to it. Stop practicing. Li Changan suddenly spoke, took the can down and put it in a bowl filled with cold water, which could cool the can down and make it easier for when Anren to eat. What's wrong? I just found a trick. In fact, when Anren had to practice it, this posture was too embarrassing. Li Changan stood up and looked into the distance. Sanjungha is here. I didn't expect her to choose us as her target. Maybe she has discovered me. Not running away? When Anren looked up at the sky, the number of people shown on the counter was less than 20, and Li Changan also fell from the third place. Now the third place was Sanjungha. 13 points. In just half a day, the number of people who died at her hands skyrocketed. You can't escape. This fight must be fought. I'll go to the front and fight her. You eat quickly. Li Changan climbed over the wall and rushed towards Sanjungha. Instead of confronting him face to face, he might as well try to set up an ambush. It should be okay. When Anren picked up the bowl, his supernatural power did not sense much danger, but his supernatural power was only effective on himself, so he could not see whether Li Changan's departure would be a good or bad thing. I can only rely on reverse inference. If Li Changan is fine, it means I am fine, and if I am fine, it means Li Changan is fine. Sanjungha was strolling in the weeds. She knew that she could use points to check the location of her opponents, but finding Li Changan did not require spending points. After killing several opponents, she accidentally found Li Changan's trace, and she began to follow him all the way. On the way, she killed more than 10 opponents who were planning to launch a sneak attack, and her points rose to third place. Now Charles is on the other side of the city, and no one will disturb her. As they walked, Sanjungha stopped, turned around and looked around, smiled and said, "You should have noticed that I am looking for you, so you shouldn't miss such a suitable place for ambush, right?" Li Changan, who was hiding in the corner like a corpse, did not answer. A qualified hunter should not expose himself before succeeding, even if the other party seemed to have discovered him. Until the last moment, the hunter's weapon should not be exposed. Don't hide. You know I can see the traces. Thanks to you, I became a little stronger when hunting the archer. Now I can see the traces left by the breath in the air. Sanjungha drew out his knife and walked towards Li Changan's hiding place step by step. My maximum distance is 2 steps, which is about 1 meter. After this woman draws her knife and has her arm span, she will definitely attack me first, so I need to avoid the first knife. Li Changan stopped breathing, and his heartbeat suddenly stagnated. Strange. Sanjungha stopped and the trace there suddenly disappeared, but just as she was puzzled, the breath reappeared. When she reacted, Li Changan had leaned over and rushed out from the pile of rocks. 3 steps. Li Changan stared at Sanjungha intently, not even daring to blink. He wanted to remember every stroke of Sanjungha's sword. I can win, even if I don't have any special powers or the weapons brought by my family background. Even if you treat me like a pig or a dog, I can kill you. The blood in my body seemed to boil, and a feeling I had never experienced before surged into my heart. For the first time since he was a child, Li Changan felt the passion of youth. Chapter 32. Death is not a sorrow. A figure smashed through the wall and fell into the dust. Since she was not wearing a skirt, she was not Sansheng. Even though his body was still sliding backwards due to the chopping, Li Changan's thinking ability was not disordered. His 10 fingers were tightly gripping the ground. When Sanjungha passed through the broken wall, Li Changan's 10 fingers penetrated the ground, and he stopped abruptly. Although this does put a lot of strain on the arm muscles. If Sanjungha had not chased him immediately, Li Changan would have been willing to slide for a while longer, but San Zhenghe had already caught up and was planning to finish him off, so Li Changan had to regain control of his body no matter what, as sliding uncontrollably was courting death. You are really strong. Li Changan licked the cracked corner of his mouth. The wound came from San Zhenghe's counterattack with the back of the knife. The same goes for you. San Zhenghe held the knife with both hands, her expression showing a caution that she didn't have when facing other opponents. There was a bloodstain on her shoulder, which was left by Li Changan's first sneak attack. A palm-sized piece of gravel penetrated 3 centimeters deep into her shoulder bone. If she hadn't deliberately bumped into it at the critical moment, the gravel would have pierced her heart. Li Changan hunched his body with his hands hanging down. His eyes were cold and showed no emotion that a human should have. In those eyes, San Zhenghe couldn't even see his own reflection. There was only a single desire. Why don't you want to talk to me? I just have some questions to ask you. San Zhenghe held his sword across his body helplessly, in a defensive posture. Li Changan lowered his body, and for an instant San Zhenghe's hair stood on end. It looked like a gesture of submission, but she knew it was the gesture of a wild beast hunting. If I'm not dead, ask again. Li Changan's figure suddenly disappeared in front of San Zhenghe. At this moment, after San Zhenghe finally confirmed that they would meet again, Li Changan became stronger and faster, and she could only barely keep up. In the absence of venue restrictions, she was actually at a disadvantage. There was no need to think at all. San Zhenghe swung his sword again and again in the air around him. The speed of swinging the sword increased again and again. In 10 seconds at most, the sword marks would be all over his body. But she didn't do that. Instead, she left a gap at the end, pointing directly to her heart. Walking into a trap. Deliberately exposing flaws must be a trick, but she just wants to force Li Changan to take action. Her special ability is more suitable for counterattack rather than meeting the enemy. Killing the opponent step by step while defending is her style. You want to kill me, but there is only one way to kill me. Will you do it or not? Be a gambler who sacrifices his life, or a weak coward? A stone whizzed towards San Zhenghe's chest. Even at the moment of the attack, Li Changan did not show up. He was moving very quickly and irregularly, and San Zhenghe's eyes could not keep up with his speed. Can't you help it? San Zhenghe broke the stone with a knife and smiled. It was the contempt of a superior. She had seen too many of them and could naturally learn the charm. An enraged beast will lose its mind, and a beast without mind is not worth worrying about. Gravel rained down on San Zhenghe, who calmly raised her knife and chopped at him. It was an old trick that Li Changan had used once when they first met. Not only was it useless to her, it would also leave more knife marks. No, if it didn't work, why would a desperado like him use it again? Damn it! San Zhenghe, no longer obsessed with the flaw that was deliberately left on her chest, turned around and saw that Li Changan had stopped behind her silently and was passing through the barrier of the knife mark with one palm. How could you possibly go through the knife mark? San Zhenghe was shocked, and using the force of turning around, he slashed upward with the knife without any delay. Because I remember where you struck each time. Li Changan didn't care, and his punch went through the barrier and hit San Zhenghe's face directly, and then he quickly pulled his hand away to avoid the knife, and the tip of the knife only had time to separate the skin on Li Changan's arm. Her face was badly injured. San Zhenghe was sure that her nose bridge was broken, and even her facial bones had some cracks. However, she still did not retreat a single step and held on to the knife-scarred fortress that was no longer safe. Wiping the blood off his face, San Zhenghe looked at Li Changan coldly. Do you remember where I stabbed you every time? That's right. Li Changan was not in a hurry to attack again. The extreme sprint just now consumed a lot of physical strength, and he also needed to recover. He hoped that the other party would talk trash to delay time. You can find such a small gap between the knife marks. Your fighting talent is the best I have ever seen. Even for his opponent, San Zhenghe did not hesitate to praise him. Li Changan smiled slightly. You are really interesting. You are not in a hurry to kill people, and you even have the leisure to praise me. You don't look like a person who takes part in the trial, but more like a martial arts fanatic who is seeking a breakthrough in martial arts. You're half right. San Zhenghe sheathed his sword, his aura rising step by step. I didn't come here to participate in the trial, but I didn't come here to seek a breakthrough. Meeting you is a pleasant surprise. You make me want to change my fighting style. Damn it. Li Changan turned around and ran without hesitation. He was finally sure that this woman was not a single-powered person. Just by looking at her current surging momentum, he knew that the other power was not simple. It's too late. San Zhenghe shook his head and drew his sword in an instant. Nothing happened. This? San Zhenghe was shocked as he felt the power in his body. The gloves in Li Changan's hand appeared in his mind. He was not wearing gloves last time. For an unreasonable fighter, useless decorations might even hinder him. So is there something wrong with the gloves? His ability is probably overall enhancement of the enhancement system. The ability to slow down my supernatural power should be related to the gloves. It is a God-given. He actually found the God-given in this trial field. San Zhenghe began to hesitate whether to give chase. He didn't know how long the ability of the glove would last. If he continued to give chase in his current state, there was a high possibility that he would be killed in return. Could he have two powers? If it's not the glove's ability, but his second power. No, if he really had a second power, he should have used it long ago. No matter how powerful your talent and instinct are, you only have a weak, overall enhancement. The upper limit of your life has already been determined. With a sigh, San Zhenghe gave up the idea of chasing him. From the time she entered the trial field until now, Li Changan was the only opponent that interested her, not even Charles. She sympathized with the weak, especially those who tried their best. The weak deserve respect, especially those who risk their lives to get ahead. Their fate has already been determined, but they still expect a miracle. What a sad life. Everything is sad. After putting away the knife, San Zhenghe turned and left. After taking 2 steps, the feeling of complete control over his supernatural powers returned. Only 30 seconds? Looking back at the direction where Li Changan left, San Zhenghe wanted to take a step forward several times, but finally held back. Go and shine your brightest before you die. It would be a shame to die in my hands. Even if it is your destiny, at least you should make a splash. Chapter 33 The Invincible. When Anren was licking a can of food when he saw Li Changan running towards him. Then his feet left the ground, and he was carried on Li Changan's shoulders. Wait, what happened? It must be uncomfortable to be carried on someone's shoulders. With his abdomen being pressed by the shoulder, when Anren felt that the canned food he had just eaten wasted. Without slowing down, Li Changan adjusted his breathing and replied, San Zhenghe's second ability is very scary. She just put away the knife, and I felt a tearing sensation on my neck. If she had used the knife, I might have died. No, it's not possible. Li Changan repeated again, you will definitely die. When Anren was speechless, he did not doubt Li Changan. When it came to his intuition about facing danger, Li Changan's instincts were far superior to those of humans, almost like supernatural powers. But how could San Zhenghe be so strong? So far, Li Changan has never said that he would die, and he even dared to plan to kill Charles. What kind of supernatural power could make Li Changan so afraid? Mythology. Li Changan said directly, Yakura City's mythology ability, the invincible Batasai. How is it possible to have an invincible superpower? When Anren immediately retorted, he couldn't believe it. As for the Batasai, he had never heard of it. Li Changan said nothing and only stopped after running for several kilometers. There was no one following him with murderous intent, so he was sure that he was safe for the time being. Only then did he have the leisure to explain the story to an Anren. It's a supernatural power that is not recorded in the trial center, but it can be found on the black market. I only heard about it before, but it is definitely the one used by San Zhenghe. Li Changan panted and breathed slowly. But even the mythology department is not invincible. When Anren still insisted, Li Changan shook his head. It is invincible. You know the characteristics of superpowers, right? For example, the burning and heating of the fire element. The characteristic of Batasai is that the target will definitely hit and the enemy will definitely die. All enemies within its sight can be killed. From what you said, she is truly invincible. When Anren's face was solemn, and he asked back, if that's the case, she should have been the strongest person in the world a long time ago. I can't do it. Batusai is one of the rare superpowers that has restrictions. First, it must be attacked. Second, the opponent must be a strong person recognized by Batusai. In short, there are other restrictions, but this is all I know. Li Changan sat on the ground with lingering fear. When Anren frowned as he digested everything Li Changan said, he had never heard of the supernatural power of Batusai. This was the first time he heard of it today. Moreover, it was different from the mythology. He knew something was missing. Sakura City's Batusai originated from a folktale from even longer ago, but it is just a story. The protagonist of the story has extraordinary martial arts skills, but he is still just an ordinary person. Batusai has not reached the level of a myth. When Anren didn't say anything, waiting for Li Changan to recover his strength, he didn't see the battle just now with his own eyes, but from Li Changan's urgency, he knew it was not simple. Then I saw Li Changan, who had been relatively calm, suddenly smiled. I hurt her, Li Changan said fanatically. I was just about to kill her, but unfortunately I didn't have time to get familiar with the current speed and hesitated for a moment. Huh, are you happy that you almost killed her? It was incomprehensible. What was there to be happy about? When Anrin was full of questions. She thinks I'm a strong man, and Batusai also thinks I'm a strong man, and I almost killed her. You don't understand. She proved that I'm not a waste. Li Chang'an's smile became brighter. But you are not useless. When Anrin couldn't understand it anymore and comforted him unskillfully. You are already very powerful, and I also think you are a strong person. No one can be like you, who has no superpowers but hunts down so many superpowers. No, no, no. Li Chang'an shook his head, his expression almost crazy. I am a useless person without superpowers. Everyone says so. I have known since I was a child that I am different from others. I have no superpowers. I am not even as good as a producer. In the summer, they used their ice and fire powers to make boiling water and poured it on me. Li Chang'an took off his clothes and pointed to a large burn on his shoulder that spread to his chest. Winter will snatch my cotton jacket, strip off my clothes, and make me run home in the snow. They stepped on my head. The teacher said that this would help me awaken my superpowers, so no one cared about me. My first job was unloading cement on a construction site. I tried my best to pretend to be a power user, but my boss found out I didn't have any powers. He fired me and deducted half a year's salary on the grounds that I wasn't a power user. I went to the arbitration office to file a complaint and get my salary back, but because I couldn't register my special abilities, I had no social security. It's hard for you to understand a life like mine. It's not that hard, but it's really hard. I like trials. Every opponent treats me as an equal. They will try their best to kill me, but she is the only one who recognizes that I am strong. No, in fact, it's already very bitter. When Anrin gently patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, he didn't know how to comfort Li Chang'an. Maybe Li Chang'an didn't have a blood feud, but he was facing the purest malice in the world. It is precisely the purest malice that makes it impossible for people to be free. They have no way to retaliate, so they take all the suffering out on themselves. In fact, you are very strong, stronger than you think. Many people with superpowers are not as good as you. When Anrin said softly, you are the only one in this era who can compare with gods with your mortal body. Aren't you the most special because you don't have superpowers? Li Chang'an raised his head, now calm, and smiled slightly. Isn't special just an alien? When Anrin was speechless and unable to refute, he felt the inferiority complex hidden deep in Li Chang'an's heart. Perhaps even Li Chang'an himself had not discovered it. It was hard to imagine that this cruel and ruthless guy would have such an inferiority complex. All right. Li Chang'an stood up, bent down and motioned when Anrin to come up. I'll take you to kill the others. We can't kill Sanjinghe. I like her very much. This time I understand, your liking is definitely not a good thing. When Anrin smiled helplessly and let Li Chang'an carry her through the city. Li Chang'an was still carrying when Anrin's backpack, and there was the occasional clanging sound of bottles and cans in the backpack. Why do you carry so many trauma medicines? And you haven't used them yet. Just in case. I'm not like you. If I were to have those injuries, I would definitely not be able to bear it. It's okay. I won't let you get hurt. I have good self-healing ability. I will take over if there is a fight. Then these medicines are prepared for you. You just say such unlucky words. Chapter 34, Decisive Battle. The thunder was like a blade, easily cutting off the mortal's head, and the broken end emitted a burnt smell and hot air. Charles looked up and saw that he was firmly in first place with 41 points. The second place, when Anrin, had only 27 points, and the third place, Sanjinghe, had less than 20 points. However, there were only 7 survivors. In any case, at least in terms of points, no one could catch up with him, so the remaining guys had to kill him if they wanted to win. Who will be the first to come? Looking at the bracelet on his palm, Charles laughed at himself. Can this thing really allow me to leave the trial field directly? If I pin my hopes on this, I will never become the strongest. Thunder gathered in Charles's palm, like a thunderstorm in the palm of his hand. He wanted to destroy the bracelet. The thunder came and went, and soon dissipated. Charles finally put the bracelet in his pocket. It's a pity to destroy it. Don't run. You smell strongly of blood. Even if you jump into the river, I can find you. Li Chang'an leaned against the door frame with a dagger in his hand. There is everything in the city, and this dagger is a pleasant surprise. I don't know which company made it before the end of the world, but except for being too light, it has almost no flaws. For Li Changan, being light is a disadvantage. The man who was forced to hide in the corner had as many as 10 stab wounds on his body, each of which hit his vital parts. Damn it, how can you have such a superpower? If I hadn't been ambushed, you would have definitely died. The man gritted his teeth and spoke with a lisp. Looking closely, he had only a few teeth left in his mouth. Whatever you say. Li Changan shrugged and slowly approached. When he was about 3 steps closer, he suddenly turned sideways to avoid the man's last desperate struggle. The dagger stabbed twice in just 1 second, removing the man's arm. Without waiting for the man to howl in pain, Li Changan raised his hand to cover his mouth and stabbed the dagger into his thigh as quickly as possible, completely removing his limbs. Okay. Li Changan took out the headphones from his pocket. Come here. Before long, the number of survivors in the sky became 6, and when Anren's points also rose to 28 points. Beside the campfire, the two men sat opposite each other. Li Changan was wiping the blood off the dagger. Weapon maintenance was extremely important, although he had a replacement. Well, there are only 6 people left now. Apart from you and me, there are Charles and Sansheng. There are only 2 people left. Do we still need to take action? When Anren was turning over the campfire boredly, he felt that this trial was completely different from what he had imagined. It should be chasing, dodging, tense, and thrilling. He might survive or die, but he would never regret it. He went to Li Changan just to be safer. But now he could only hide behind like a salted fish, waiting until Li Changan beat his opponent to the point of dying, and then go up to deliver the final blow. This is not the life I want. Li Changan shook his head and said seriously, we can't take action. The remaining 2 are either very strong or good at dodging. Your name is on the list. We can't become the target of public criticism. What we need to do now is to find a place. A place that could kill Charles. After 7 days of fighting, the city has been completely destroyed. There will be no more fighting on the rooftops, but Charles can still take off. All Li Changan has to do is to keep him as close to the ground as possible. In the end, when Anren will resolve the battle. The 3 bullets have not been fired yet. This is all prepared for Charles. Li Changan's caution made him choose not to deal with the remaining 2 people. He also needed a rest after days of fighting. After when Anren chose a safe place, he leaned against the ruins and closed his eyes. When Anren set up a sniper rifle at a distance, and the distance between the 2 was not enough to make people guess that they were working together. He really fell asleep, looking at Li Changan through the sight, when Anren smiled slightly. According to the current situation, my final baptism might be a little weak. After all, more than half of the points were not obtained by me personally, so the final Charles must be killed by me personally, and I cannot wait until Charles is weak. But even so, will it not be enough? But I may not be able to get points for the remaining 2 people. The feeling given by the special power is good. Do you want to give it a try? When Anren frowned after looking at Li Changan again through the scope. If he left now, Li Changan might be ambushed by someone. Forget it, since I promised to help him leak information, I can't go back on my word. So I won't take those 2 points for now. For hours later, Li Changan woke up as he said. Not only did he not snore, but he even slept in the same posture from beginning to end. When Anren even suspected that this guy was not asleep at all, but just dozing with his eyes closed. Li Changan stood up and poured some water to wipe his face. He looked up and saw that the number of survivors had decreased by 1 again overnight. It's time to work. Li Changan smiled and turned on his headphones and asked, do you want to sleep for a while? We still have time. No need. I took a nap on my back yesterday, and I feel energetic now. Let's go. When Anren's score in the sky was reduced by 3, the 3 points correspond to the positions of the remaining 3 people. Charles is a little farther away from the 2, while Sanjinghe and the remaining person are closer. It seems that the 2 are about to meet. The remaining one was naturally left to Sanjinghe. Li Changan carried when Anren on his back and rushed towards the direction where Charles was. God of Magic is the most powerful plugin for those who control elemental abilities. It has nearly unlimited mental power, which amplifies the power of superpowers. It also has special mental induction. Within a certain distance, any creature with mental power can be sensed by him. Therefore, Li Changan did not approach Charles immediately, but stopped at a distance of about 200 meters. In fact, it was enough to see Charles's figure. This would be when Anren's battlefield, and his battlefield was within 3 steps in front of Charles. 3 bullets cannot be wasted. If I really can't get close to him, you fire another shot to help me get closer to him. Otherwise, make sure you can kill him before you shoot. Li Changan warned repeatedly. When Anren nodded heavily, this departure would be the end. Li Changan discarded the original dagger and replaced it with a rubber stick. To put it bluntly, he was not going to kill Charles, but to create an opportunity for one Anren. On the other side of the city, San Zhenghe was looking at the opponent standing in front of him, or to be more precise, the opponent shrouded in endless light. You have mastered the element of light. It is said that your speed can be close to the speed of light. San Zhenghe sheathed his sword. I don't know which is faster, my knife or the light. Chapter 35 Disgusting. After putting away the knife, San Zhenghe found a clean stone to sit on, untied the small kettle from his waist, and drank clean water in small sips. Not far away lay a dead body with its eyes open. He had been enduring from the beginning until now, just for the final bloom, but his light was fleeting, and he never understood until his death how a knife could catch up with the light. Placing the small kettle beside him, Sanzheng took out a small paper bag from the inner lining pocket and opened it to reveal exquisite pastries with peach fragrance. I can finally eat it. San Zhenghe happily picked up the pastry and put it into her mouth, revealing a sweet smile of a girl. She turned her head and faced the direction where Li Changan and others were fighting. There were still 3 pieces of cake left. San Zhenghe reluctantly put them away, tied up the kettle, stood up and walked in that direction. You want to get close to me? Charles looked at the young man rushing towards him 50 meters away with a half smile. When I was fighting with Salman, you helped me deal with a despicable attacker. If you give up, I won't kill you. Li Changan did not answer. It was a very tiring task to avoid the continuous thunder. The patches of lightning intertwined into an electric grid, blocking his way forward. He needed to find a way out of it. His speed was not enough, and his reaction was improvisation, so he could not keep up with the speed of lightning, but he could see every movement of Charles, even the trembling of eyelashes. It is certain that Charles broke through to the S level in the trial field. He is still unable to master the terrifying power. Every time he releases thunder, his eyes will involuntarily glance towards the place he wants to attack. This was Li Changan's only chance. When he felt the gaze approaching, he made an evasive move at the last moment. The smallest evasive action would not affect his forward speed. He was discovered about 70 meters away, and now he was less than 50 meters away from Charles. Charles frowned. Among all the opponents he had encountered, he had never seen anyone who faced thunder in this way. This was thunder. How could it be so easy to avoid? When did melee abilities become so brave? Charge! Charge! This was the only thought in Li Changan's mind. Only by getting close to Charles could he create an opportunity for one Anren. Stop! Charles raised his hand, and the electric currents intertwined into an impenetrable giant net, covering Li Changan's head. Li Changan did not slow down. Seeing the electric grid coming towards him, he took off his coat and threw it forward. The inside was wrapped with rubber. The rubber, which is commonly used for insulation, was still not enough in front of Lei Ting. The strong electric current would turn the rubber into a conductor. But all Li Changan needed was that moment of resistance. Li Changan jumped over the gap in his clothes and continued to rush forward without stopping after landing. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that Charles didn't take advantage of this time to take action. At the moment of diving, he lost his vision and could not see Charles's movements. That should be the best time for Charles to take action. You seem to be very accustomed to my attack style. Charles retreated. This was the first time he retreated since entering the trial field. The young man in front of him gave him great pressure. Just like an assassin, he gambles everything just to strike a sword, and someone will die with this sword. Li Changan had already approached within 30 meters, but Charles was unable to hit him. It could be said that the advantage of long-range attack had become a weakness when facing Li Changan. The supernatural power was activated as his brain worked, but now his brain could not keep up with Li Changan's speed. Every time he dodged was like a drunkard staggering, but he avoided every thunder just right. Charles was still retreating, but Li Changan was getting closer and closer to him. He could choose to turn around and leave, or rise into the air, but his damn self-esteem prevented him from doing so. There are no cowards in the Pendragon family. Charles roared. His belief became even firmer at this moment. He strode towards Li Changan, holding thunder in his hand, and threw a spear of lightning like a god. 10 meters. No slowing down. Li Changan gritted his teeth and narrowly avoided the spear. He could even smell the burnt smell of his temples, but he finally got within 5 meters of Charles. Charles held a silver-white sword condensed from thunder in his hand and slashed it across in front of him. Everything he passed was charred black, and even the air was filled with a scorching smell. Li Changan leaned back to avoid the sword, and like a compressed spring, he turned around and rushed towards Charles even more violently. Make your fist and smash. A transparent barrier appeared vaguely under Li Changan's punch. The barrier shook violently, but finally stabilized. Habit taught Li Changan that he should not be greedy for swordsmanship, and when his punch failed to work, he dodged and retreated along Charles's blind spot. Feeling the vibration of the protective barrier, Charles instinctively swung his sword, but Li Changan was no longer in his original position, and the sword did not hit him. Instead, the lightning tore through Li Changan's clothes, leaving some charred black marks on his strong chest. The scars left by the scalding with boiling water became even more hideous. Li Changan tore off his torn shirt. Now the clothes would become a burden. He even wanted to take off all his clothes. The non-insulating materials would increase his vulnerable area. However, Zhang Shuibu and Wen Anren both said that fighting needs to be more elegant. Fighting without clothes would make him look low-class, like a human without superpowers. So Li Changan finally just took off his shirt, which made him feel uncomfortable. Charles took a deep breath. It was the first time he saw so many scars on a person's body, whether it was caused by knives, gunshots, or burns. It was as if he had become a human model to illustrate the various marks of injury. You must be a lunatic. Charles clenched his sword, and the giant sword, which was about 1.5 meters long, began to shrink. All the scattered thunder was restrained behind the sword body that was less than 1 meter long. The space around the silver-white blade was slightly distorted. Less than 10 seconds later, Li Changan was stabbed in the left rib by a sword. The sword blade cut through his skin and flesh. The high temperature burned the wound, and the electric current raged through Li Changan's body. What a strong swordsmanship! Could it be that his trump card is actually swordsmanship? Li Changan barely dodged the oncoming stab, and the numbness caused by the electric current made his movements a little unsmooth. Charles held the sword and smiled slightly. You didn't expect it, did you? I held the sword at the age of 3, and I have learned all the sword skills in the world in the past 10 years. No one knows that my wish is to become a sword saint. I envy you. I envy a melee superpower like you. If I had your physical fitness, I would be even stronger. Li Changan was stunned. His expression gradually turned cold, and he laughed in anger. Envy me? Stop kidding. Are you really willing to be a waste like me? If I let you switch with me, are you willing? Faced with Li Changan's serious tone, Charles was unable to respond for a moment. See, it's just a hypocritical expression, a hypocrite's pity for the weak. Li Changan raised his head suddenly. I don't need your pity. The murderous intent was so overwhelming that the lightning flickered. Chapter 36, When will the gunfire start? The picture seen through the scope was a bit confusing. Wen Anren didn't know what Charles and Li Changan said that caused Li Changan's speed to suddenly increase, and his attack became faster and faster. It was impossible to keep up with his speed with the naked eye, leaving a series of afterimages on the retina. What exactly does he want to do? Wen Anren couldn't figure it out. He still hadn't found a chance to shoot. Seeing that Li Changan had the upper hand, that opportunity still never came. Suddenly, Wen Anren noticed that the strength displayed by Li Changan now was somewhat different from that when the two were together before. Is he hiding his true strength from me? Once this thought came up, it could not be suppressed. Wen Anren was sure that Li Changan's current performance was more than half as strong as the previous 2 days. You are hiding it from me and guarding against me. The sniper rifle was loaded, and Wen Anren's finger was on the trigger. I don't want to be born a waste. But that's fate. I have no choice. I can only try to change my life. But the only thing I can't stand is your condescending empathy. Li Changan roared and punched down again and again. Charles could no longer keep up with his punching speed, and the transparent barrier was in danger. Facing the thunder lightsaber that was coming at him again, Li Changan no longer dodged but went towards the lightsaber. The lightsaber struck his shoulder, and he just happened to pinch Charles's tiger's mouth. The lightsaber flashed, dissipated from Charles's hand, and returned to its original lightning. My superpower? Charles was shocked. The superpower in his body seemed to be hindered, and every operation became obscure. He did not dare to hesitate and decisively blew up the shield. The shock wave from the shield explosion hit, and Li Changan was forced to fly backwards more than 10 meters. Taking advantage of this time, Charles retreated repeatedly to create distance. After rolling twice on the ground, Li Changan jumped up and rushed towards Charles again. He did not look in the direction of Wen Anren, so as not to expose Wen Anren's position. But when Charles's shield dissipated, it should be the best time to shoot. Why didn't Wen Anren shoot? Maybe Charles still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Wen Anren's ability shouldn't be wrong. Li Changan chose to believe Wen Anren and planned to inflict some more damage while Charles was weak. But before he could get close, He looked at Charles and his eyes turned. Not good. With a warning sign, Li Changan flew forward, and the thick thunder brushed his back and fell. But this was a thunder without substance, and even a touch was the same as a collision. The violent electric current instantly filled every corner of Li Changan's body. His flesh and fur were twisted and torn, emitting a burning aroma. In just 1 second, half of his body was charred. No matter how strong his physique was, he could not compete with the real thunder. It was extremely difficult for him not to die now. If he had not pounced, perhaps the consequences would have been better. Charles did not take action immediately. Electricity swirled around his fingertips, strengthening his shield. He slowly approached and asked suspiciously, "Is your ability to suppress other people's abilities?" After about 10 seconds, my powers became uncontrollable. Your abilities are very terrifying. How dare you call yourself a waste? Li Changan was in agony. He had guessed that it was because of the god of magic, that the suppression that was supposed to last for half a minute was shortened to only 10 seconds. This 20-second mistake has put his life on the line. As for what Charles said, he didn't hear a word of it. Since Charles didn't want to finish him off, he should take this opportunity to recover. You're not going to answer me? Charles frowned. He was reluctant to kill Li Changan. He was a talented person, and the Pendragon family needed talents. Forget it, let's just kill him. Charles made a decision and pointed his finger at Li Changan, with lightning flashing at his fingertips. Li Changan's figure disappeared in front of Charles before the electric light shot out. Charles was dazed for a moment. He didn't understand why Li Changan was still able to move. But Charles had no time to think. Li Changan, who was on all fours, rushed forward even faster and was in front of him in a flash. Without waiting for Charles to dodge, Li Changan punched him again. This time, the glove hit the shield, and the powerful reaction force caused cracks in Li Changan's wrist bones. But at the same time, the shield was broken. Right now, Li Changan felt that time had become sticky. He could not tell when to shoot, so he could only let Anran make his own judgment. But missed it now. Ugh. Blood gushed out of his throat. Li Changan looked down and saw that the long sword condensed from thunder pierced through his lower ribs and punctured his lung. Charles gritted his teeth, his face full of anger like a provoked lion cub. When Anran had his finger on the trigger, both his supernatural powers and the scene in front of him told him that now was the best time. As long as the shot is fired, it will penetrate Li Changan's body. The 20mm bullet will tear Li Changan's upper body and finally pass through Charles's chest. Just one shot can resolve this trial and get all the points. Judging from Li Changan's performance in this battle, killing him will make my evaluation reach the highest level, and I will receive the highest level of baptism. I should have shot. Shoot. Li Changan's voice came from the headset. When Anran's fingertips trembled, and he almost pulled the trigger. He told me to shoot. He told me to shoot. He told me to shoot. Li Changan, I'm sorry. After saying these 2 words, Li Changan could no longer concentrate. Charles was twisting the hilt of the sword, and thunder was raging in his body. Even just saying 2 words almost exhausted all his strength. You have provoked me again and again. Charles grabbed Li Changan's throat and lifted him up. You don't look like a superpower. You don't have any of the manners of a strong person, you lowly beast. Li Changan sneered and put 2 fingers together to press Charles's forehead. Bang. Damn it. Charles pulled out the thunder sword and stabbed it hard towards Li Changan's chest, but the next moment his eyes felt severe pain. Rage blinded Charles's mind. Although his superpowers were suppressed, he could give up his shield and focus on attacking. Only one aspect could be suppressed. However, Charles's biggest mistake was allowing Li Changan to raise his hand. The 2 fingers pressing against his forehead pierced into his eye sockets. Even because of the electric current, Li Changan could not exert much strength. The pain in his eyes made Charles wail, causing him to pause for a moment. The next moment, Li Changan raised his leg and struck with his knee with all his strength. The severe pain in the 5th limb cleared all thoughts from Charles's mind. He even suspected that he had lost his ability. In the boundless pain, it was as if a switch was turned on, and Charles instinctively swung out with the sword. The sword split Li Changan's chest, revealing his beating heart. The gun finally fired. Chapter 37. No longer young. The game is over. When Anran walked towards the battlefield with his gun in hand, the gun still loaded and his fingers still on the trigger, Li Changan leaned against the broken wall, holding his ribs and breathing carefully, like a man who was about to drown. However, his lungs exposed to the air could not withstand any stimulation, so he had to be cautious in his greed. The bullet grazed his ribs, and even though he was strong, a large piece of flesh was torn off, and his internal organs were all exposed to the air. If he hadn't covered them in time, there would be a pool of blood on the ground. Just as Li Changan had guessed, Charles's head exploded into brilliant fireworks, but the headless body turned into rain of light and dissipated before it completely fell to the ground. Some people in the world really understood the situation in the trial, and Charles was obviously one of them. The family behind him might have prepared something for him. Even though his head was shattered now, Li Changan felt that he was still not dead. "Hey, come and help bandage me. I can't reach behind me." Li Changan waved weakly at Wen Anren, turned sideways, and faced Wen Anren with his back. Bandage? Wen Anren had a complicated expression and wanted to raise his gun several times. "Hurry up," Li Changan urged weakly. "I'm too badly injured. I might die." Wen Anren was startled and hurriedly trotted over, threw the gun aside, and took out the medicine he carried with him. Li Changan's face turned pale, and he smiled bitterly. "It's still a bit difficult to contain Charles. He is much stronger than we thought at the beginning, but I didn't expect him to be so strong in close combat. I thought I could create a better opportunity for you." "Sorry." When Anren scolded impatiently, "You're injured so badly, so just say less." "But..." Li Changan turned his head slightly with difficulty. "I'm afraid I will fall asleep if I don't talk, so please talk to me." His shoulders trembled when Anren lowered his head and said unhappily, "What can I say? If you think it's difficult, you should retreat. Don't you want to live? When I was 13, I relied on my special powers to escape death, but I could only watch my parents burn to death. I was hungry for 3 days and was searching through trash cans on the street for something to eat. I met a man who said he could give me food, so I followed him. I thought there would be a way out, but it turned out that he was just planning to sell me to a brothel. I killed him, took his money, and ran away. After I just killed someone, I just felt like vomiting, but I couldn't survive without eating, so I vomited and then ate, and then vomited again. Isn't it disgusting? My ability can give me guidance, but it can also tell whether a person is kind or malicious towards me. I have seen too many people who use kind words to disguise malicious intent, but I can always see through it. Only you. I feel safe around you. I have never felt any malice. Why would there be someone like you in the world?" When Anren kept mumbling, and he didn't even know what he was saying. He just felt a breath stuck in his throat, and he couldn't feel relieved until he got it out. Until the wound was bandaged, Li Changan fell silent. "Hey!" When Anren opened her eyes wide, held her breath, and gently pushed Li Changan. "Are you okay? Don't sleep." There was no response, and the heartbeat slowed down little by little until it was barely audible. "Don't die, Li Changan. Wake up now. Stop pretending to be asleep." "Hey, I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry. Wake up and stop scaring me. Please, don't die. Okay? Please don't die. Please open your eyes and look at me. Don't give me hope and then leave me alone." Li Changan. When Anren was in tears, she hugged Li Changan tightly and didn't dare to let go. The temperature of the body in her arms was dropping. "Are you cold? I'll give you my clothes." When Anren hurriedly took off her coat and wrapped it around Li Changan, she took out the chocolate she had picked up from her pocket, carefully pried open Li Changan's mouth, and stuffed it in. "Eat this. You won't feel cold when you're full, really. Eat it quickly. Do you want to choke me to death?" Li Changan slowly opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. "At least give me a drink of water first." After being stunned for a few seconds, when Anren woke up as if from a dream, she hurriedly unscrewed the bottle and handed it to Li Changan's mouth. Li Changan propped himself up and sat up, took the kettle, and sipped the water. After drinking the whole bottle of water, his face became much rosier. "You're not dead." When Anren quietly wiped the tears from her face and punched Li Changan in angrily. "Hee, you seem disappointed that I'm not dead." After putting the coat on Wen Anren, Li Changan stood up with the help of the wall and looked into the distance. "Sanjungha is here. You stay away." When Anren shook his head firmly, picked up the sniper rifle, and stood next to Li Changan. Li Changan did not insist. Although he didn't know why he survived, his physical condition was not good. However, as long as Sansang did not use Batasai, he still dared to fight once. The two didn't have to wait too long. Sanjungha appeared dozens of meters away. As if he couldn't see the two's vigilance, he still walked towards them with brisk steps. "Li Changan." Sanjungha suddenly raised his hand and waved. Li Changan smiled slightly. "Sansang, are you planning to harvest me?" "No." Sanjungha shook his head and stopped about 3 meters away from the two people. "I came here to say goodbye. The trial is about to end. Maybe we will never see each other again." "The trial is about to end? Are you planning to give up?" Li Changan frowned. Although he guessed that San Zhenghe did not seem to be fighting for victory, it was still incredible to hear her say it. San Zhenghe did not answer, but took out the pastry wrapped in a handkerchief hidden in the lining. After opening it, he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then put the handkerchief and pastry on the ground together. I'll treat you to peach blossom cake. It's very expensive, so don't throw it away. If we meet again in the future, you have to treat me to this. Li Changan was a little confused. He had no intention of killing San Zhenghe. After all, he was an unbeatable opponent. But what was the point of inviting him to eat cakes? Was the cake poisonous? Just when Li Changan was puzzled, San Zhenghe's figure gradually became illusory. You don't actually have any special powers, right? So you are a strong person who can be recognized by Batasai. I look forward to the day when you awaken. San Zhenghe's figure disappeared completely. She actually saw that I had no special powers? Li Changan was dumbfounded. His biggest secret was revealed. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. He even wanted to give up and quit immediately and go to reality to kill San Zhenghe. But it's just a thought. It's not certain who will kill whom. And it seems that San Zhenghe will not spread the news, although Li Changan thinks San Zhenghe is too stupid. There's something wrong with this woman. When Anren pouted unhappily, glanced at the pastries on the ground, and was about to step forward and crush them. No. Li Changan hurriedly stopped her. She said this is very expensive, and I haven't tried it yet. When Anren said angrily, can you have some backbone? She is an enemy, and you eat what the enemy gives you? Aren't you afraid that she will poison you? It's not poisonous. Li Changan shook his head. It can be seen that she really likes this pastry. She wouldn't put poison in it. Picking up the pastry with the handkerchief, Li Changan put the pastry with the fragrance of peach blossom into his mouth and immediately showed a happy smile. This is really delicious. I have another piece for you. I don't want to. When Anren turned her head away, unwilling to see Li Changan's useless appearance, Li Changan thought about it, wrapped up the remaining pastries and put them in his pocket. He could take them back for Xiaowu to eat. Girls should like this. Then I'll leave too. Waving to one Anren, Li Changan looked up at the sky. The moment he chose to give up, a beam of light fell on him from the sky. The Taie trial is over. The contestant, Li Changan, has been confirmed as a survivor. If you are not the final winner, your gains from this trial will be cleared. Transmission is about to begin. Please remain still. 5, 4. Chapter 38. The night is coming. Wait. When Anren murmured, as he watched Li Changan's disappearing figure, then the world spun around him, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already left the trial field. But what was before him was not the Taia trial center, but a bright place with nothing but light. The winner, when Anren, is about to begin his baptism. Kill 19 people across levels and start the highest level baptism. The winners are 3 superpowers, unlocking their potential for evolution. More than 10 beams of light of various colors descended on when Anren from different corners. The small scars began to heal, and all the fatigue in his body was swept away. When Anren closed her eyes comfortably, her whole body felt as if soaked in warm water, or as if a child was in the womb. After an unknown amount of time, the warmth that enveloped his body dissipated, and when Anren opened his eyes and found himself standing in a room. The small room had a chair, a bathroom, and a small bed. There was a set of clothes on the chair. When Anren knew that this was the military's preparation, so he went straight into the bathroom and turned on the shower. More than half an hour later, when Anren washed up, changed into the prepared clothes, and walked out of the room, a middle-aged man in military uniform was standing outside the door, followed by 4 bodyguards. Although there is only one answer, I still have to ask you a question according to the procedure. The middle-aged man coughed lightly and asked solemnly, when Anren, are you willing to join the imperial military? Yes. When Anren nodded calmly. She had thought that she would be too happy and lose her composure on this day, but when she faced it, she realized that she didn't seem that happy. The middle-aged man nodded and smiled. I am Brigadier General Jin Xinghai of the Imperial Special Warfare Department. I am currently the highest commander of the Special Warfare Department and will be your superior from now on. When Anren frowned and said suspiciously, generally speaking, the winner of the trial will be taken to Tongtian City, where they will meet senior military officials. Yes, but this time is different. Jin Xinghai shrugged and took out a photo from his chest pocket. In addition to the winner this time, I also want to find this person. Have you fought with him in the trial? After taking the photo, when Anren smiled, the photo showed Li Changan. From the look of you, I guess you know him? Jin Xinghai was happy. Not only did he know him, but it seemed like they also had a story. Yes, not only I know him, but the remaining 3 people all know him. When Anren returned the photo with a smile, "What do you want to do with him?" Jin Xinghai put away the photo and replied truthfully, "He is very special. He has participated in the trial more than once, but he survived every time. The previous winner was injured by him. The higher-ups have ordered that if possible, it would be best to let him join the Special Operations Department. Then you may have made a wasted trip." When Anren shook his head, "It's impossible for him to join the military for the time being. He has something else he must do, but he should have a chance in the future. Could it be that the strong people cherish each other?" Jin Xinghai looked at Wen Anren in confusion, not understanding why Wen Anren would make such an assertion, but Wen Anren was more important. The winners of the Taie trial turned out to be 3 people with superpowers. This was an unexpectedly great gain. The most important thing now was to escort Wen Anren back to the military headquarters safely. Anyway, someone was already keeping an eye on Li Changan, so there was no need to worry about not finding him. It was the same road again. Li Changan could walk the right way with his eyes closed. He collected the pension and his mobile phone and other valuables with ease. Then he left the trial center without stopping. After 11 days, he finally survived. "I always feel that the sunlight outside the trial center is a little dimmer." Li Changan smiled slightly, wrapped in a big windbreaker, and stopped an empty taxi. He needed to go to the hospital. "But I can't be treated in the hospital. My current injuries cannot be delayed until I return to North City to find Brother Lin. I need to buy some medicine from the hospital and then go to the black market for treatment." If he used drugs directly on the black market, the hundreds of thousands of dollars he had on him would not be enough. He could save a lot of money by going to the hospital to buy drugs with the certificate of being a trial survivor. More than an hour later, Li Changan walked out of this black clinic. He couldn't help but look back and felt the urge to cause trouble in the clinic. It's too dark. The bandage cost for the external injury is nearly 100,000. I really want to kill you all. Li Changan sighed and was just thinking about it. For Brother Lin, he had to go back early. The Taie trial took less time than Li Changan had expected, and the same will be true for subsequent trials. As human starting point becomes higher, the new generation will become stronger and stronger, and perhaps later on half of the population will be slaughtered at the very beginning of the trial. There is no need to rush for the last trial, as the remaining trial is still ongoing. When he arrived at the station, Li Changan realized that the train ended at the wrong time. The next train would not leave until 4 hours later, so Li Changan had to buy a ticket first. During these 4 hours, he can also eat a meal and take a short nap. As if by magic, Li Changan returned to the street where he first came. He inexplicably wanted to meet the retired veteran, eat 10 servings of fried noodles, and have a large bowl of pork soup. More importantly, perhaps he wanted to tell the other person that he survived. If I remember correctly, it should be here, right? Li Changan stopped, but the shop next to him was not the small shop that was clean but bleak. The shop was obviously renovated and was now a butcher's shop. Walking into the store, Li Changan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the boss behind the stall also had a face full of flesh, he was different from what he remembered. If he was not severely face-blind, it meant that the owner of this place had changed. "Boss, how much are these 2 pig's trotters?" Li Changan was flipping through the half-man-high pig's trotters on the stall. The boss frowned and said, holding a cigarette in his mouth, "Are you blind? Can't you see what's written on the side?" "I'm not very literate." Li Changan smiled awkwardly. This didn't seem to be a meat stall before. Did I remember it wrong? "Boy, are you here to buy meat or to cause trouble?" The boss picked up the boning knife beside him. Just by looking at Li Changan's clothes, he could tell that he was not a big shot. Otherwise, his attitude would not be so bad. Pedestrians on the roadside heard a loud noise and instinctively looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a fat figure being thrown out of the store. Li Changan walked out slowly from the door with a boning knife in his hand. Before the fat boss stood up, he stepped on his head and said in a cold voice, "I will ask you questions and you will answer them. Don't say any other nonsense." "Boy, are you looking for?" Before he finished speaking, his words turned into a howl of pain. The tip of the knife pierced into the fat man's shoulder. Li Changan exerted a little force and scraped off a large piece of flesh along the fat man's arm bone. He asked expressionlessly, "I'll say it again. Where is the owner of this store?" "A kid injured someone from the Tiger Gang. I heard that the kid was eating in his shop, so the people from the Tiger Gang took him away. Then they sold the shop to me. I heard that he went back to his hometown." The fat man endured the pain in his shoulder, but there was still ferocity in the depths of his eyes. "Tiger Gang?" Li Changan smiled coldly, and the tip of the knife lifted the boss's shoulder, revealing the tattoo on his shoulder, "You are not honest." The tip of the knife pierced into the fat boss's shoulder again. Li Changan skillfully cut the ligaments and peeled off the flesh, cutting off an arm intact in less than 2 seconds. But this was just the beginning. Li Changan picked up the knife again. When Anren's words suddenly came to his mind, Li Changan paused and spat, "You're lucky." Just when the fat man thought he had escaped, the boning knife pierced his forehead. Unable to resist kicking the corpse whose eyes were still open, Li Changan took out his train ticket and tore it into pieces. The shredded paper fluttered in the air like flying paper money. Chapter 39, already a legend. How could the trial end so quickly? Lin Yubai stood outside the hospital, anxiously waiting for an empty taxi. After she was injured and gave up that day, she was admitted to the hospital. In another day or two, the poison would be completely eliminated. But she never expected that this trial would end so quickly. She wanted to wait in the trial room for the man who saved her, but if she rushed over now, he might have already left. "I'm so stupid." Lin Yubai stamped his feet in anger and suddenly remembered something. "I seem to have forgotten to ask his name. How can I know if he survived?" Standing on the side of the road, Lin Yubai was dumbfounded, but she wanted to go and take another look anyway. People always have to have some hope. Trees as thick as an adult's waist collapsed in large numbers, revealing a tower-like figure behind them. After wiping the thick blood off his face, the barbarian god dropped the 2-meter-long wolf corpse in his hand. Alita, who was in charge of logistics, smiled and said, "The 7th one today?" "Yes." The barbarian god nodded and grinned with a mouth full of sharp teeth. "What's your ranking now?" "Let me see." Alita took out a tactical tablet and flipped through it, then said with a smile, "Tied for first place with Bowl from the same group. Both of you have more than 300 effective kills." Bowl? When he silently said this name, the image of the tall woman appeared in the mind of the barbarian god. Looking at the savage god who was simply sitting on the ground, Alita was both amused and helpless. "It's been 6 days, and you finally plan to sit down and rest for a while? I heard that you fought that trial for half a year." "It's different." The barbarian god shook his head. "Fighting with humans is more refreshing. These monsters can't bring that feeling." Alita nodded and agreed with him. After all, she also survived the trial, but she actually preferred logistics to fighting on the front line. When he was about to fall asleep, the barbarian god suddenly woke up and asked, "Jian Xinghai said that there was also a special survivor in your trial? He is probably the same person I met, right?" "It's either an estimate or the same person. He's good at close combat and has strong abilities in hiding and survival." Alita described his appearance again and sighed with lingering fear. "That's a beast. I'd rather go out and kill those monsters than face him. When facing a woman, before I met him, I thought my appearance was also my weapon, but this guy is even more ruthless." Barbarian god touched his waist and his smile suddenly turned ferocious. "If Jian Xinghai brings him back, it will be a good show." "Yes." Alita lit a cigarette. "Including you and me, there are a total of 7 people who are suspected of having fought with him. If it is really the same person," Alita shrugged, "it has nothing to do with me anyway. I don't want to fight him anymore. But I think..." The barbarian god stood up, looking energetic. "When I think of that guy, I suddenly feel energetic again." Watching the barbarian god walk out of the tent, Alita blew out a smoke ring and smiled slightly. What emerged in her mind was the knife that almost cut her in half. "If I could see you again, I would definitely ask you why you gave up in the end. Was it because you felt sorry for me? Or someone like you will also like me?" Before nightfall, the bar was already bustling with shirtless men everywhere. Some people used the flame of their fingertips to heat the wine, while others condense round ice cubes in their palms and throw them into the wine. This is personal preference, and the store owner does not interfere. "Damn, I'm drunk. I'm going to the bathroom." The sturdy man put down his wine glass, took off his vest, and threw it on the seat. People along the way glanced at the tattoo on the sturdy man's shoulder and carefully made way for him. The Luoqing Tiger Gang was once called the Dig Family. After the world was unified, the leader was changed and the name was changed to the Homophonic Tiger. In the form of a workers' union, it controls most of the producers and low-level psychics in Luoqing and can even influence the Hunter Guild. Now it is one of the most powerful forces in Luoqing, and no one will provoke the Tiger Gang. Li Changan will. He followed the sturdy man into the bathroom, and when the man unzipped his trousers, Li Changan walked up. With one hand locking the throat, the dagger in the other hand stabbed diagonally upwards from the back of the waist. In pain, the strong man could not make any sound. He could not call for help nor cry out in pain. "I have a few questions for you." Li Changan's voice was like the whisper of a devil, without a trace of emotion. With just this one sentence, the sturdy man stopped struggling. Having been hanging around on the streets for years, He could tell what kind of job a person did just by the voice. Judging from the speed and accuracy of the attack based on the sound, the person who came was definitely a professional killer. Although I didn't know who I had offended, I shouldn't resist at this time. Some time ago, you were looking for revenge and took away a restaurant owner. Where is he now? Li Changan put a little force on the handle of the knife. You don't have much time. I will pull out the knife, and you will be dead within 5 minutes. After thinking hard in his mind, the strong man finally remembered and said hurriedly, he was taken away by our team leader. This has nothing to do with me. I was not involved. Where did you take it? Tell me everything you know. You have 1 minute. Cold sweat dripped down the sturdy man's forehead. He would rather Li Changan was a little angry. What he feared most was that he had no emotions at all. Without hesitation, the sturdy man immediately gave an address. Li Changan asked the last question, is that person still alive? Alive, alive, the strong man answered hurriedly. This was the only standard answer. The truth was not important to him. Li Changan nodded, loosened the dagger, and crushed the sturdy man's trachea at the moment he relaxed. Killing people shouldn't be too ugly. Li Changan muttered to himself, took out half a glove, and put it on. When Anren refused to take it away no matter what, so he had to leave it behind. But it can be used today. Lin Yubai walked lostly on the street, and in the end he didn't see that person. However, there were quite a few people who survived this time. Could he be one of them? It would be such a pity if such a handsome, brave, and gentle man really died in the trial center. Lin Yubai sighed. It was a rare opportunity for him to fall in love with a member of the opposite sex, but was this going to end in vain? Wait. Lin Yubai stopped abruptly and looked back across the street. Didn't he seem to be the one who just walked by? Lin Yubai was startled and hurried to catch up. A smile gradually appeared on his face. As he got closer, it seemed to be him. I have to tell him how I feel. I have to say it out loud. Otherwise, there may be no chance in the future. Lin Yubai mustered up the courage and wanted to shout it out. No, he was walking so fast. Was there something urgent? Seeing the figure in front of him turn a corner and enter the alley, Lin Yubai hurriedly followed. But the alley was empty. Chapter 40, Beheaded. There was a 4-story building with a striped spray paint exterior. At the door, more than a dozen strong men gathered in groups of 3 or 4, sitting around a fire, smoking and chatting. The entire building belongs to the Tiger Gang. This is the Tiger Gang's branch in this area. There are more than 50 people stationed here on a daily basis, and the majority of them are people with enhancement system abilities. After all, only a very few types of enhancement system abilities can have human rights. It can be said that the current grassroots of society is composed of enhancement system psychics. Some of them have outstanding abilities, but there are also many who have too low levels. There are mostly mediocre people in the world. Li Changan was at a corner not far away, only one building away. He was not a perception system, but he could tell the approximate number of people by the sounds and movements in the building. It was impossible to break through by force, not to mention whether he had the ability to do so. If he started killing people on the streets, it would probably not take long for the patrol troops to be attracted. Becoming a wanted criminal in the Empire was not his goal. However, this is not the first or second time that Li Changan has dealt with such people, and he has his own unique method. Just before approaching the gate, Li Changan was stopped. The burly man stretched out his gray arms like rock to block Li Changan, frowned and said, "Boy, don't you know where this place is? I'm looking for your boss." Li Changan raised his head. His eyes were extremely cold. "Take your hand away. Don't be so arrogant." The sturdy man snorted coldly. "Our boss is not someone that everyone can see. Go back." Li Changan tilted his head and smiled slightly. "How dare a reinforcement department person be so arrogant in front of me?" The next moment, the dagger scratched the big man's shoulder, circled around his arm, and the whole arm was separated in an instant. When the arm fell to the ground, the strong man's wailing just came out of his mouth. "Who's next?" Li Changan looked around. His daring attack and the terrifying strength he displayed in an instant shocked everyone. Facing these people who live on the edge of a knife, nothing can frighten them more than strength and cruelty. A tall and thin man was standing against the wall by the door, looking at this side silently. Until Li Changan looked over here, he smiled slightly and walked forward. "Chen Shui, what's your name, brother?" Chen Shui stretched out his hand towards Li Changan. "I'm not a very sensible brother. Please forgive me. You are not qualified to know my name." Li Changan showed his arrogance and severely rejected Chen Shui's face. Chen Shui frowned slightly, but did not get angry. He continued with a smile. "Brother, you want to see our boss?" I'll take you there. Would you mind telling me what you want? I'm here to discuss a business deal on behalf of our young master. Li Changan said the prepared lines. With his strength, he cannot get the respect of the Tiger Gang. However, if he is just a servant with his strength, it will be enough to attract the other party's attention. The key point of the fox borrowing the tiger's power is not the tiger, but at least you have to be a fox. Just as Li Changan expected, Qin Shui couldn't suppress the surprise on his face and couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, who is the young master you were talking about?" "You talk too much." Li Changan narrowed his eyes. "Do you think you are qualified to know my young master's name? You should be glad that I don't like to kill the weak." After being provoked again and again, even a clay man would get angry. Qin Shui snorted coldly, and his skinny body swelled up as if inflated. He said in a cold voice, "Do you think I'm a weakling? You have some skills, but are you stronger than Undertaker?" Li Changan licked the corner of his mouth, a bloodthirsty light appearing on his face. "You mentioned, wait a minute." Qin Shui was horrified. He took a half step back and asked in surprise, "Did you kill the Undertaker?" Li Changan nodded and said, "I killed him while buying things for the young master. Stop talking nonsense and prove that you are not a weakling. Stop fighting." Qin Shui waved his hands hurriedly. The place where the Undertaker died was their territory, and the data of the participants in the transaction were also from the Tiger Gang. After the Undertaker's death was reported, Qin Shui would handle it personally. In the description below, the Undertaker was killed instantly without even having the chance to react, and the young man who did it was probably close to S-level danger level. "Please come this way, brother. I'll take you to see the boss." After realizing the danger, Qin Shui didn't dare to act rashly anymore. He was no better than the Undertaker. Li Changan shook his head regretfully, put away the dagger, and followed Qin Shui into the building. "By the way, I'd like to thank the Undertaker. I didn't expect that the big guy I killed back then could still bring unexpected surprises." Passing through the titanium alloy iron door, a fishy smell that made Li Changan extremely uncomfortable emanated from the door. He was very familiar with this smell, which was a mixture of human blood, decay, tobacco, alcohol, and the stench left after intercourse. The same is true in the house now. On the first floor, you can faintly hear the heart-wrenching screams of women and the heavy breathing of men, and from time to time you can hear the sound of wine bottles rolling. "The boss is on the third floor. Come this way, brothers." Qin Shui led the way and kicked away his drunken subordinates. Li Changan stopped and said, "Don't be in a hurry. I seem to see a woman who interests me. Do you mind if I take a closer look at her? She's actually a pervert? That's easy to deal with." Qin Shui smiled and said, "Of course, if you don't mind. I'll have my men take her to wash her, and you can take her away directly when you leave later. The women here are all sold to our Tiger Gang. You can pick as many as you want, brothers." "That's great." Li Changan smiled and patted Qin Shui on the shoulder. "Thank you in advance, but which one is okay?" Qin Shui turned his head and looked in the direction Li Changan pointed. The next moment, he was filled with murderous intent. He instinctively wanted to unleash his supernatural powers, but suddenly he felt that his supernatural powers were out of control. In this less than a second of hesitation, the sharp dagger pierced through Qin Shui's neck and penetrated into the intervertebral foramen of his cervical vertebrae. Boom! The head fell to the ground. Qin Shui's consciousness was still there, and everything was settled. The first one. Li Changan swung the dagger. In the dim light, no one noticed what happened here. Someone had died silently. In the dim light, Li Changan was like a hunting beast, choosing his prey to devour. Even the women who were pinned down by men could not escape. There were people watching outside the door, and there were not many people on the first floor. In less than 10 minutes, blood had flowed all over the floor. The number of people is a little less than expected. Li Changan took off his wet shirt and raised his hand to turn off the power. The whole building was suddenly plunged into darkness. Stepping on the sticky blood, Li Changan walked upstairs. The world has never shown him kindness since he was born. From childhood to adulthood, apart from his family, he has only received contempt and bullying. No matter how good his grades were, he was just a waste without any special powers. He knew from a young age that he was not worthy of goodwill. As he grew older, the kindness of his family gradually faded away. It was not until the appearance of Jiang Shuibu and Lin Gu that he was pulled back from the brink of depravity. If he had not met these two people, Li Changan didn't know what he would have become, perhaps a murderer or an antisocial pervert. It was not until he met these two people that Li Changan realized that perhaps there were people in the world who would be kind to him, tell him their true feelings, and advise him to face life. Perhaps these two people are the only ones in the world who will treat him well. Until he came to Luoqing, first the owner of the restaurant And then when Anren, Li Changan was learning to believe that his luck was getting better. Maybe I am worthy of being trusted and loved. This was the first time in my life that I had this thought, and even Li Changan himself was not aware of the joy in his heart. But now, that goodwill was destroyed, as if a certain shackle in Li Changan's heart had been broken. I'll kill you, bastards. Chapter 41. Death is one step slower than me. Like a ghost walking in the darkness, every silent attack will take away a life. It's not that no one has tried to use their supernatural powers to illuminate, but as soon as the supernatural power was used, the sharp blade cut through his throat. Before he died, the gurgling sound caused by the torn trachea seemed to still linger in everyone's ears. It's not that no one wanted to ask everyone to gather together, but his death was even more tragic. His head fell to the ground with a soft thud, and the blood spurting out of his chest dyed the ceiling and everyone's face red. The warm blood was like a mother's hand, calming everyone's passion and fighting spirit. All that remains is fear. 3 minutes have passed, and the brothers downstairs have not come up to support them. They are trapped in the room on the second floor, not even knowing the other party's abilities. So far, half of the brothers have died. The windows should not have been nailed shut in the first place. The entire building is completely dark, and ventilation depends entirely on equipment. The ceiling is painted with soundproof paint, and soundproof carpets are laid on the third floor. It was obvious that the boss didn't like to be disturbed, but now it would kill them. Everyone was trying to be as careful as possible to guard against hidden dangers and move towards the door, but Li Changan was sitting near the door. After a short rest, Li Changan walked towards another person with a dagger in his hand. Human eyes are adaptable. When going from light to darkness, there will be a period of discomfort in front of the eyes, which is usually manifested by a lack of vision. After a few dozen seconds of adaptation, the human eye can barely see some situations in the dark. But now the brightness in the room is so low that the naked eye cannot adapt to it. For ordinary people, perhaps the only thing Li Changan is proud of is his adaptability. No matter how harsh the environment is, he can adapt quickly after the initial struggle. It is the same now. In his eyes, the darkness in the room is layered and objects can be seen with vague outlines, which is enough for him to hunt. What's more, the heartbeats are clearly audible. The deliberately created atmosphere of horror increases these people's adrenaline and makes their heartbeats faster and stronger, allowing Li Changan to better judge everyone's position. Those with the fastest heartbeats are left for last, because they are already confused and may even be driven crazy by the dangers in the dark. When the man felt the warmth on his throat, it was too late to resist. A strong hand forcibly lifted his chin and twisted it back, followed by the coolness of a dagger piercing his throat. Even the sound of the knife tip scratching the larynx was so harsh. Death will eventually bring a sound, which may be the last proof of human existence, or the final sound of life. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound at the same time, and then a bright light appeared, and a fireball as big as a basin emerged from the hand of someone nearby, illuminating the entire room. This also includes Li Changan, who was standing behind the 4 people. Looking at the people rushing towards him, Li Changan immediately realized that these people had abandoned their companions. The 6-foot ice spears coming towards them were intended to pierce through both of them at the same time. Faced with the threat of death, humans have nothing but escape and fear, and the only thing they have is extreme anger. In this anger, they risk everything to try to fight back. A machete attacked from the side and slashed Li Changan's arm. Li Changan did not retreat but advanced, grabbed the opponent's wrist to prevent him from escaping, and then stabbed the opponent's temple with the knife. The dagger was stuck in the bone and couldn't be pulled out. Li Changan simply let go and pulled the man in front of him to use as a shield. The next second, a fireball exploded on the shield. Throwing the shield forward fiercely, Li Changan followed the corner of the wall and rushed towards the fire element control mutant. Feeling the sharp blade coming from behind, Li Changan still did not look back and rushed to the fire-type psychic regardless of anything. The second big fireball had already condensed, and there was no time to change tactics. A hint of cruelty flashed in the eyes of the fire-type mutant. Looking at Li Changan, who was getting closer and closer, he simply detonated the fireball. As a user of fire-related abilities, the exploding fireball would not burn him. At most, the impact would injure his lungs. However, it would not be pleasant for others, as they would at least suffer severe burns. However, the expected scene of seriously injuring the opponent did not appear. What he saw was an evil ghost with a burnt upper body rushing towards him. The evil ghost opened its mouth, stretched out its sharp claws, and took out his heart. The room fell into darkness again. The desperate attempt did not kill the killer hiding in the dark, but the attack was effective, which was undoubtedly exciting. Everyone, pay attention. He is burned. Pay attention to the burning smell. Someone spoke up to remind his companions. The person who spoke was not killed immediately, which also confirmed that the killer was indeed injured. There was a bang, as if a bottle broke, and then the smell of alcohol spread, neutralizing the burnt smell in the air, and suddenly became less obvious. Everyone could feel the wine spilling on their faces and bodies, and it was not just one bottle that was broken. The person who spoke could only curse inwardly. If he had known earlier, he should not have said it out loud. It would have been better for him to find a way to run out of the door. As long as he got to the third floor, he could let the boss take action. They didn't know how much time had passed in fear, but suddenly they realized that no one seemed to have died for a while. Finally, one person couldn't help it and mustered up some courage to cough. After 2 or 3 minutes, the frightened guy found that he was still alive. His courage suddenly grew, and he took one step after another towards the door. Maybe he ran away because he was too seriously injured. The man spoke recklessly. Without sensing any danger, he ran towards the door along the wall. I can't stay in this room for a moment, and I don't want to come back here for the rest of my life. As he ran fast, his feet seemed to kick a corpse, and then he felt a chill in the middle of his legs, and a sharp knife slashed from bottom to top to his chest like chopping wood. As members of the Tiger Gang, the people present were certainly familiar with the sound of a sharp knife chopping flesh and blood, but this was also the first time they heard the sound of a knife cutting flesh in half, and their hearts, which had just become excited, suddenly turned cold. Cough, cough. Li Changan coughed twice. Although he held his breath, the heat from the fireball still damaged his respiratory tract. Not only that, the entire area below the left corner of his mouth to his navel was burned. The flesh and blood were exposed to the air, and the burning and itching became more intense. Even if they heard where the coughing came from, no one dared to step forward. The figures of the remaining 4 people became clearer and clearer in Li Chang'an's eyes. They were originally vague outlines, but now his facial features could gradually be seen clearly. As death got closer, Li Chang'an felt his consciousness become clearer and strength surged out, as if he had no strength left. The pain brought him to a state of madness that was gradually approaching its extreme. There are 4 people left. Li Chang'an spoke. The machete he picked up dripping with blood. You all come together. Li Chang'an took a step forward, then rushed forward. There was no screaming in the dark room, only the sound of the knife cutting flesh and bones. Finally, the only sound left was the dripping of blood. Chapter 42. It's me. Holding onto the wall, Li Chang'an was breathing heavily. His strength was recovering quickly, but his injuries were recovering very slowly. He even vaguely saw a guy covered in a black robe standing beside him with a large sickle in his hand. That's terrible. With a self-deprecating laugh, Li Chang'an walked upstairs with his body straight. There was only one left. The last 4 people burst out with the light of the end of life, and everyone fought back desperately, but only the last one, the hardened, psychic, seriously injured Li Chang'an. The knife in his hand was ineffective against this man, and in the end he had to rely on multiple touches with the gloves to make part of the man's body unable to remain toughened, and the last knife pierced through the top of his head. Li Chang'an also had 3 ribs broken and a large piece of flesh torn off. There were meaningless graffiti on the wall next to the stairs. It seemed that a devil with 2 horns on his head was wreaking havoc on the world. Li Chang'an climbed up step by step, holding onto the wall, and finally stood outside the only door on the 3rd floor. Standing outside the door, Li Chang'an tremblingly took out a syringe from his pocket, carefully inserted it into his ribs, and injected all the light blue liquid in the syringe. All the fatigue in the body was swept away, and even the pain disappeared. This stimulant developed by the Empire is now a controlled drug, but it can still be bought on the black market at a high price. It is also effective for S-level psychics, but the side effect is heart failure after 2 hours. Most people died from the side effects. This was Li Chang'an's last trump card. He would never use it unless it was absolutely necessary. For him, now was the last resort. Li Chang'an kicked the door open and strode in. There were coffee tables and card tables in the empty room, and a large bed in the middle. A blonde young man and several women were lying on the bed. They were not wearing any clothes, and there was a strange smell in the air. But Li Chang'an's eyes only fell on the heating pipe in the corner, where a corpse was tied. It should be said that it was a partial corpse. Judging from the remaining parts, it was a strong man, but the outer skin had been peeled off and seemed to be divided into several parts, with some skin still remaining on the flesh. The body below the hips had been chopped off and laid out like a meat stall. The corpse had no eyes or nose and stank of urine. Only 2 mechanical arms stained with blood were still intact. Li Chang'an's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he walked towards the corpse with trembling feet. Every step he took seemed to use up all his strength, and even lifting his feet was so difficult. After what seemed like a century, Li Changan finally stood beside the corpse. I. He squatted down but didn't dare to touch it. Li Changan knew how fragile the muscles under the skin were. Even a slight touch would bring unspeakable pain. Sorry. Before he knew it, Li Changan's face was covered with tears. He didn't know why he was crying, nor did he know that the feeling welling up in his heart was called guilt. Kid, who are you? The blond young man on the big bed sat up, took the clothes beside him and put them on, and picked up the revolver under the pillow. Li Changan stood up slowly, keeping his head down, and walked towards the blond young man step by step. The blond young man smiled coldly, raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet passed by Li Changan's ear. 3 gunshots were heard in succession, but each shot just grazed Li Changan's body and none of them hit him. The blond young man looked at the revolver in his hand in surprise. He was sure that there was no problem with his shooting skills, not to mention that the distance was less than 5 meters. So this guy can dodge bullets? I haven't seen someone like you in many years. The blond young man threw the revolver on the bed and began to move his wrists. Someone actually dared to provoke our tiger gang. Looking at the corpse behind Li Changan, the blond young man smiled coldly. Are you here to avenge him? Then you are late. I see. You are the guy who killed my brother. My men are indebted to your care, so I didn't neglect this old guy. The blond young man waved his hand, and a large 50-inch TV on the wall lit up. Li Changan turned his head to look and could no longer take his eyes away. What was broadcast on TV was a video, and the protagonist of the video was the owner of the restaurant, but he had been tortured beyond recognition, and the one doing the butchering was the blond young man in front of him. He is very stubborn and refuses to tell you where you are. He won't say anything even until his death. I really admire such people. The blond young man smiled slightly and suddenly raised his hand. A light red beam of light from his fingertips shot towards Li Changan. The beam of light pierced Li Changan's shoulder, but this was just the beginning. The blond young man snapped his 10 fingers and beams of light shot out from his fingertips. But no one could hit the target anymore. My name is Li Changan. Li Changan turned his body to avoid the beam of light. Compared with Charles's method of attack, this method was much weaker. Oh, so you're introducing yourself? The blond young man sneered, but actually began to retreat on guard. Ignoring the ridicule, Li Changan continued. There are some things I originally wanted to say to him, but now he can't hear me, so I can only say them to you. Please tell him. Li Changan, who was staggering and dodging, suddenly rushed forward like a cheetah, reaching his maximum speed in an instant, leaping over a distance of several meters and appearing in front of the blond young man. The blond young man just raised his hand and saw a flash of a knife, and 4 fingers fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to scream. He watched the sharp knife pierce into his mouth, and with a slight stir, half of his tongue fell out mixed with broken teeth. I'm just a useless person. Li Changan leaned over and slashed with his knife, cutting off half of the young man's hand. I don't even have superpowers. The knife entered the knee, easily separating the young man's calf. I'm afraid of being expected of others and afraid of not being able to meet their expectations. As he spoke, Li Changan cut off another arm of the young man. But I'm really glad that there are still people encouraging me. The young man's eyes glowed red, but Li Changan was faster. He pierced his 2 fingers into the young man's eye sockets and shattered his eyeballs. Thank you for letting me know that I can actually do something. The young man couldn't even utter a wail as the final blow chopped off his head. The fried noodles you made have too much oil, but they are really filling. I came back alive, and you won't be alone. Li Changan raised the knife and chopped down again and again, chopping the dead young man. The bloody and fleshy fragments splattered on his face, like an elegant makeup. Putting down the knife, Li Changan picked up the revolver on the bed. The women who had already woken up were huddled in the corner and shivering. With every gunshot, one of them would fall down. I'll send a few more people down to accompany you. Li Changan stood in front of the horrible corpse and poured the high-proof vodka in his hand. I won't die until I have the courage to face you. I will live well and prove that people like us can also make them afraid. The flames started and spread across the entire floor in an instant, then burned downstairs. Li Changan walked towards it step by step. The god of death holding the sickle was no longer in front of him, but from now on, he held the sickle. Noticing the thick smoke coming out of the roof, the gang members who were still outside the door rushed into the building, only to be greeted by a young man covered in blood. You. The leader felt dizzy before he could even open his mouth, and the last thing he saw was his headless body. It's just right that there's no need to start a second fire. Li Changan nodded and walked forward. Despite taking many detours, Lin Yubai finally found the person he had been thinking about day and night. However, when he saw him walk into the territory of the Tiger Gang, Lin Yubai was stunned. He wouldn't have any relationship with the Tiger Gang, right? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Lin Yubai immediately killed it. She couldn't believe that Li Changan would be that kind of person. She could only wait outside and wanted to ask him in person. They waited for 3 hours, until black smoke began to billow from the roof, until the gang members outside rushed into the building, and then there were screams. Finally, Lin Yubai couldn't control his curiosity and rushed towards the small building. As soon as he reached the door, he met a pair of cold eyes. The blood in his body seemed to freeze, and his neck felt cold. Is this the person who likes me? The devil-like figure made Lin Yubai doubt himself. It's you. After the murderous intent faded away, Li Changan smiled slightly, tilted his head, and fainted. Hey! Lin Yubai instinctively stepped forward to support him and looked inside the house at the same time. If it weren't for the lover in his arms, this scene would have become Lin Yubai's lifelong nightmare. Chapter 43. Everyone has their own wonderful life. There was a football match on TV. The game was very close, and the score was still 0-0. This was a match where supernatural powers could not be used, and there were no spectators in the stands. Charles was leaning on the sofa folding paper cranes. Next to him was a cute little girl whose pockets were already full of paper cranes. Brother, hurry up. If you fold 2 more, it will be 99. I can give them to George. The little girl's eyes were full of stars. Charles smiled gently. Okay, Vera, don't be anxious. You can't be anxious about giving gifts to others. The girl named Vera had to wait patiently. After handing the last 2 paper cranes to Vera, Charles waved to the butler behind him, who bowed and listened. Change that, referee. I don't like his beard. Charles pointed at the referee on TV. The butler bowed slightly, turned around and left. A few minutes later, the bearded referee on TV was replaced. This is a game for only one person. Watching Vera leave happily, Charles put away his doting smile, stood up, straightened his collar, and ordered, "Let them rest first. I'm going to see father." Going all the way to the top floor of the castle, Charles met his father in the attic. The current patriarch of the Pendragon family, Cones, is in his prime, with eyes as fierce as a tiger or leopard, but he is actually a fairly kind middle-aged man. My dear son. Cones walked forward and gave Charles a hug. Are you willing to talk to your father about the story of the trial now? Who seriously injured my dear son? Charles sighed, feeling dissatisfied with his father's disregard for his dignified image, but he still nodded and said, to be precise, there were 2 people. One held me back, and the other shot me with a sniper rifle from a distance. Thank you, Dad. Charles bowed deeply. If it weren't for the amulet you gave me, I might have died. Coens looked at his son, who made him proud. He was more and more satisfied and said with a smile, You are the hope of the Pendragon family. I don't like fighting, but I can barely withstand the pressure. Dad is waiting for you to grow up. Charles looked up at his father. At this moment, his father seemed particularly tall. Okay. Coens put his arm around his son's shoulders and walked to the chair and sat down. Tell me about the 2 opponents. What do you think of them? Are they scheming villains? Charles shook his head without hesitation. It's not a conspiracy. It's more of a tactic. The person who blocked me has a very strange ability that can suppress the operation of my ability. What a pity. Charles sighed. He was a good opponent. He controlled my emotions and was fearless. He was a true warrior. But his companions seemed to want to sacrifice him together. So the last shot tore his body apart. He might have died. Cohen smiled and said, No, he is not dead. Someone saw him leaving the trial center, although he was seriously injured. That's great. Charles's eyes lit up, and he stood up and said solemnly, Father, I want to experience the life of an ordinary person. If I always rely on my family, I will never be able to become a truly strong man. Coens frowned. He certainly didn't want his son to take risks and suffer, but his son's greatest wish was to become stronger, and as a father he couldn't stop him. After pondering for a moment, Coens finally smiled helplessly and said, Okay, I can't refuse my beloved son's request, but you have to at least bring some money with you. Children from ordinary families will have living expenses when they go out. Okay, but I'm going to experience life, so I can't bring too much. I will learn to make money. So is 30 million okay for me? Charles is a humble person, so he will listen to his father's advice. No, it's not an experience to bring 30 million. Coens shook his head firmly. It's just meaningless suffering. You should bring 150 million. If you save it, it should be enough for half a month. Dad is really thoughtful. I still have a lot to learn. Charles nodded heavily. Although it would be hard, he was not afraid and was very eager to do it. What will your life be like? In the cafeteria of the military headquarters, Wang Jianjun, one of the three marshals, and Lin Zhan, a five-star general, sat opposite each other. No one dared to approach them within a radius of 30 meters. These two people represent the highest power center of the military. Not only that, Wang Jianjun is also a living legend. Xiao Lin. As soon as he called her that, Wang Jianjun grinned. You know what? Every time I call you like that, I feel like laughing. Lin Zhan held the bowl and chopsticks and said indifferently, Marshal, please respect yourself. Self-respect is bullshit. Everyone knows that we grew up together. Besides, if you tell tales, I will report them to you anyway. Wang Jianjun rolled his eyes. You have been like this since you were a child. Lin Zhan put down his chopsticks and said, If you have to fart, do it now. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Wang Jianjun chuckled. That's right, we two brothers. Seeing Lin Zhan's face gradually getting worse, Wang Jianjun immediately frowned and said seriously, Go to the northwest. I don't know who the commander of the northwest is, but just replace him. Damn it, those guys in the special operations department were awesome. That long-legged girl alone held a gap, but the Northwest Army suffered heavy casualties. Do you believe me? Lin Zhan frowned and thought for a moment. The current commander of the Northwest Army is surnamed Zhao, right? I read the battle report yesterday. The Special Operations Department killed more than 7,000 monsters, and the Northwest Army killed about 19,000 monsters, with 32,000 casualties. Isn't that outrageous? Wang Jianjun slammed the table, getting angry at the mention of this. I'm giving the military order now. You go take over and prepare. I'll give you 1 month to drive the remaining monsters out of the border and hold the city until the wall is built. Wang Jianjun lowered his voice and smiled slyly. The Northwest will definitely recruit soldiers. If you let your granddaughter join the army, won't you have the final say on her military exploits during this month? Wouldn't it be better for her to follow him directly back to the military headquarters when the time comes? Lin Zhan's eyes lit up, and he coughed twice to hide his joy. I won't show favoritism, and I think the girls of my Lin family don't need to show favoritism either. Okay. Wang Jianjun perfunctorily changed the subject. How did the test turn out this time? Thinking of Jin Xinghai's report, Lin Zhan couldn't help but smile. 3 superpowers? You will never guess what the 3 superpowers are. Anyway, I have decided to train him to take my place. It's up to you. You're an old man alone, so you can make the decision yourself. It's okay as long as he has the ability to do so. Wang Jianjun lowered his voice. I'm asking about the survivor. When can you bring him to me? Lin Zhan picked up the bowl and chopsticks again, shook his head and said, Our people lost him halfway through following him. After comparing the photos with the database, we have found out his identity. I am hesitating whether to go directly to his house to pick him up. Wang Jianjun shook his head and stood up. Give him some time. Isn't there another trial? Let's see. I'm going to go back and take a rest first. I've been feeling backache lately. I have to accept my age. Watching Wang Jianjun leave, Lin Zhan remained silent, with worry deeply hidden in his eyes. Is the pillar of the empire about to fall? Chapter 44. Still a young man after returning. The air smells of disinfectant, and the back of my hand feels like there are needles sticking out of it. Icy cold. Does that mean I'm in the hospital? Li Changan opened his eyes and saw a sea of white, with only a patch of pink beside the bed. It seemed her name was Lin Yubai. Thinking back to the girl's name, Li Changan smiled slightly. It turned out that the last scene in his memory was not an illusion. That's right. Since they are not related to her, the last hallucination should not be her. Li Changan supported himself on the bed and sat up, leaning forward to grab the glass of water on the table. You're awake? Lin Yubai rubbed his sleepy eyes and handed over the cup of water on the table. Thank you. Li Changan reached out to take it, but after thinking about it, he felt it was inappropriate, so he took it with both hands. He felt a little restrained. When Li Changan was drinking water, Lin Yubai was watching him silently beside him. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little weird. After encouraging himself several times in his heart, Li Changan finally broke the awkwardness. It was you who sent me to the hospital, right? Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably die. Lin Yubai lowered his head and said softly, You were injected with banned drugs, and you were also seriously injured. You were already in heart failure when you were sent to the hospital. It's a miracle that you survived. Is that so? Li Changan smiled and fell silent again. In the end, it was Li Changan who spoke first. There's a question I've always been curious about. Regarding your supernatural power, is it something like erasing the opponent's murderous intent? This question had been hidden in Li Changan's mind for a long time. He had always wanted to know whether he did not take action in the trial center because of Lin Yubai's special ability or for some other reason. No. Lin Yubai shook his head. My ability is the combat-related immunity. It can protect me from attacks below a certain level, but it is ineffective against poison and other chronic damage. It's not below a certain level, it's below lethal. The upper and lower limits depend on how powerful the psychic is. Li Changan knew about this psychic ability, and he also roughly guessed Lin Yubai's identity. I'll go get your medicine for today, and tell the doctor that you're awake. Lin Yubai stood up and left. Li Changan glanced at the call button beside the bed, then looked at the medicine bag on the table with today's date written on it. Lin Yubai was leaning against the wall outside the door, looking depressed and conflicted. During the time when Li Changan was unconscious, she looked at Li Changan's face more than once and asked herself, is this the person I like? The tragic scene in the small building reappeared before his eyes. It was a scene like hell, with broken limbs scattered on the ground, flesh and internal organs stuck to the walls and ceiling. Is this the person I like? After seeing the scene of hell, can I still like him? The answer is no. No matter what Li Changan's purpose is, whether it is justice or evil, Lin Yubai cannot convince herself to continue liking him. The vague love cannot defeat the cruelty of reality. With a bitter smile, Lin Yubai shook his head. My first love ended before it even began. No matter what, I couldn't convince myself to like such a cruel person. Li Changan did not wait for Lin Yubai, but only the doctor. You're recovering well, and the wound has begun to scar. The doctor in a white coat was a little shocked. You seem to be a physical enhancement mutant. I didn't expect your recovery ability to be so good. Li Changan smiled and said, thank you. Where is the girl who brought me here? The doctor was still observing Li Changan's injuries and said without raising his head, she just left. Don't worry, she paid all your expenses. You were in a coma for 3 days, and she took care of you every step of the way for 3 days. Looking up, the doctor said seriously with an expression of an experienced person, young man, such a good girl is rare. If you miss her now, you will regret it later. Do you want me to pursue Lin Yubai? Li Changan frowned quietly, but the frown soon faded away. He didn't feel any malice in the words. But what does it mean to pursue something? Am I, a person without any special abilities, qualified to pursue something? All right. The doctor finally finished the examination and covered Li Changan with a blanket. He smiled and said, you can be discharged after a little rest. If you have an emergency, you can also be discharged today. After all, your physical fitness is amazing. But the hospitalization fee will not be refunded if you are discharged early. Li Changan chose to be discharged from the hospital today. He changed his clothes in front of the doctor, went to get the bill, folded the bill, and put it away. He would pay the medical expenses back later. He killed everyone in a building, but no Imperial army came to trouble him. The only explanation was that Lin Yubai cleaned up the mess for him. Until there was an answer, this was the only answer. Favors should also be remembered and repaid in the future. The clothes were not his original ones, but should have been bought by Lin Yubai later. They had a faint fragrance. However, all the things were put together and not missing a single thing. There was only one text message from Jiang Shuibu in the phone, asking when he would be back. There was only this one text message on the phone that could last for a week, and not even a missed call. After sending a message to Jiang Shuibu, Li Changan headed for the station. His luck was good this time, as he boarded the train to North City 20 minutes later. Because his body was wrapped in bandages and smelled strongly of medicine, the passengers next to him all looked unhappy and a little disgusted. How could Li Changan care about the looks around him? Rather, such looks made him feel friendly because he grew up under such looks. The train arrived at the North City when it was dark. Li Changan did not let Jiang Shuibu pick him up. He hailed a taxi on the roadside himself. However, the unmanned taxis were a bit rigid. When multiple passengers waved, the unmanned taxis could not tell the order and would only give priority to passengers who were closer. So the car that Li Changan stopped was robbed. Wait. Before the man stepped into the car, Li Changan grabbed his collar. You seemed to scold me in the car just now, right? The man was furious and cursed again. What's wrong with scolding you? Get out of here. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he was hit in the face by a punch, and his nose was instantly cut off, and he fell backwards. Perhaps he subconsciously regarded the wine stall as his safe haven. When Li Changan saw the wine stall, he felt that all the fatigue of the past few days disappeared. Changan, Wu Luyin, who was wiping the table, was overjoyed and ran towards Li Changan. By the way, are Xiao Wu and I so close? Could it be that Xiao Jiang tortured her? Although he was a little confused, Li Changan still patted Wu Liuyan's head lovingly. Hey girl, let Changan go first. Can't you see that he is still injured? Jiang Shuibu walked over dissatisfied, grabbed Wu Liuyan's collar and threw her aside. When he looked at Li Changan again, Jiang Shuibu changed his expression and said softly, I'm glad you're back. Maybe not so good. Li Changan shook his head. What? Jiang Shuibu was stunned. Changan, you are arguing with me? Li Changan took out the bronze bird from his arms and handed it over, smiling slightly. I came back this time to say goodbye. I'm going to join the army. Chapter 45, I'm going to split the Qingshan mountain. The wine stall hung a sign saying temporarily closed, and Wu Luyan insisted on sitting on Li Changan's lap. Although he didn't understand how her legs were stronger than a stool, Wu Liuyan's thin body weighed less than 70 kilograms, so Li Changan let her go. The trouble is to convince Jiang Shuibu and Brother Lin. I don't agree. There are so many things you can do. Why do you choose to join the army? You have to understand that joining the army is different from joining the Special Operations Force. Jiang Shuibu's attitude was very firm, and he firmly disagreed. Brother Lin did not express his opinion immediately, but just frowned and thought. Li Changan smiled bitterly and said, Don't be anxious, just listen to what I have to say, okay? No matter what you say, I just don't agree. Jiang Shuibu turned his head away, acting as if nothing Li Changan said would be of any use. Okay. Brother Lin finally spoke. Let's listen to Changan's reasons first. Glancing at Jiang Shuibu, Li Changan began to tell the story, from the time he arrived in Luoqing to the time he woke up in the hospital. During this period, Jiang Shuibu's eyes gradually changed. No one disturbed Li Changan. His ability to tell stories was average, but the important thing was that this was the first time they heard Li Changan talk about his experience. After an unknown amount of time, the story was finished. Li Changan's eyes were firm. I hope you can support me. I will never have the chance to say thank you or apologize to him again in this life, so I want to go and see. Li Changan raised his head and smiled. What kind of life would a person who has high expectations for me and the world have lived? Maybe one day I will understand what drove him to sacrifice his life for someone he only met once. Facing Li Changan's smile, Jiang Shuibu's cheeks blushed, and she couldn't say anything to object. She could only turn her head away and pretend to be cool. It's up to you. Anyway, you will go even if I say no. No. Li Changan shook his head. If you don't support me, I won't go. I can't always live for myself. Go ahead. Brother Lin patted Li Changan on the shoulder. You can say such things. I believe you know what you are doing, so just do it if you want to. Li Changan grinned and said, Brother Lin, then you have to agree to one condition of mine. Brother Lin was both amused and annoyed, and he scolded with a smile. You little bastard, are you trying to tell me not to go back yet? Do you think I can't tell what you want to say? Okay, I promise you. Both of them looked at Jiang Shuibu, waiting for his statement. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Shuibu became angry and said, If you want to go, just go. Wu Luyan pulled Li Changan and whispered in Li Changan's ear, Uncle Jiang is at Sundra. He means to support you to go. Ha ha ha. Li Changan couldn't help laughing out loud, but when he noticed Jiang Shuibu's eyes were getting colder, he held it back. Brother Lin watched the scene with a smile. Stop joking. Where does Changan want to join the army? Northwest. Li Changan had already thought about it on the way back and gave the answer without hesitation. The northwest border is in danger. Many people have died, and they are now recruiting soldiers to go directly to the battlefield without training. After a brief thought, Brother Lin nodded. According to the laws of the Empire, during wartime, as long as you pass the assessment, you can be recruited. If you have accumulated enough military merit, you can be transferred to the Imperial Officer School. After passing 3 assessments, you will graduate with the rank of captain. In addition to the Special Operations Forces, recruiting soldiers during wartime is also a path to success for many people. I don't know how many people are looking forward to the war. Jiang Shuibu frowned and hesitated for several times, but still could not help but speak. I know it's a bit difficult to ask, but you have to promise me that you must come back alive. It's up to you whether it's complete or not, but you must come back alive. Of course. Li Changan agreed without hesitation. He didn't have the confidence that he could come back alive, but Jiang Shuibu would not feel at ease if he didn't agree. I know about the war in the Northwest. It will take more than 2 or 3 months to end. This beast tide is more violent than ever before. Many marine monsters have also landed. You must be careful. Brother Lin was older after all, and he was particularly careful not to put pressure on Li Changan. Li Changan nodded and said, Don't worry, I will be back after it's over. I still have to participate in the ninth trial. The three of them clinked their glasses and wished Li Changan good luck. Wu Luyin also joined in the fun with a glass of juice. Li Changan is a person who doesn't like procrastination. Once he decides to do something, he will do it immediately. After drinking a few glasses of wine, he prepared to say goodbye. Brother Lin, please help me take care of my family while I'm away. Li Changan smiled bitterly. I don't know how to face them yet. They don't know that I'm going to join the army yet. After knowing each other for many years, this was the first time that Li Changan showed his concern for his family. Brother Lin was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to react. He asked in confusion, have you forgiven them? It's not a question of forgiveness or not. Li Changan lowered his head and laughed awkwardly. Actually, if you think about it, my mother has always tried very hard to be nice to me, but her methods are not quite right. I blamed her when I was little, and I will blame her when I grow up, but now that I've survived, it doesn't seem that sad anymore when I think about the past. She would hit me only because she couldn't do anything else except hitting me. She is just a producer. She doesn't have any powerful abilities or a distinguished family background. There is not even a man in our family who can step forward to help. She just wants me to survive. I gave birth to her and raised her. I can pay her back even if I cut off my head. She owes me nothing. Brother Lin was stunned for a long time, suddenly smiled with relief, and gently patted Li Changan on the shoulder. It's really good that you think this way. To be honest with you. Li Changan scratched his head embarrassedly. I really want to go back and see them, but I'm afraid I won't be able to leave when the time comes. Go ahead. Brother Lin smiled and waved his hand. I will take good care of your family, but when you come back, you must at least bring back a few medals. If an individual kills more than 500 monsters of the same level, he can get a second-level medal. At least bring one back to me. Li Changan raised 2 fingers, at least 2. I want one too. Wu Luyin raised his hand high. Jiang Shuibu wiped the cup and said with a curled lip, give me the extra ones, I won't mind. Okay, then one for each of us. Li Changan took a few steps, turned back and waved, no need to send me off. Brother Lin had never seen such a cheerful Li Changan. It could be said that over the past 10 years, he had been trying to help Li Changan get out of the haze in his heart. The current Li Changan was the one he had always been expecting. The journey ahead is long. I wish you good luck in martial arts. He won't stop in the northwest. Jiang Shuibu shook his head and put down the cup. Just wait. He will definitely bring a big surprise when he comes back. Brother Lin chuckled. I don't care about any surprises. I'm just happy from the bottom of my heart, just seeing him getting better little by little. I will never forget the first time I met him. His eyes were filled with disappointment in the world, but now he is very happy. As long as he is happy. Li Changan boarded the train to the northwest. He didn't know what he was about to face, but he was fearless. He was still the same Li Changan. Nothing has changed from the beginning to the end. Just some lost things have been found. If Qingshan doesn't come to me, I will come to Qingshan. Chapter 46. A Man's Medal. Saibei City, a rare 3-character city in the Empire, is located in the Xinjiang Tibet region before the end of the world. It is the border of Dongzhou and watches over Xiqing and Shizhou. What brought about the end of the world was a pillar of light that fell from the sky. It wiped out all lives and caused terrible destruction. The former Middle East region sank. More than half of the islands in Oceania disappeared, and the original world map was no longer useful. Today, there is a vast ocean between Saibei City and Shi City. Only 5 of the 7 continents are still gathering places for humans. Africa, which was once full of wild animals, has fallen and has become a paradise for monsters. When the doomsday came, it took freshwater creatures less than 40 minutes to adapt to life in seawater, and the sea became the most dangerous place in the world. People set up defense lines along the coast and built tall walls. But before that, there were some nightmare days. Animals evolve faster than humans. When humans have just mastered superpowers, all kinds of strange monsters have already started plundering. Their intelligence has increased, and their combat power is far higher than that of humans. Humans are vulnerable in front of these monsters. The doomsday took away more than 1/3 of the population, and the monsters magnified this number again. The humans of Dongzhou were once forced to move inland to survive. All this happened within 2 years, after which 3 great marshals emerged, like invincible gods of war, and led mankind in a rebellion. For the people of Dongzhou, Marshal Wang Jianjun is not only a god of war and an idol, but also a belief. In those dark days, he is like a never-extinguished torch that guides people. War is used to support war. The corpses of monsters are food and reserves, as well as materials for the development of weapons and technology. War is cruel and never-ending. It is hard for people living in inland cities to imagine that even in the current barely peaceful environment, border cities like Saibei City are still in a state of war readiness all year round. The people here are undoubtedly unfortunate. Li Changan, who had just arrived in Saibei City, tightened his backpack. Tents were set up in the square outside the station. Under the organization of the military, the refugees were struggling to survive in the city. There are not enough houses to live in the city, so we can only use public facilities temporarily. There is vast land outside the city, but going out means seeking death. Make way. Someone pushed Li Changan aside and walked towards the square, holding up a flyer in his hand and shouting, "Wall number 3 is recruiting workers. Those with earth and steel abilities are preferred. Wages will be doubled. All workers will be provided with meals, 100 yuan per day, and only 2,000 people will be recruited." Before he could finish his words, the crowd rushed forward. If it weren't for the patrol troops maintaining order, who knows how many people would have been trampled to death. Li Changan raised his eyebrows. In the empire, a daily wage of 100 was already extremely low. Automated machines can already replace most of the labor force, but the empire did not implement it due to employment issues. As a result, labor is extremely cheap, but at least the daily wage is over 100. But even with such a salary, people are scrambling for it. You can imagine how severe the war situation outside Saibei City is. It is probably much more tragic than what is reported on TV. After hailing a taxi, Li Changan headed to the outside of the second city wall, where a legion was stationed and recruiting was also taking place outside the second city wall. Border cities are somewhat different from inland cities. Like the inner and outer cities in ancient times, they have multiple city walls. The number 1 city wall of Saibei City has been lost. The number 2 city wall is the current line of defense, and the number 3 city wall, which is still under construction, cannot stop the beast tide at all. A lot of people had gathered outside wall number 2. More people came to sign up than Li Changan had imagined. Some people even brought bedding with them to queue up. Li Changan had nothing but clothes. Half an hour later, Li Changan was hungry. "How about we go eat first?" Looking at the team of nearly 100 people in front, Li Changan muttered to himself, but when he looked back, he hesitated again. "Forget it, let's eat first, and then buy some food and bedding." Once he made the decision, Li Changan left the long queue without hesitation. "Wait a minute, buddy," someone shouted from behind. "Are you calling me?" Li Changan turned his head in confusion and saw the exaggerated pectoral muscles in front of him. Bear? Bear man? Could this be the bear man Jiang mentioned? First time seeing one. It's really huge. Li Changan looked up and down, glanced at the big man in front of him, grinned. "Can I take a photo with you?" "Do you know me?" The big guy scratched his head, obviously hearing this request for the first time. "I don't know him." Li Changan shook his head. "But this is the first time I see a bear man. I want to take a picture and send it to my friends." The big man had a dark face and said angrily, "I am not a bear man. I am just a little bigger and a little hairier." Holding his forehead, the big man remembered that he had important things to do and did not give Li Changan the chance to ask more questions. "I'm asking you, were you planning to leave just now? Why did you suddenly want to leave after waiting in such a long line?" "Because I'm hungry." Although Li Changan felt disappointed that the other person was not a bear man, he still answered politely, "I didn't know there were so many people queuing. I just got off the bus and rushed here. I haven't eaten yet. Can't we go eat?" The big guy shook his head awkwardly and said, "No, it's not impossible. I just thought you suddenly regretted joining the army. If you don't mind, how about coming with me to the kitchen to eat some leftovers?" "Sure." Li Changan nodded. He heard that the army had a big appetite and was provided with enough food, and he didn't mind the taste. When the people in line heard this, they all shouted, "Sir, I'm hungry too." "Yes, take me with you." The big guy raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, "Get out! Do you think you can compare with others?" Everyone was unhappy. "Why is there no comparison?" "Yes, sir, you are going too far." Li Changan said nothing and waited quietly. The big guy had an unpleasant look on his face. He pointed at Li Changan and shouted to everyone, "Look at the scar on his hand. If I guess correctly, this brother should be a hunter. Hunters have priority in enlistment. What's wrong with me taking him out for a meal?" When they heard that it was a hunter, the scene became much quieter, but some people were still unconvinced and murmured in low voices. "Then show me the hunter's certificate. Using connections so blatantly is too much. That's not right. Even if they are related, they don't have to act in front of us, right?" The big guy had an unhappy look on his face. He just like Li Changan. Having been in the army for many years, he could tell whether a person was suitable for the army just by looking at his appearance, and Li Changan was undoubtedly suitable. But now that he was being questioned like this, he felt a little embarrassed. There were sudden exclamations at the scene. Following the gazes of the crowd, the big man looked at Li Changan beside him and watched Li Changan take off his shirt. Fuck, brother. Did you fall into the meat grinder? The scars on his body were so terrifying that there were few intact parts on his entire body. Based on his experience, the big man was sure that many of the scars were fatal. Is this okay? Li Changan glanced at everyone, and no one dared to look at him. What hunter is needed to prove that these scars are all metals? Come on, I'll take you to eat. The big guy smiled. I haven't asked you your name yet? Li Changan. Li Changan? I have found a treasure. The big guy was overjoyed and decided to add Li Changan to his team. Li Changan didn't even know that he hadn't even had his meal when he was arranged clearly. Chapter 47. The leftovers from the kitchen tasted pretty good, at least better than Li Changan expected, and were similar to those made by the boss whose name was still unknown. Lots of oil and strong smell. The big man Zhang Qiangqiang, who had already exchanged names with Li Changan, spent most of his time looking at Li Changan instead of eating, and he became more and more satisfied. It's just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. However, Li Changan was concentrating on eating. He didn't take Zhang Qiangqiang's long chatter to heart at all. Don't just eat. Have you thought about what I just said? Zhang Qiangqiang was anxious, seeing that the 2 pots of rice were almost finished and other teams would come to snatch people away soon. Li Changan had his mouth full of food and mumbled something. Zhang Chang was so exhausted that he couldn't speak for a long time. After taking a few deep breaths, he could only patiently continue his sales pitch. You see, we get along pretty well. You're here to join the army anyway, so why don't you join my team? What about the benefits? This time Li Changan finally listened. Benefits? Zhang Qiangqiang was stunned. What benefits can there be in joining the army? Li Changan asked back. If there is no benefit, why would you let me join your team? In order to increase the chances of our brothers surviving. Zhang Qiangqiang said as a matter of course, the stronger you are, the greater the chances of everyone surviving. This is normal. Picking up the empty plate, Li Changan put the last steamed bun covered with vegetable juice into his mouth, then nodded and said, Okay, do you agree? Zhang Qiangqiang picked up Li Changan by the waist and spun him around, happy like a child. Li Changan didn't quite understand. Was it worth being so happy? Come on, I'll take you to meet the other people. Zhang Qiangqiang embarrassedly put Li Changan down and rushed to pick up the backpack for him. Then he was stunned again. The weight of this backpack was a bit exaggerated. I'll do it myself. Li Changan took back his backpack. Let's go. A few minutes later, the two stopped in front of a barracks. There were already 3 people sitting in the tent. The one who oiled the knife was Hu Chai. The short and stocky guy who can't tie his shoelaces properly is Ma Hao. The one with the dark circles under his eyes is Hakka. The one who looks fierce is Li Changan. I look fierce? Li Changan frowned but did not refute. He always thought he looked quite friendly. The 3 people in the tent stood up and greeted Li Changan, but they were obviously not in high spirits. So each group consists of 5 people, right? Li Changan turned around. There are only 4 of you. Are the original teammates dead? The 3 people in the tent looked at each other and burst into laughter. The tall and thin Hu Chai came forward and patted Li Changan on the shoulder. I like people like you who are good at talking. Me too. Ma Hao gave a thumbs up. Hakka also nodded. With just this one sentence, Li Changan was able to integrate into this group. Zhang Qiangqiang explained in a low voice, there are 5 people, but we assume the one who is not here is dead. There was a new guy who came here before. He was a very capable guy. On his first day, he told us that his dream was to become a general. As he spoke, Zhang Qiangqiang sighed. The last time we went out on a mission, the new guy died in a tide of beasts in order to cover our retreat, but he also fought desperately to kill a leopard bull. That was his contribution. Thanks to this contribution, his family could receive a large pension, but in the end, Hu Chaijian took over the conversation. As a result, that bastard took credit for the newcomer's work without telling us, and attributed the leopard bull to himself, and he got promoted. Li Changan nodded. This was very common among hunters. He had seen quite a few of them. Some people even deliberately did not take action and waited for their companions to die first. As for the credibility of these people's words, Li Changan had no doubt. Firstly, it was unnecessary for people he just met. Secondly, many emotions could be disguised, but self-blame could not. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Let's welcome our new comrades. Zhang Qiangqiang pulled Li Changan into the tent. By the way, let's explain our abilities to each other so that we can cooperate with each other in the future. After talking about his special abilities, Zhang Qiangqiang left to help Li Changan with some procedures. As the name suggests, Zhang Qiangqiang's ability is strong, which belongs to the combat-related ability. It is mainly reflected in breathing and blood recovery. His qualities in all aspects are greatly improved during battle. The most powerful thing is that it has extremely high resistance to weapon damage. When facing a tide of beasts, this special ability is useless because the monsters have not evolved to use weapons. Currently, the judgment of weapons is still based on metal products, and non-metal products do not seem to be judged as weapons by strong. Hu Chai, who plays with a knife, has the special ability of the blink, which allows him to teleport to wherever his eyes are looking after 0.3 seconds, which is equivalent to a low-end teleport. The destination of the transmission must be visible to the eyes, it cannot pass through walls, it must be a straight line, and it cannot be transmitted into the air, such as into the sky. It must be a place with a foothold. Ma Hao's ability turned out to be thermal weapon enhancement, which was beyond Li Chang'an's expectations and an extremely rare ability. Thermal weapon enhancement can be applied to firearms, cannons, and even tanks and airplanes. The thermal weapons used by him will be enhanced to some extent. The effect is highly random and is an ability that cannot be fully controlled, which makes Li Chang'an somewhat unhappy. The last one, Hacker, is the eyes and ears of the team. His special ability is the psychic, spiritual resonance, and the range of his special ability is within 200 meters. Within this range, any living creature with intelligence can be sensed by him, so it can be used as a perception-related ability. The power itself is not very offensive, and currently Hacker can only sing in the enemy's mind. Li Chang'an was a little dumbfounded. The configuration of this team could be considered luxurious. If every team had this configuration and still couldn't repel the beast tide, how powerful would the beast tide be? That leopard bull. I think I have killed it before? Seeing that Li Chang'an seemed to be in a trance, Ma Hao coughed twice to wake him up. Changan, what is your ability? Is it inconvenient to tell me? Li Chang'an shook his head. I was a little distracted just now. My special ability is hysteresis, which can slow down the opponent's special ability and cause a delay. The three of them looked at each other, and Hu Chai frowned and said, this ability is very powerful, but it is meaningless when dealing with monsters. There are not many monsters that can use their abilities. Those who can use superpowers are high-level monsters. They are under the jurisdiction of the Special Operations Department and have nothing to do with us. Hu Chai's words were quite tactful. He should have said that Li Chang'an was completely useless. Li Chang'an smiled and said, it's okay. I understand what you mean. I'm good at close combat and I shouldn't hold you back. Hu Chai laughed. Brother Changan, you are not kidding, right? Can I understand that you can avoid being a drag by relying solely on your ability in close combat without using your superpowers? Li Chang'an nodded. When Anren recognized his close combat ability, and the proof of this was the lives of Charles and more than 50 people from the Tiger Gang. Listening to Li Chang'an's words without any modesty, Ma Hao seemed to be thinking about something, but Hu Chai could not sit still. Since you said so, why don't we lend a hand? Don't worry, we'll stop when we're done. But fists and feet have no eyes, so don't hold a grudge if you get hurt. How about that? Li Chang'an nodded decisively. Okay, I'll try my best not to hurt you. Are you still panting? Hu Chai became angry. He threw the dagger aside, took out 2 rubber training daggers, and threw one to Li Chang'an. I have to teach you a lesson, you ignorant new recruit. We need to find an opportunity in the 48th minute. After all the formalities were completed, Li Chang'an completely became a member of the team. Zhang Chang was so happy that no one could take him away now unless the general gave the order personally. The addition of an experienced hunter will greatly increase the team's survival rate, regardless of the special ability. As soon as he returned to the tent, Zhang Qiangqiang blinked and went out again. After thinking for a while, he walked back in and finally made sure that he was not hallucinating. The guy lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose is Hu Chai. Not only Hu Chai, Ma Hao also had some bruises on his face. Haka next to him didn't seem to have any injuries, but a closer look would reveal a little more purple around his dark circles. What happened to you? Are other teams bullying us again? Zhang Qiangqiang looked at Li Chang'an, the only one who was intact. Li Chang'an shook his head. Hu Chai said he wanted to play and see my close combat ability, so we had a sparring match. Why do you say again? Then you can't beat him like this? Zhang Qiangqiang swallowed his saliva. He felt that Li Chang'an was taking his anger out on Hu Chai. It's normal to vent your anger when your ability is questioned, but we are all teammates now, so it's not a good idea to be too harsh. Li Chang'an bent down and pointed at several wounds on Hu Chai's body. These were inflicted during the first sparring match. Then he said he was not good at using a dagger, so he wanted to fight again with bare hands. These are the injuries from the second sparring. Afterwards, he said he wasn't good at fighting alone. The three of them attacked him together, and he got hit 3 times. So he got more injuries. Zhang Qiangqiang looked at the other 2 comrades in amazement, and Ma Hao nodded silently. 3 people went up and still couldn't win? Zhang Qiangqiang still found it hard to believe. Although the team did not achieve any results, that was because his orders were all focused on saving lives. In fact, the team's strength was not weak. Hu Chai forced himself to open his eyes and sighed, "Captain, he was able to predict the location of my flash, and he hit it all 3 times. I didn't lose unfairly." Predicting the position of flash? Zhang Qiangqiang thought it was nonsense at first, and after thinking about it again, he still thought it was nonsense, but he didn't plan to try it himself. And Hu Chai is already in a miserable state. I wanted to pull him up, but he said he wanted to lie down for a while, so I didn't use too much force. Li Changan was helpless about Hu Chai's shamelessness. "We are not weak." Hakka finally spoke, and Li Changan thought he was mute for a moment. "Now, we will be stronger." After saying that, Hakka closed his mouth again. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ma Hao coughed twice and explained to Li Changan, "We are indeed very strong, but at least you are stronger in close combat, and with your joining, we will be even stronger in the future." Is individual combat power counted towards team combat power? Li Changan nodded in understanding. He knew his weaknesses, but he was still confident in close combat. Hu Chai just looked miserable, but his injuries were not serious. Even without taking medicine, he would recover within a few hours. No matter what superpowers he had, as long as he reached sea level, he would have similar recovery ability. Human beings are evolving day by day and raising their lower limits through reproduction. Hu Chai got up from the ground and leaned against the bed. "Captain, do you want to spar with him? You have been serving as both a commander and a breakthrough player, and now you can relax." After taking a deep look at Li Changan, Zhang Qiangqiang shook his head firmly to reject Hu Chai's proposal. What nonsense! He had seen Li Changan's naked upper body. Those scars were not caused by stray bullets or accidental injuries. Almost every scar was near a fatal location, and the person who had these scars was not an ordinary person. After guarding the border for the empire for so many years, Zhang Qiangqiang only felt that compared with Li Changan, he was delicate and tender, and could not imagine what Li Changan had experienced. The good news is that through this fight, it can be clearly seen that Li Changan has already integrated into this group, and half of the friendship between men depends on fighting each other. The remaining half comes from food and drink. It just so happens that a mission has just come down. It's a small mission, so you can get used to it. Zhang Qiangqiang patted Li Changan on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work." Li Changan smiled but didn't say anything. "It's better to say I'm looking forward to it. The formalities can be handled on my behalf, but I have to pick up the clothes myself. I don't know what the magical rule is, but there's already a long queue at the logistics department." A whole team of people accompanied Li Changan to pick up the clothes, saying that they were worried. Li Changan did not point it out, and they looked smug. Of course, the proud thing is to show off the powerful companions in your team. Li Changan was somewhat happy that he could be a source of bragging for others, although he didn't say it explicitly. With tens of thousands of people in the same military camp, what is the chance of running into an enemy? Very high. This is how the world is. There is no such thing as coincidence. Li Chang had been arranging the team for less than 5 minutes when Hu Chai's chattering in his ear suddenly stopped. "That disgusting guy is here." As soon as Ma Hao finished speaking, Li Changan felt someone approaching, and then someone put his hand on his shoulder. "Hey, you found a new guy." The man not only put his hand on Li Changan's shoulder, but also squeezed it. "He looks a bit skinny. Could he not come back after going on a mission with you guys?" Zhang Qiangqiang frowned and scolded. "Zhou Mu, let go of your hand. You don't want to embarrass yourself in public." "Captain Zhang, are you threatening me?" Zhou Mu smiled coldly and patted Li Changan's shoulder again. "A good newcomer died after going on a mission with you guys. Are you qualified to lead newcomers? Are you qualified to be the captain? Little brother, how about coming to my team?" Zhou Mu looked down at Li Changan. He was tall and strong, a full head taller than Li Changan. As Li Changan kept his head down, the size contrast was even more obvious. "Take your hands away." Zhou Mu looked around, as if he couldn't believe that these words came out of Li Changan's mouth. The hand on Li Changan's shoulder began to increase its strength, while smiling and tilting his ear. "What did you say?" "You're annoying." Li Changan turned his body, and Zhou Mu was caught off guard. He did not let go of his hand immediately. Driven by the force, his body leaned forward instinctively. Li Changan bent slightly and punched Zhou Mu in the ribs with his left fist. After being hit hard, Zhou Mu involuntarily shrank back. Li Changan took a step forward and punched. Zhoumu raised his left arm to block, although the block seemed a bit forced as he could not keep up with Li Changan's rhythm at all. You can clearly see the opponent's moves, but you are always a step slower than your opponent. This is rhythm. However, Li Changan changed his tactics, retracting his fist and throwing out his elbow. He did not waste time on blocking and defending with his opponent. This elbow broke through Zhoumu's defense and hit Zhoumu's jaw hard. Zhoumu was as stiff as a log and fell to the ground with a thud. Li Changan rubbed his shoulders with an unhappy look on his face. It didn't hurt, but he felt nauseous. Well, Zhang Qiangqiang opened his mouth several times, but each time he smiled bitterly. Wait here. I'll go report to the captain first, to prevent this guy from confusing right and wrong. Before leaving, Zhang Qiangqiang smiled at Li Changan and wanted to pat Li Changan on the shoulder, but after seeing Zhoumu's fate, he gave up. Hu Chai was very outgoing and had no psychological barriers at all. He put his arm around Li Changan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't feel pressured." He brought this upon himself. We can only give him a verbal warning at most. Pressure? Li Changan nodded. He was indeed feeling a little pressure. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, you will have trouble in the future. Zhoumu is an undisguised petty person, and he will definitely make trouble for him in the future. I have to find a chance to kill him. Chapter 49. The purpose is to survive. Zhoumu has himself to blame. Yes, I hit him. It was just a verbal warning. The last sentence was said by Haka. The atmosphere on the way back was harmonious. Li Changan was sandwiched in the middle. Compared with the newcomers and other teams, the people here were more like comrades who had been together for a long time. The military uniform combined the characteristics of many countries before the end of the world, and then became featureless, similar to the special military uniforms of Dongzhou in the past, but completely different. The material of the clothes is mainly mutant silk, and some metals that Li Changan doesn't understand. The clothes alone can withstand bullets from small-caliber firearms. In short, it keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. No need to worry about whether it fits or not, since he is a natural clothes lover. Zhang Qiangqiang returned to the barracks not long after and began to pack his things hurriedly as soon as he entered the door. The captain means that we have a mission anyway, so we should go on the mission now, and when the mission is completed, the merits and demerits will be offset and everything will be fine. The other three nodded, obviously used to it. Zhang Qiangqiang handed the packed backpack to Li Changan and said, "This is yours. It contains water, military ration pills, and some other equipment. I'll show you some on the way. I will take you to get the weapons now, and then we will set off." Li Changan said nothing, just nodded and followed. Given his personality, he still wanted to find an opportunity to assassinate Zhoumu, but for the time being he decided to just follow the crowd. It is relatively simple to obtain weapons. New recruits cannot touch guns, so they can only choose cold weapons, which come in all lengths, weights, and sizes. Li Changan chose a horizontal sword that was less than 3 feet long. The length and weight were suitable for him. Of course, it would be better if it could be more focused, but standard weapons did not require too much. We took the car and rushed out of the city. There was defense about 5 kilometers away, so we had to park the car there and walk the rest of the way. After leaving the military camp, everyone started talking more. We were almost beaten back to the second city wall. Fortunately, the Special Operations Department arrived and implemented the decapitation plan. Red level and above? As he was speaking, Zhang Qiangqiang suddenly remembered the difference between hunters and the army and explained it again to Li Changan. Because many monsters don't have superpowers, we can't use the human classification system. We divide them into 4 levels: black, red, yellow, and blue, which basically correspond to the levels of superpowers. But their strengths are not equal. For example, a red-level monster is basically equivalent to 3 to 4 A-level psychics. However, the Special Operations Department is full of geniuses, so they can't calculate like this. With the help of the Special Operations Department, we were able to drive those monsters 10 kilometers away. Li Changan frowned and asked, "Are there a lot of monsters?" "It's more than just a lot." Zhang Qiangqiang sighed. "I've been a soldier for 15 years, and the beast tides in the past 15 years combined are not as many as this one. In previous years, red-level beasts were considered the top force of the beast tide, but this time there are more than 1 black-level beasts. If you see a red-level beast, don't hesitate, run immediately." The car arrived at the defense station. Zhang Qiangqiang handed over the car and took the 4 people out of the defense line. About 3 kilometers ahead was the target marked in the mission. "Captain, look over there." Hu Chai suddenly became excited. Looking in the direction Hu Chai pointed, Li Changan frowned, then quietly took a few steps back and hid behind Zhang Qiangqiang. That's the barbarian god from the Special Operations Department. My idol. He has killed double-digit red-level monsters alone. Zhang Qiangqiang was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Hu Chai swallowed his saliva. No, that one next to him is Bowl, right? The big sister of the Special Operations Team 1. She's so beautiful in person. Look at that leg, look at that waist. Seeing that the two were about to step forward to ask for autographs, Li Changan quickly said, Enough. Don't we have a mission to carry out? That's right. Zhang Qiangqiang scratched his head embarrassedly. We are soldiers. Let's go and carry out the mission first. A few people nodded and hurried to catch up somewhat embarrassedly, only looking back every few steps. Not far away, the barbarian god wrinkled his nose, sniffed, and looked back. What's wrong? Bowl, who was as tall as the barbarian god, turned his head and didn't see anything special. I seem to smell a familiar scent. Barbarian god frowned and walked over there. The team just now is 4 people, right? But I smell the scent of 5 people. Bowl followed curiously, raised his finger and touched his brow, and said, Vision, softly, and his eyes suddenly turned purple and gold. After a while, Bowl shook his head and said, For supernatural power fluctuations, you must have smelled it wrong. Okay. The barbarian god took a deep look and shook his head. Let's go back. Bowl nodded and looked again in the direction of the barbarian god. Her vision was an ability that came with her supernatural powers. Any fluctuation within 3 kilometers could not escape her vision. But just now, near the 4 supernatural power fluctuations, she also saw a faint black gas. But there is no need to tell the barbarian god, as the two are rivals. Bowl didn't notice the barbarian's self-deprecating smile. How could that guy go to the lower-level army? I must have seen it wrong. 3 kilometers is nothing for the 5 people, but the target will move. While investigating the target's moving direction, the 5 people can stop and rest for a while. The target is a few wandering wolf deer. There are producers who came to build the number 1 city wall nearby. They live near the remains of the number 1 city wall at night. They live next to the vanguard army. Unless the beast tide breaks through the front line of defense, they will be safe. But recently a number of producers have gone missing. It seems that they were taken away when they got up at night. Some people witnessed that they were wolf deer. All the information was told to Li Changan, and the 4 of them waited silently for Li Changan to speak. It was time to see Li Changan's professional level. Li Changan shrugged. It is a wolf deer, but it is not a wolf deer. The smell left at the scene was that of a wolf deer, but a wolf deer is a monster with a wolf's head and a deer's body. Its hind legs can overturn a truck. Although it is carnivorous, it does not like the night. Zhang Qiangqiang said thoughtfully, You mean, they won't hunt at night? But wolves are nocturnal animals, right? That's right. Li Changan nodded in agreement. Both wolves and deer can travel at night, but wolf deer can't. They like to rest in places with light. Besides, wolf deer don't like to attack humans, and you rarely see wolf deer in the beast tide. After thinking about it carefully, the 4 of them nodded, saying that it was indeed rare in the beast tide. Li Changan continued, So I said it was a wolf deer, but it wasn't a wolf deer. The traces left behind were those of a wolf deer, but the murderer was not a wolf deer. And these footprints are very messy. They don't look like they're just passing by, but more like they are escaping. Li Changan raised his head and looked at the forest not far away. Maybe we will encounter some unexpected surprises. Okay, then let's go back and report the news now. Zhang Qiangqiang held Li Changan and walked back. What's going on? Li Changan was stunned. Shouldn't we continue chasing after him? Changan. Zhang Qiangqiang said in a low voice. Do you know how to live better on the battlefield? Describe it in 1 word. Li Changan said without hesitation, Yong. No. Zhang Qiangqiang shook his head seriously. You have to remember, if there is only 1 word, it must be coward. Chapter 50. Scalp tingling. After taking a few steps, Zhang Qiangqiang could not walk anymore. Li Changan stood on the ground like a mountain and was held down with him. As soon as Zhang Qiangqiang saw Li Changan's expression, he knew what he was thinking. He had seen many new recruits over the years, and they all had the same expression on their faces. It is an expression full of expectation, with a sense of justice overflowing without any additional honor from others. However, Li Changan's expression seemed a little different. He looked more like he was displeased at being interrupted while playing games. I know what you're going to ask. Zhang Qiangqiang sighed. People who have just joined the army are always full of expectations for the future, hoping to become heroes or something like that. Zhang Qiangqiang had just started talking when Li Changan frowned, confusion written all over his face. I don't care whether I'm a hero or not, but I promised my friend that I would return with the Medal of Honor, so I can't back down." After a slight pause, Zhang Qiangqiang was about to continue refutation, but he was still one step slower than Li Chang'an. "You regard the special forces as your idols. Is it because they are powerful? There are many powerful people, but your idols are different. Silence is the northern frontier tonight." "Can't argue with that, but not convinced yet." Li Chang'an's eyes swept over everyone. "You are not weak. At least when you were at level C, the barbarian god was not much stronger than you." "How do you know?" Zhang Qiangqiang raised his head. In order to correct Zhang Qiangqiang's thinking, Li Chang'an spent a lot of money. "I have fought with him, and I beat him when we were both at sea level." "Fuck the grass. Is this true or false?" Bragging. None of the four could believe that the new recruit who had just joined them had actually fought with the genius of the Special Operations Department, and not only fought with him, but also beat him. Li Chang'an silently unbuttoned his collar and pointed at the huge scar on his chest. "This is what he left. If he hadn't repaired the scar, he would still have the scar I left on his waist." "No wonder." Mahao seemed to be thinking about something. "I just thought your behavior just now was a little strange. Were you deliberately avoiding him?" "That's right." Li Chang'an smiled slightly. "He was only sea level at that time, and later he chased me after he was promoted to a level. He's already S rank now, right? If he holds a grudge, I may not be able to escape. You can go check the wound on his waist." All six eyes fell on Zhang Qiangqiang. As a fan of Manxian, Zhang Qiangqiang had a say in the matter. Zhang Qiangqiang pondered and said, "There is indeed a big scar on the idol's waist." He also admitted that it was left by a very powerful guy. The sound of everyone swallowing saliva. When teammates are strong enough, people will inevitably be aroused to fight. Hu Chai hesitated and said, "Captain, how about we give it a try? We know you are doing this for our own good, but we also want to try. I have been in the army for 3 years, and I don't have a single medal." Mahao sighed. "In fact, I feel very sorry for the salary I am receiving." Hakka patted Zhang Chang's shoulder and said, "Captain, to be honest, I also want to have little girls cheering for me every time I go back." All eyes fell on Hakka. "I'm only 26 years old. Is it strange to have such thoughts?" Hakka blushed and lowered his head. It turns out that he is not aloof, but rather reserved. Li Chang'an nodded silently. Looking at his comrades, Zhang Qiangqiang remembered that he had never asked for their opinions, even though he chose to be cowardly for their own good. Is imposed kindness considered good intention? Then let's give it a try. Zhang Qiangqiang grinned, then immediately frowned. "If there is any danger, you still have to obey my orders to evacuate." "Okay." Li Chang'an nodded. He would talk about it when there was danger. At least he didn't feel any danger yet. Li Chang'an can accept a lot, but he cannot accept being a coward. In addition to experiencing the life of a soldier, what he wants more is to become stronger. Now he is certain that simple training will only push him to his limit, and only by being on the verge of death can he break through his limit. He has no special powers, so his upper limit is much lower than others. Only by breaking through his limits again and again can he keep up with the pace of the times. It's just a matter of surviving death. I've been like this since I was a child. There's nothing to be afraid of. Li Chang'an has no experience in teamwork, or even any experience in teamwork at all, but he knows the importance of teamwork. So he took action against Zhou Mu. Besides the fact that Zhou Mu was indeed too annoying and disgusting, he also regarded this as a token of his allegiance. As he expected, he won the recognition of 4 people. However, gaining recognition is not enough. What is important is to make them want to fight. A battle that is winnable plus a sufficiently attractive reward can arouse people's desire to fight. Strengths may not be equal, but desires must be equal. If what they pursue are different, cracks will definitely appear in the relationship. No team can avoid this. I don't want power or money. I just want the honor to be shared, so that I won't be stabbed in the back. In the future, Li Chang'an will understand the truth that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and those who are treated differently are not because they have done something wrong, but because they are too outstanding. Following the tracks of the wolf and deer, the 5 men entered the dense forest. Zhang Qiangqiang wanted to hand over the command to Li Chang'an, but Li Chang'an flatly refused. "You are the captain, and I am a member of the team. I told you that I have fought with the barbarian god because I hope you can trust me, not because I want to take away your command. And I really can't direct." After hearing what Li Chang'an said, Zhang Qiangqiang had no choice but to give up. Whether Li Chang'an had ever fought with the barbarian god remained to be discussed, but at least Li Chang'an was not annoying. Li Chang'an stopped in front of a tree. There were mottled bloodstains under the tree and a 3-inch deep claw mark on the tree. After comparing the palm and claw marks, Li Changan said, "Those wolf deer have been caught up. The one chasing them is a big one, estimated to be about 10 meters long. Do we still want to continue chasing?" Haka closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment, then opened them. There is a spiritual fluctuation less than a kilometer ahead. In Zhang Qiangqiang's mind, a distance of about 10 meters is already considered dangerous. Theoretically, the strength of a monster is related to its size, but it is also related to its size before evolution. For example, an African elephant that is nearly 4 meters tall can reach 40 meters after evolution. A 10-meter tall one can only be considered a cub and does not pose a high threat. Of course, you won't encounter African elephants here either. Under the expectant gazes of several people, Zhang Qiangqiang gritted his teeth and said, "Chase him? Okay, we have to speed up. If the wind direction does not change, we will always be upwind and may be discovered by it first." Li Changan rushed forward and explained to everyone while running. Most monsters are not very intelligent and retain their primitive wild instincts. When hunting, they hide downwind to avoid the prey's sense of smell. So we need a surprise attack, and we must inflict heavy damage in one blow. If we cannot cause enough damage in the first encounter, we must withdraw without hesitation. Zhang Qiangqiang expressed his approval of this. As they got closer to the target, a fishy stench filled the air. Based on the smell, Li Changan was able to guess what the target was. Centipede. A 10-meter, to be exact, nearly 11-meter-long centipede. Gotta kill this bug before I get so nauseous I throw up. Chapter 51. Fight. While everyone was shocked at the horrible creature in front of them, Li Changan had already leaped up. Just as Li Changan said, they were in the upper hand, and if they did not attack quickly enough, the identities of hunter and prey would be reversed immediately. Therefore, Li Changan did not hesitate at all, and even increased his speed explosively. When he was still 5 meters away, he jumped over the centipede's head like a stream of light. He raised his sword and chopped it down fiercely. The 2 tentacles of the centipede broke off at the touch, but Li Changan's sword also broke into 2 pieces. The half of the sword in his hand stabbed into the densely packed single eyes cleanly. Accompanied by the centipede screaming, Li Changan turned over and jumped down, shouting at his companions who were still in a daze, "Fire!" Manhwa woke up as if from a dream. He hurriedly took off the individual semi-automatic grenade launcher from his waist and quickly pulled the trigger. Judging from the direction Manhwa was aiming, Li Changan estimated that this first shot would not cause much fatal damage, so he had to frown and evacuate to the side. Sure enough, the fire and explosion caused by the hasty pulling of the trigger only caused cracks in the centipede's shell, and the shot did not cause much damage. The centipede climbed up with its long legs and rushed towards the crowd. It moved very quickly and arrived in front of them in an instant. Zhang Qiangqiang roared, and his bulging muscles held up his extremely tough military uniform. He raised his hands high to take on the razor-like long legs. After a delay of 0.3 seconds, Hu Chai stood on top of the centipede's head and attacked with the dagger in his hand 3 times within 1 second. The sharp blade passed through, and the single eye, as chewy as a preserved egg, was cut in half. Blood rained down, the centipede struggled violently, and Zhang Chang's tactical gloves had been cut by the sharp long legs. He could clearly feel the scratches left by the long legs on the metacarpal bones. "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." With the sound of a sniper rifle, the centipede raised its head in pain and threw the Hu Chai above its head away. The bullet entered the centipede's huge mouth and pierced its head, but it was still not dead. 2 huge fangs bit towards Zhang Qiangqiang's head like pliers. Zhang Qiangqiang could only loosen his long legs and roll on the ground to avoid the fangs. Before he could stand up, he felt a lightness on his waist. Li Changan passed by behind him at some point and grabbed Zhang Chang's dagger. "Manhwa, don't stop. Hit the place where its back is connected." After saying this, Li Changan rushed towards the centipede again. Not far away, Hacker had set up his sniper rifle. As the eyes and ears of the team, his special abilities ended here. All that remained was for him to show off his marksmanship. By the way, his first shot had pierced the centipede's head. It's just that insects have extremely tenacious vitality. Zhang Qiangqiang stood up quickly. He vaguely saw what Li Changan wanted to do, and now was not the time to evacuate. "Let's risk our lives and try out the passion of a man." Li Changan's voice came from under the centipede. This sentence came from a TV show he had watched before. Li Changan didn't know if it would be useful, but he just wanted to give it a try. The dagger pierced into the centipede's ventral carapace. The ventral carapace is much more fragile than the dorsal carapace, but it is not something that a dagger can challenge. Faced with a huge enemy, All Li Changan could do was to wear down the opponent little by little, such as cutting the connection to let the centipede bleed. It was not an easy task to avoid the sharp legs. Li Changan could feel the legs scratching his back, and even the sturdy military uniform was easily cut open. Blood was oozing out of the gaping wound. Li Changan turned over and climbed onto the centipede's back, grabbing one of its long legs tightly with both hands and pulling it in the opposite direction. The centipede felt pain and turned its head, opening its venomous fangs and biting down. The poisonous fangs attacking from behind had not yet approached, but the bloody wind had already swept over. Li Changan did not even turn his head, but gritted his teeth and broke the long leg. When he looked back again, he saw a strong and sturdy body rushing towards him, with his hands covered in blood, tightly grasping the fangs, even though the fangs were being pressed down closer to his chest. Li Changan climbed up by grabbing Zhang Qiangqiang's shoulders, stepped on Zhang Qiangqiang's shoulders, and jumped towards the centipede again, piercing the dagger through the gap between the fangs and the gums. If centipedes had gums. Retreat. Following Li Changan's shout, Zhang Qiangqiang instinctively followed and let go and stepped back without any hesitation. Li Changan slapped the handle hard, and the whole dagger disappeared at the junction of the fangs and the bloody mouth. The fangs could not close in a short time. Li Changan flipped over and jumped down. He had already anticipated his own ending. The next moment the long foot would pierce his chest. While his body was in the air, he would try his best to avoid the vital parts. But he could also see that Hacker had pulled the trigger, and Manhwa had also endowed the weapon with supernatural powers. When his body was pierced, the centipede would die. The gunshot was heard, and the sniper bullet hit the root of the long leg. The 5-meter-long leg was shot down with flesh and blood, and Li Changan's body fell to the ground, brushing against the centipede. Hu Chai appeared beside Li Changan, picked up Li Changan, and ran away. Manhwa also pulled the trigger at this moment, and the semi-automatic grenade launcher kept firing, with the roars mixed with the painful screams of centipedes. What a blessing and a long life. Hu Chai kept muttering, and threw Li Changan on the grass, breathing heavily. Why? Li Changan stood up. Its mouth can't be closed. Why not shoot? Zhang Qiangqiang replied, but you might die. I don't know how you can save your life, but we can't gamble with your life. Li Changan was speechless. From their perspective, is this the right choice? The sniper rifle sounded again, and Haka once again proved his accuracy with 2 shots in a row. The bullet entered the centipede's mouth again and pierced its brain. Li Changan frowned slightly. It wants to escape. It can't run away. Manhwa grinned and stuffed a red bullet into the magazine. Try the magic that I enchanted. Parents and moms are afraid of bullets. Flames flashed from the gun barrel, and the next moment, flames exploded on the centipede's carapace. The carapace, which was already covered with cracks, was as fragile as a potato chip. The 11-meter-long huge body broke into pieces amid the centipede's scream, and the 2 halves of different lengths were still wriggling. The tenacity of vitality is evident, but the intensity of the struggle was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. We can't just let it bark. If there are other birds of its kind nearby, its voice will attract them. Li Changan frowned. Looking at the grenade on Manhwa's waist, Li Changan took one and handed it to Hu Chai. I'll give you a chance. Throw this into its mouth and then flash away. What chance could there be? Before Hu Chai could finish his words, Li Changan had already rushed towards the centipede. Hu Chai had no choice but to keep up with the flow. In Li Changan's eyes, the long legs waving randomly actually had traces to follow. Creatures that had lost their minds were not worth fearing, whether they were humans or monsters. In the rain of knives, Li Changan flew like a butterfly. His movements were not beautiful, but he was able to avoid every attack. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 people, Li Changan climbed onto the centipede's carapace. Faced with this enemy that it had never been able to capture, the centipede's remaining wisdom made it bite Li Changan regardless of the consequences. Now! Li Changan shouted and pounced into the centipede's big mouth, holding its fangs with both hands. The grenade flew out of Hu Chai's hand and into the centipede's mouth, while Li Changan pounced on Hu Chai. After a delay of 0.3 seconds, the 2 appeared beside Zhang Qiangqiang and others. Behind him was an explosion mixed with smelly blood and flesh. The battle ended with hot weapons. Chapter 52, I want to make a merit. It's a good thing to celebrate, but it's not the time to celebrate. At first I cut off the centipede's tentacles, so it couldn't call its companions directly, but now the smell of blood is too strong and it will still attract nearby monsters. After this battle, several people had full faith in Li Changan's professional level, even though Haka did not sense any mental fluctuations nearby. Zhang Qiangqiang immediately made arrangements to first take pictures of the scene, then remove some of the centipede's limbs, and then write a report after returning. There were also several corpses of wolf deer at the scene. The poor little guys were killed one by the centipedes. Fortunately, the centipedes were focused on eating, so Li Changan was able to kill them from the upwind side. Send the location to the intelligence department, and people from the logistics department will come here later to recover the centipede's body. After receiving the news from the intelligence department, Zhang Qiangqiang and others can leave first. If you are a hunter, you will only choose the most valuable parts of the centipede and then evacuate quickly. But now that he is in the army, Li Changan follows the local customs and quietly waits for Zhang Qiangqiang to complete the arrangements before leaving with the team. On the way back, everyone looked happy. Li Changan had something to say, but recalling the TV he had watched, it seemed that his enthusiasm should not be dampened. However, Zhang Qiangqiang did not shy away from this. Hu Chai's first shot was too slow, the timing was wrong, and the position was also wrong. Ma Hao is anxious. You need to stay calm during the battle, not to mention that you are the firepower in the team. If you are not careful, you may even hurt your teammates. Haka, there's nothing wrong with it. Li Changan said with a smile. You usually choose to be timid, and it's rare for you to take the initiative. It's normal for everyone to be a little unfamiliar with each other. I haven't talked about you yet. Zhang Qiangqiang's eyes narrowed. Don't you consider your teammates when you take action? Hunters don't fight alone, right? You should curb your personal heroism. After being slightly stunned, Li Changan responded seriously, sorry, I will correct it. Li Changan was too serious, so Zhang Qiangqiang felt embarrassed. It's okay. We've gained a lot today anyway. It's normal to have some flaws in our first collaboration. Hu Chai, who spoke the most, agreed, yes, this centipede must be red level. Not only was it successfully hunted, but no one was hurt. Sorry, you were hurt. In fact, Zhang Qiangqiang was also injured, but his strong physique recovered very quickly, and everyone was still concerned about Li Changan. It's just a minor injury, and it will heal soon. Li Changan waved his hand. The wound on his back did not hurt the bones. It was just a skin injury. By the way, is this centipede a red level one? Looking back, Li Changan vaguely remembered killing 2 centipedes, one of which was similar in size to this one. Red level is this? Each trial starts at a different time, and occasionally Li Changan would have the free time to work as a hunter to earn some money. Undoubtedly red level. Zhang Qiangqiang answered without any hesitation or thought. Showing Li Changan the watches on the wrists of several people, Zhang Qiangqiang explained, this is a microcomputer. It can look up information about monsters. Of course, it's limited to monsters that have been explored by humans. If there are new species, you can also collect data and upload it. There will be rewards. After clicking on the interface, an image of a centipede appeared, with the words Red Level 103 displayed below. Although it's the last-ranked monster in the red rank, it's still a red rank. In addition to Changan's good guidance, we also had good luck. After all, the centipede is a single attribute monster, and it only has one characteristic, which is physical strength. That's right. We can still deal with strong monsters with heavy firepower, but if we encounter a very fast one, we might be in trouble. Li Changan was a little confused. Is the Empire so idle? Not only did they collect intelligence, but they also made a ranking list. By the way, part of the information came from the hunters, right? Let's celebrate while we eat. The success of this battle was largely due to luck. Don't be too proud. As the captain and senior player, Zhang Qiangqiang has the responsibility to correct the mentality of his teammates. Li Changan raised his hand awkwardly and then put it down again. Can I get a medal if I kill this? They looked at each other and all smiled. That won't do. Hu Chai patted Li Changan's shoulder and laughed undisguisedly at Li Changan's naivety. Ma Hao also added, it's okay to kill the red level individually, but we kill as a team. The topic suddenly became a little weird, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Li Changan seemed not to notice the change in atmosphere and continued to ask, how can we get the medal for team kills? There are no medals for merits below level 2, but there are medals for merits above level 2. If we want to reach level 2 or above, we must kill at least 5 red level ones. Zhang Qiangqiang said this and looked at everyone, looking more serious than ever before. Changan wouldn't be someone like Zhou. After a brief silence, Haka was the first to break the silence. I believe in Changan. Yes, that punch he gave Zhou was really cool. It's an elbow, not a punch. No matter what, he's handsome now. The atmosphere became lively again. At this moment, Li Changan seemed to understand something, but also seemed to understand nothing. He just felt inexplicably happy. Once you arrive at the defense station, You can hand in the samples and information you brought back, and you can also get supplies at the same time. What was even more miserable was that Li Changan had no way to change his clothes. He had 4 sets of clothes in total, and except for what he was wearing, the rest were all in the tent. But he didn't have time to go back and change his clothes, as the new mission was issued just as he arrived at the defense station. By the way, please get Changan's watch. New recruits can get it after completing their first mission. Hu Chai explained for Li Changan while eating biscuits. The rules require that you can only receive it after it has been reviewed by the higher-ups, but since we have a series of tasks, it's no problem for me to give it to you in advance. Li Changan nodded and waited silently. After a moment of silence, Hu Chai reminded, "You can only get the watch if you come with me." Oh. Li Changan woke up as if from a dream and looked around. "Who should I go with? Let me take you there. The captain will need a while to hand in the task." Ma Hao led the way with a smile. Following behind Ma Hao, Li Changan looked around casually, but he didn't expect that he could get so many things at the defense station. "I think the Empire is planning to use this place as a boundary to create a new front line, and the defense station should be quickly built into a new military camp in the near future. After all, the military camp outside wall number 2 was not perfect, and it was obvious that it was not intended for long-term use." When he arrived at the place to pick up the watch, Li Changan realized why Ma Hao was the one leading the way. "That's my sister." Ma Hao pointed at the girl who was surrounded by 7 or 8 computers. "My most important sister." On Ma Hao's face, Li Changan saw the look of pride. Ma Hao quickened his pace, waved his hand and shouted, "Zhenshi, I'm here with my comrades to pick up the things." "Ma Zhenshi?" Li Changan was both amused and confused. "The elder brother is named Ma Hao, and the younger sister is named Ma Zhenshi. Your parents really didn't pay attention to naming. But it's really nice." Chapter 53, What is a Straight Man? Hearing the sound, the girl turned around and waved in surprise. "Elder brother." Ma Hao introduced with a smile, "Li Changan, our team's newcomer. Even though he is a newcomer, he is very capable. This is my biological sister, Ma Zhenshi." Li Changan smiled and nodded as a greeting. "Hello, thank you for taking care of my brother." Ma Zhenshi bowed very formally. Instead, it made Li Changan feel a little restrained. "Don't be so polite. Changan is one of us." Ma Hao grinned and held his head high. "He has already done the first mission with the team. I brought him here to get a watch." Ma Zhenshi took a tablet and handed it to Li Changan, saying with a smile, "Just record your fingerprints and irises. It will only take 15 minutes. No one can operate your hands unless they have higher authority. This is called a micro-tactical computer." No matter what it was called, Li Changan entered his fingerprints as he was told, and also recorded his iris on something that looked like an eye. Then, his personal information was displayed on the tablet. Name, Li Changan. Date of birth, February 18th, 01 Imperial Calendar. Ability level, C level, undetected. Li Changan frowned and pointed at the brackets. "What does that mean by undetected?" "It's a test for enlistment." Ma Hao explained nonchalantly. "New recruits will gather for a test 1 month after enlistment. The main purpose is to see how fast they improve. Who knows, there might be some hidden geniuses." Trouble. Li Changan didn't expect this link. His ability couldn't stand up to scrutiny. It was the ability from the gloves. As long as he is tested, he will most likely be exposed, but the information I found before did not mention this step. No one noticed that there was something wrong with Li Changan's expression, and Ma Zhenshi was still chattering. "Brother, you should go to logistics. Your patrol team is too dangerous. Although you don't have to go up to the city wall, what if you happen to encounter a gathering herd of beasts? Besides, you have been in the patrol team for 3 years and have not made any achievements. You are just wasting your time. I will feel more at ease if you go to the logistics department to do some work." Ma Hao was embarrassed to hear his sister say that and shouted, "Who is slacking off? We are a team that killed a red-level monster this time." Ma Zhenshi turned his head in shock and soon chuckled. "Stop bragging. If it was a red-level monster, Captain Zhang would have definitely taken you away." Li Changan, standing next to him, turned his head quietly and smiled secretly. Zhang Qiangqiang was known to be a coward. "You're not wrong." Ma Hao couldn't be proud anymore and scratched his head awkwardly. "The captain did want to take us to escape, but was stopped by Changan. After listening to what he said, we decided to give it a try." Looking at Li Changan in surprise, Ma Zhenshi quickly lowered his head. The main reason was that Li Changan looked too fierce, especially when he was not smiling. "What did you tell my brother and the others?" Li Changan thought for a moment and said, I forgot. I forgot about it too." Ma Hao chuckled. "Anyway, it's very passionate, and I was particularly excited after listening to it." During the conversation, Li Changan's tactical watch was ready. Handing the watch to Li Changan, Ma Zhenshi lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I don't care what achievements my brother has made. I just want him to be alive. If you want to make a contribution, can you go to another team? I only have you as my relative. I'm sorry. Please leave." Li Changan paused, took the watch, and put it on. "What are you talking about?" Ma Hao turned around while wandering around and felt that the atmosphere was strange. "Nothing." Ma Zhenshi held his hair together with a youthful smile. Li Changan raised his head. "She asked me to leave this team because she was afraid that I would be too radical and harm you." Ma Zhenshi turned around suddenly and looked at Li Changan. He never expected that Li Changan would tell him everything. "Are you still a man?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ma Hao laughed unexpectedly. "Don't be angry. My sister is like this. She was against me joining the patrol team at first, but she agreed to let me join until she heard that my captain was Zhang Changqiang. Although he was not at the scene, Zhang Changqiang was repeatedly blamed." Under his sister's burning gaze, Ma Hao's smile faded, and he sighed and smiled bitterly. "Sister, you didn't even ask me what I wanted. Before, when you were still young, if I died you would have to live alone. I wouldn't even dare to join the army. Now that you've grown up, even if I'm gone one day, you can take care of yourself? It's time for me to pursue my dreams." With great difficulty, Ma Hao put his arm around Li Changan's shoulders, turned around, smiled, and took Li Changan away. Looking at his brother's back, Ma Zhenshi was speechless. "When my brother was a teenager, he was as tall as he is now, but due to malnutrition and excessive physical work, he never grew taller. Now she is half a head taller than her brother, but her brother is still the same as he was back then. Time has made him older and more experienced, but has never given him any gifts." Li Changan thought about it, then put his arm around Ma Hao's shoulders to prevent him from tiptoeing. "So what is your dream?" Ma Hao grinned. "I want to be a marshal." After hesitating for a long time, Li Changan thought about it and decided to say it out loud. "Has anyone ever told you that your dream is unrealistic? Has anyone ever told you that you're straight? What does it mean to be straight? What does it mean to be honest?"
No.
When he returned to his teammates, he saw Zhang Changqiang coming towards him. Judging from Zhang Changqiang's expression, there seemed to be some bad news. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Changqiang opened his mouth, the three people except Li Changan frowned. Rescue mission. A reconnaissance team lost contact in the north. 4 people were disconnected from the command center in less than a minute. Enemy information is unknown. Our mission is to rescue the living members if there are any. If there are no living members, we will bring back the recording equipment on them. Zhang Changqiang took a deep breath and said, "We may be targeted." Li Changan was confused. A mission was just a mission. What did it have to do with targeting? Because of his sister's words, Ma Hao and Li Changan became closer and explained, "We are a subordinate team of the patrol team. Our main task is to eliminate dangerous factors in the safe zone. For example, the centipede we saw today will need to go to the battlefield to face the beast tide when necessary. But rescue missions have nothing to do with us. They are usually the tasks of elite teams or special operations teams. It's not our turn anyway." Zhang Changqiang nodded and took over the conversation. "The 4-man team was wiped out. We didn't have any chance to fight back. We would probably die if we went there. I just heard that Zhoumu has an uncle in the strategic department of the command center. This mission happened to be assigned directly by the strategic department because we are closest to the target location." Hu Chai was so angry that he yelled, "Damn it. What's the point of relying on connections to deal with us?" Li Changan bit his nails and hesitated. "Changan, do you have any ideas?" As soon as Zhang Changqiang opened his mouth, several people looked at Li Changan. "How about?" Li Changan was still a little hesitant about whether to speak, but his trust in his teammates made him say, "We pretend to set off, and then I turn back halfway and kill Zhoumu?" After a brief silence, the 4 people were sure that Li Changan was not joking and suddenly panicked. No, not at all. They're right, calm down. You can't say that in the army." Li Changan nodded. "Okay, let's set off first and talk about it on the way." The 4 of them wiped their cold sweats and finally discovered that something was wrong with Li Changan. This guy has no common sense. Chapter 54. Man, Hand, and Cat. They still had to walk, without even a night's rest, because the mission was urgent and the team was not allowed to stay at the defense station. All 4 of them were killed within a minute. There was not a single useful intelligence, and the enemy species was unknown. It was almost as if this was a mission to commit suicide. Everyone along the way had a bad look on their faces, except Li Changan, who was relatively okay as he was thinking about a way to survive. Unless Zhoumu has powerful connections, a fatal mission would not be assigned to their team. The military is not completely brainless. So there must be a way to survive. Li Changan's mumbling attracted the attention of several people. Feeling everyone's gaze, Li Changan said bluntly, I don't think the mission is as dangerous as described. Otherwise, the mission should not have been handed over to us. After a long while, Zhang Changqiang nodded and thought, indeed, the intelligence department will assess the danger level of the mission, and we should just meet the minimum requirements. Unless General Lin personally asks, no one can send any team to die. The remaining 3 people still had frowns on their faces. Hu Chai held his forehead in distress and said, even if you say so, Captain, we don't see any hope. Should we gamble on our luck again? Gamble that we won't run into the murderer? Stop messing around. If you get caught, you'll die. Li Changan stopped, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Let's camp near the target location, and then I will go to check near the mission location first. No. Zhang Changqiang raised his eyebrows. You told me you would change. Personal heroism should not appear on the battlefield. Li Changan immediately retorted, this is not personal heroism. I am safer alone than if we go together. Since we are powerless to resist the enemy, there is not much difference between me going alone and going with us, and I can perform better alone. My stealth skills are really good, even better than my close combat skills. Trust me for once. These words left Zhang Changqiang speechless, and he had no reason to refute. He just couldn't bear to watch his teammates go on adventures alone. Hu Chai said weakly, Changan said before that he is good at close combat, and then, okay. Zhang Changqiang finally compromised. But you have to promise me that if you find anything wrong, run away immediately. We will prepare firepower to cover you. After reaching a consensus, Li Changan felt a lot more relaxed. He was not good at leading so many people to act together unless everyone was like him. Bringing Wen Anren with him during the trial was already his limit. Any more people would be a burden. The team quickened their pace, and before dark, they were less than 2 kilometers away from the target location where contact was lost. That's it. We lost contact 6 hours ago. We can't be sure what kind of creature the enemy is or how strong it is. Going 2 kilometers is actually a bit risky. Li Changan stopped his teammates, and the others had no objection and chose a more open location to set up camp. Place a few wooden blocks or stones next to the campfire and bring your own warm blanket. When it got dark, Li Changan, who had eaten and drunk his fill, thought it was time to leave. Remember, if there is any danger, send a signal immediately. We will cover you with firepower. As long as we see you, we will retreat immediately. Zhang Changqiang was still a little worried. Li Changan nodded, gave a firm look, turned and stepped into the darkness. Haka kept his supernatural power activated. At this moment, 200 meters was better than nothing, and the main thing was to be on guard. We may have underestimated Changan. Haka shrugged. He spoke even less after his character collapsed. His stealth is very strong, even stronger than his close combat. Can you imagine? A person can lower his mental fluctuations, and he will not have any distracting thoughts when he is acting. As long as there are no thoughts in the mind, even the mental fluctuations will become intermittent, but normal people cannot achieve a mind without distractions. This may be the best news I have heard today, and it is enough to cheer me up. Walking in the darkness, Li Changan felt refreshed all over, as if he was born to be in the darkness. For most people, the road under the moonlight would be a little blurry, but Li Changan didn't think so. Every movement in the forest, any insect chirping, leaves falling, wind blowing through the treetops, all sounds will guide his way, and he enjoys the tranquility in the darkness. Bearing fangs in the darkness. 2 kilometers is not a long distance. In just a few minutes, Li Changan stopped beside a big tree. He did not sense any danger, but there was a strong smell of blood ahead. The smell of blood did not come from one place, but spread everywhere in the forest ahead, from the treetops, from the ground, everywhere. It was estimated that no one would be able to leave an intact body. Thinking of this, Li Changan slowly approached the target location, carefully stepping on every branch and dry leaf. Li Changan stopped after walking more than 10 steps. 2 steps away, there was a half-dead body hanging on a branch. The body below the waist was missing. Judging from their clothes, they should be the missing team. The broken ends of the corpse seemed to have been bitten off by some strange creature. The other half could not be seen. Half of the corpse's face still showed the fear before death. Turning on the video on his shoulder, Li Changan continued walking forward. At a distance of 30 steps, he saw a left hand, a right foot, internal organs, and a half-chewed head. The monster that attacked was a bit picky about food. After taking a few more steps, the view suddenly opened up. On a small flat ground, a bloody monster was lying, surrounded by scattered corpses. It seemed that the monster had just eaten and was taking a nap after the meal. Li Changan squinted his eyes and looked around in the moonlight. Judging from its appearance, it should be a cat. Excluding the tail, it is about 5 meters long and 2 meters tall at the shoulder. It is still snoring at the moment. It's not a blind guess to say it's a cat, even though it has no fur and its huge cat face looks like flesh and blood twisted into ropes, and the ropes are tangled into a head. There seemed to be something between the gaps in the ropes, like closed eyes. But what made Li Changan hold his breath were the 2 arms on the monster's shoulders. Human arm. It is not glued on top, and you can clearly see 2 human arms growing out of the flesh and blood. Compared to the monster's huge body, its 2 arms look like underdeveloped and deformed limbs. Li Changan opened his watch. He had never seen such a strange monster before. He hoped, well, he didn't find it on the watch either. Instinct drove Li Changan to leave. The unknown was terrifying. This cat-like monster was more than just terrifying. It was unprecedented to see a human body on a monster. Without making a sound, Li Changan stared at the monster and slowly retreated. Whoosh! With a heavy breath, the monster swung its tail, blowing away the fallen leaves on the ground with a burst of fishy smell. Countless eyeballs opened between the ropes of flesh and blood, and every eyeball facing Li Changan looked at him at the same time. Without any hesitation, Li Changan turned around and walked away, pulling out the flare from his waist and shooting it into the sky. 3 consecutive shots represent the highest level of danger, the black level warning. The fishy smell blew on his neck, and silently the cat's head moved closer to Li Changan. Chapter 55. Get out of here. Several people were wrapped in small blankets around the campfire. Huchai took a sharpened wooden stick, strung some military ration balls on it, and roasted them over the fire. How about, let's get closer? I'm still a little worried. Zhang Qiangqiang sighed. He was not too worried. Today was Changan's first day in the army. How could everything be left to him? Mahao wrapped himself tightly in a small blanket, leaving only his head exposed. Under the blanket, he was giving bullets special powers, and then passing the bullets with special powers to his teammates. Except for Li Changan, who is not yet able to receive a service gun. The other 4 have their own service guns, but they are just standard rifles. Unless otherwise specified, all soldiers will have a rifle and a pistol, but some choose not to have either. In the age of superpowers, thermal weapons are not necessarily more useful than superpowers in many cases. For a large number of superpower users, thermal weapons are actually a hindrance. Charles does not need any hot weapons. Charles with dual superpowers can be called a humanoid self-propelled turret. If there is no one strong enough to stop him, he can raise a city to the ground within 10 hours. But the team has Mahao, and the bullets enchanted by his supernatural power can last for 3 to 4 hours, and the bullets can also be given to teammates for use. Don't go. Changan told us to trust him. We can still trust our comrades. Mahao wiped the grenade as big as his fist. Haka nodded mechanically in agreement. Lao Ma is right. Let's get ready to meet him. Yes. Huchai just threw the roasted military ration balls into his mouth and watched the fireworks of signal flares blooming in the distant sky. 1 firework doesn't seem like much. 3. Black level danger alert. When he felt the monster's breath on his neck, Li Changan turned around without hesitation and kicked his feet backward, giving the monster a solid kick on the body. Thrown high up by the reaction force, the moment the monster turned around before escaping, Li Changan clearly saw the monster raising its head to look at the fireworks in the sky. Then all eyes fell on the flare on Li Changan's waist. Phototropism and high intelligence. Li Changan got some information from a quick glance and continued to flee. His unfamiliarity with the watch caused him to take a few extra seconds before he shared his location with his comrades. He had to stay alive until he got support. But it's not easy. A strong wind blew from behind him, and Li Changan dodged it by flying forward. His military uniform that could withstand small-caliber bullets was torn to pieces and was no better than tofu under the sharp claws. The landing point of the pounce was a big tree in front of him that was so thick that a person could hug it. Li Changan landed and rolled behind the tree, thus avoiding the enemy's pursuit. The actual result was that most of the trees over 30 centimeters tall were cut off by the sharp claws, and the trees fell down slowly with a sound as if they could not bear the weight. There was no trace of Li Changan behind the tree. Li Changan, who was running ahead, took note again that the other party's hearing and sense of smell were not very sensitive. But as soon as he looked back, the monster immediately locked onto his direction. Li Changan was certain that the monster's perception was exceptionally outstanding. Sight is invisible, but people will have an inexplicable feeling when being stared at, and this is perception. 1 claw can cut off half of the tree trunk. It is strength and attack power. He caught up with Li Changan twice in a row. Both times he was the last to arrive. This is speed. Except the response speed seems a bit slow. This unknown monster can easily kill the centipede in seconds. There is no comparison between the two. Based on the current speed, Li Changan predicted that he would be caught up again in less than 3 seconds, so he began to choose a place to hide. As for counterattack, what about talking in your sleep? In the absence of any means of suppression, any counterattack would be suicidal. If facing humans, Li Changan could consider exchanging injuries for injuries. As expected, the strong wind came from the right. Li Changan was prepared. This time he dodged to the left in the same direction as the strong wind. The innocent forest will take the blame for him. However, wind pressure also came from the left. After just one failed attack, the monster learned to try a safer approach and also took advantage of Li Changan's experience. The high intelligence assessed at the outset is an insult to the beast. Can't dodge. Li Changan's brain was working very fast. No matter how fast the claws were, they couldn't be faster than his thinking. He knew that the tiger claws would cut him in half. The next moment he would be no different from the corpse hanging on the tree. If you can't avoid it, the best way is to face it. Li Changan retreated backwards, the sharp claws leaving bloody marks on his chest and abdomen, but ultimately did not take his life. There was a bloody mouth behind him. Just as the initial judgment, the monster did not react immediately, otherwise it would have opened its mouth wide and bit off Li Changan's head. When the monster opened its mouth, Li Changan looked at the throat that was like an abyss, smiled and threw the flare in his hand, and the flare disappeared into the abyss. Roar! A tiger's roar came from the huge mouth in front of him. Li Changan covered his ears and quickly stepped back. The flare contained things like magnesium powder and white phosphorus. The flare that Li Changan was carrying could be launched without any equipment, and it had now exploded in the monster's stomach. A dazzling white light was emitted from the bloody mouth, and a burnt smell began to spread, which further strengthened Li Changan's determination to escape. The flare, which could be used as an incendiary bomb, entered the monster's stomach, but still failed to kill it. Maybe I will really die. Taking a deep breath, madness began to appear in Li Changan's eyes. Li Changan tuned his watch to the intercom channel and coughed, and the captain's voice was immediately heard from the other end. Are you hurt? We've called for backup. Come over to us. We'll cover you. It's nice to be cared for by others. Li Changan smiled and said, I'm fine for now. Captain, remember what I say next. This is all our credit. As if sensing something, Zhang Qiangqiang's heavy breathing was heard from the other end. However, Li Changan did not have to wait. Zhang Qiangqiang simply responded with a, okay. Li Changan quickly integrated the characteristics of the monster into a brief speech and sent it over along with the video he had taken. After saying this, Li Changan gave Zhang Qiangqiang no time to think and gave his final words. Next, I'll throw the watch into the belly of that monster, and I'll lure him out into the open. Just bomb towards that location. The call was disconnected. Zhang Qiangqiang looked at the gun in his hand, his heart struggling. He thought that after listening to Li Changan's words, he could leave without any psychological burden, but it seemed that this was not the case. Captain, what happened? Ma Hao couldn't wait any longer. Zhang Qiangqiang raised his head. His expression was a little strange. The three had never seen such an expression on the captain's face. The captain, who obviously only knows how to be timid, looks like he is in a state of joy as if he is ready to die. Listen to me. Zhang Qiangqiang raised his voice. My suicide note is in the interlayer of the pillow. I don't have any family, so I'll leave the rest to you little bastards. Now as your captain, listen carefully to my last order. Get out of here, as far away as you can. Chapter 56. Always one step behind me. The watch was thrown into the bloody mouth accurately, and Li Changan continued to run without slowing down. Relying on the terrain of the forest, he was barely able to escape from the claws of the angry monster. But as the monster was injured, it became crazy and would just ram into trees that were not thick enough and chase after them recklessly. The danger of death never dissipated, and Li Changan rarely felt cold sweat. There was a big gash in his back during the battle with Centipede, and now his clothes were completely shattered, and there were 3 scattered blood marks on his back. Li Changan felt that he was not facing a monster, but an experienced and powerful opponent who was more dangerous than a human being. Humanity has lost its wild instincts. Another claw shot. Li Changan did not dodge like before, but just turned sideways to avoid it. In the next moment, the sharp claw extended forward a few centimeters. Li Changan moved half a step and easily avoided it. He had already guessed that this monster would use fake movements, so Li Changan chose the movement with the smallest force and deflection. If you still swoop, your physical strength consumption will increase, and you will easily get a crit hit during the swoop. Although it has intelligence that even exceeds that of humans, the monster is still a monster, and it does not kill more people than the monsters Li Changan kills. Not even close. What's more, the experience of the weak defeating the strong is far behind. If Li Changan was not unable to keep up with the opponent's speed and strength, it would be much easier. Now his dodging is all based on prediction. Save me. The voice coming from behind almost made Li Changan lose his balance. It hurts, help me. Even without looking back, you can clearly know where the sound comes from. Can this monster speak human language? Although some monsters are known to imitate human voices to attract prey, and there have been similar monsters in urban legends in the past, this is the first one with such pure pronunciation. There is even a hint of Saibei City accent. No, it doesn't sound like an imitation. The sound should be from the scout who was eaten before. While Li Changan was thinking, a voice came from behind. Don't go. Why don't you save me? I'm not dead yet. It's not imitation. It can learn the sounds of the prey it eats. Are you trying to disturb me with human words? You are totally wrong. Let those who have nothing to do with me die. But this is a good opportunity. Hiding his smile, Li Changan pretended to hesitate and paused slightly. Sure enough, the monster did not miss this opportunity and slapped him on the head with its sharp claws. If it was hit hard, Li Changan's head would probably be knocked into his chest. It was just a feint. Li Changan turned around and his claws brushed against his shoulder, tearing off a small piece of flesh. However, Li Changan drew his dagger. The short knife taken from the captain was extremely sharp. The only flaw was that it was a little short. The knife chopped into the cat's head from bottom to top. Without even having time to see the results of the battle, Li Changan turned around and fled again. Hearing the roar behind him, Li Changan was sure that this knife attack had worked. However, the speed of the monster behind him seemed to increase again, making it increasingly difficult for Li Changan to dodge. These guys in the army are too slow to support me. Do they really want to see me die? At this moment, Li Changan couldn't help complaining. Growing up, he was not used to pinning his hopes on others, but Li Changan was now also looking forward to support. If the support was in place, he might not have to gamble on dying together. As Li Changan was thinking about this, his face lit up with joy. In the distance, 2 missiles came with flames. At this moment, he didn't care about conserving his energy. He exerted all his strength and distanced himself from the monster as quickly as possible. There was a roar and a scorching hot air wave behind him. With the help of the impact, Li Changan rushed far away. Then he stopped and looked back. The monster's painful howls were heard in the flames. When the flames that blocked the vision faded, one could see through the flames that the 2 missiles had caused serious injuries to the monster. A large piece of flesh behind the buttocks was blown apart, leaving a bloody mess, and the bones on the shoulder were visible. The caliber is worthy of the name of justice. Li Changan sighed a few times. It is already quite good for a missile that can penetrate a building to be able to do this. After all, this is no ordinary monster. The body wrapped in ropes seemed to have extremely strong toughness, and the impact of the explosion or the kinetic energy of the collision did not cause fatal damage. Instead, the flying debris became the main force. But as long as there are enough missiles, the monster will still die. After all, it is a living creature and its functions have limits. However, that's all. Li Changan stared blankly at the direction where the missiles came from. Just 2? When the monster struggled to get up, Li Changan still hadn't received any further support. He could finally be sure that there were really only 2 shots. Restraining his desire to swear, Li Changan held the dagger in his hand with the tip of the knife facing the ground. He could no longer escape. On the side of the monster, invisible airflow was gathering, just like the worst result guessed at the beginning. Superpower. Although he didn't know why the superpowers were not used at the beginning, Li Changan believed that this monster was equal to superpowers. After all, there are so many weird things, so it's not surprising that supernatural powers can be used. So what is the superpower? Feeling the air current wrapping around the monster's limbs, Li Changan's face sterned, and he swung his sword to cut behind him. The monster's figure just appeared behind him, and the knife chopped on the monster's forehead, chopping it straight down, splitting the monster's head in half. The feeling is wrong. Li Changan raised his eyebrows and jumped back. The feeling of the knife falling was not the feeling of splitting flesh and bones, but more like falling along the crack. There wasn't even a hint of hindrance. It wasn't me who split the head open. It split open on its own. The strange head in front of him split to the sides, with rows of sharp teeth growing out of the crack like a blooming carnivorous flower. But what made Li Chang'an's pupils shrink suddenly was the scene among the flowers. Inside the cracked skull was a human face. No, three human faces, strange-looking faces that seemed to have been glued together. Every face was filled with pain. The dry faces were like tree roots, and they kept roaring. Save me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why are you running away? I'm not dead. What kind of monster is this? Li Chang'an's scalp tingled. This is what most people feel when facing the fear of the unknown. They may even become paralyzed and unable to move. Li Chang'an was not so desperate, but his original idea of resistance had completely disappeared, and now he just wanted to escape. The monster's body trembled again. Without thinking, Li Chang'an instinctively raised his knife to block in front of him. The sharp claws came down from the air and shattered the blade, and also tore off a large piece of flesh from Li Chang'an's arm. His left hand holding the knife could no longer be raised, so Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and retreated. The speed was already so fast that it was despairing. For safety, he retreated 5 meters away from the monster, but it was approached in less than a blink of an eye. He couldn't even escape. The monster didn't give him a chance to leave. It appeared in front of him in an instant, opening its head and biting towards Li Chang'an. The space for escape was blocked, and Li Chang'an barely leaned back, avoiding the sharp teeth at the critical moment, but failed to avoid the tongue extending from the head. The tongue licked from the chest to the face. There was a sharp pain on my face, followed by the disappearance of my left vision. The threat of death was stronger than ever before. My body was shaking and my internal organs seemed to be echoing desperate groans. It seemed as if life would disappear in the next moment. That's the feeling. Li Chang'an raised his head. His face, with half of his skin licked off, looked extremely terrifying. Li Chang'an punched open the approaching bloody mouth and moved closer. Strength surged from his body and his mind became extremely clear. From now on, die with me.